welcome on in, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody has been having a great weekend so far. It is Black Friday yesterday, and so Wurm had this massive Black Friday sale, which I was super excited about, and I think everybody was super excited about. And so yeah, hopefully everybody's enjoying. And Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving to everybody who celebrated it in the States. Hey Rebnik, what's going on? And Les Aventures de Patronac. How's it going? That sounds very Quebecois, that name. I think I've seen you streaming. Patronac. So that's very awesome. What did I pick up? Not sure. Yeah, morning quotation marks. I know. Not for everybody, but for me, it is morning. OBS constantly does that to you. It somehow decides to switch around the default mic. Yeah, I know. It actually wasn't OBS this time, actually. It was my NVIDIA broadcast software. Actually, it's not even that, because the software is designed to pick up whatever the default device is set to, which is supposed to be my mic, but I think it's a Windows thing. And hey, Zetrin and Willow, welcome on in. Glad you guys can make it. You mean last stream you couldn't decide between 2 years premium? Oh, I see. So far on the sale, I've gotten 1 year premium on all the tunes. So on Xander got 1 year, Griffith got 1 year, and put 1 year on Feyran as well. I'm still in debate though on that second thing, whether or not I do another year on Griffith or do I pick up a gold. Yeah, and I think I'm settling on another year. Yeah, I think I might do another year. And I know this is like a matter of opinion. I kind of want to take a peek at those options. Let's take a look at the options in the sales, and let's see what the options are. Okay, I'm just gonna log in over here. So just give me a second. I'm gonna log in onto Griffith. Okay, so you can see. All right, so scroll down here to the PayPal options. Here's the options. All these are on sale now. Right, like one year premium is cheaper than the one gold by quite a substantial margin. So let's play out some like scenarios here. Okay, so I think normally 12-month premium playtime is like 67 or something like that, or something in the 60s. So we're getting a big hefty discount, 30% discount on 12 months. So it's €43. 100 silver coins also got a discount. It was a 25% discount. And it is 75 silver. And Merry Nightmare, welcome on in. And Swamp Banjo, what's going on? Banjo. You see ads now? Does that mean you have to subscribe? I think everybody sees ads. Unfortunately. I think that's an Amazon thing. And hey TT, what's going on? Yeah. Amazon doesn't distinguish. And they are pretty hefty on the ad blocker stuff too. I'm not sure the details though, but one thing to know though is that the streamers do benefit from viewers watching the ads. So does Amazon, of course. So there's that to consider. So yeah, there's a big difference in the cost of 12-month premium and the 100 silver. So let's think about this here. So 47 to 75 is almost €30 more for the 100 silver. And what I'm thinking is the 12 months premium comes with marks. So let's look at what my balances is. Balances, right? And after buying that 1 year premium, I now have 99,000 marks on Griffith. We'll run over down to the Mark store. Oh, you didn't see ads and you're on mobile? We're still having a little Thanksgiving here, though Finland doesn't celebrate, so I'm busy cooking and listening. Okay. Well, glad you decided to come and hang in and listen while being so busy. And yeah, I heard that Europe doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, and it kind of makes sense. I feel like Thanksgiving is a holiday that sort of started in North America, you know, around when settlers coming over to settle in North America. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look here at what we can buy with marks. Because marks are quite valuable. There's quite a few items in this list that you could buy and then sell to other people. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. At least for now, on the new servers, you could get one of these moon metal lumps for 3,000 marks and sell that for about 3 silver. It might be a little less than 3 silver, but like let's call it 2.5 silver. Okay, let's say I take 3,000 marks and sell it for 2.5 silver. Now, buying an additional year will come with 60,000 marks. 60,000 marks. Okay, so let's do some calculation. 60,000 marks. And I'll divide that by, let's say I pour all 60,000 to buying marks for 3,000 each. I'll be able to buy 20 moon medals. If I could sell those moon medals for just 2.5 silver, which is reasonable, that's 50 silver right there. So buying the year premium, right? Like, not only do you get an extra year premium, what happened to my window? Here it is. Right, buying this will give me 12 months of premium time, plus it'll give me the 60,000 marks that I can convert into silver, 50 silver or so. Plus, I'll get 12 sleep powders. Check out my sleep powder pile. Those sell for another 1.5 silver. Right, so plus 12 times 1.5 at the least I'd be able to get a bunch of silver there. Alternatively, I could pay 75 euro, so an additional 28 more euro, get no premium, and I would get 100 silver. I don't know. Now, one thing to consider though is that if everybody does this, there won't be any silver in the game. Right? So I'm not sure if you may or may not know this, but all the silver that's in the game right now comes mostly from people buying silver from the shop. Now, even that silver that you forage up from the ground, like the rare coins, and you get from like burying corpses and that, all of that money is originally coming from money purchased from the shop, right? You may or may not have heard of like the king's coffers, right? The king's coffers. That's where the money comes out of when you hit a rare roll while foraging. Also, when you like sell to the token, like if I take, I'm not going to sell my halter rope to the token, but you can sell it to the token. It'll give you like a little bit of coin. That money's coming from the king's coffers as well. The king's coffers gets its money from the upkeep that people pay into their settlements. right? So people pay money monthly into the settlements, and a fraction of that upkeep money goes into the king's coffers. And then when you're foraging, you have a chance at accessing a little bit of that money. Okay, so most of the money that's in the game is just cycling through. The input of the money into the game comes only from players purchasing from the shop. You know, it's almost all, because there's other ways that money can come into the game, such as through prizes. Like if the devs run an event and there's some silver prizes, like the devs will create money that way. So it's like actually really rare that money comes in any other way. So if everybody didn't buy silver, if nobody bought silver but only bought premium, then the amount of silver in the game would start declining. Right? Because there's money sinks as people pay their premium through the token or pay for their upkeep or, you know, all sorts of other things. You don't think there'll be a no silver in the game issue anytime soon? That is true. That is true. But, you know, if people continue, like, here's what I'm worried about, right? Is that the devs introduced this loyalty mark system, and they made it really good. Like, it makes it really worthwhile to pay for premium, and it feels like you're getting a lot more value out of that premium now with the marks. This is going to encourage people more often to buy premium than silver, just because of the way that it feels to that person. It feels just more beneficial to buy more premium rather than buying silver. If you do, you know, some thinking about how you can spend those marks, right? Those marks convert to really valuable items. Like you can get magical chests that would otherwise cost you a lot of silver, or otherwise cost you a lot of, you know, of your real life money that you'd have to buy the silver with. Okay, so like the items on that list translate to value, and people might value that over silver. Or they might think to themselves, well, I'm just going to spend the silver on a magical chest. I may as well just, instead of buying silver, I'll buy another year of premium, because that'll give me enough marks to buy a magical chest. Right? And the value is actually there. Right? It actually is more valuable to do that to the player, especially since it comes with premium sleep powder and the marks and the etc, etc, etc. The list goes on. Right? And so if everybody starts noticing that and transfers their buying patterns over to premium, now we're going to have less of an influx of silver into the game, which may or may not be a good thing. I don't know. Maybe this is a balance where you know, because when there's a lot of silver in the game, the economy is quite wild. And it might just offer a balance. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, so the devs most likely have this sort of on, what's the word? In their minds and thinking about the balance. Because one issue that I think, or one way that can be balanced, this can be balanced. Let's see if I can, let's bring up the form. What am I thinking here? I'll bring up the Wurmpedia. We're going to need that anyway. I'm going to look at marks. Okay, one area where balance can be modified to sort of adjust. If, let's say, the devs detect something's like out of whack in terms of silver purchases. Right here. This number, purchases, let's make this bigger so you guys can see. Purchases of silver coins from the shop will award 20 marks per silver coin purchased. So if I purchase 100 silver coins, it will give me 2,000 marks. Now 2,000 marks is a really low amount. You can't even buy one moon medal with the 2,000 marks, right? And so if the devs wanted to balance things, if they notice more people are buying premium because the marks are too valuable and so on and so forth, this is a number they can sort of like use to incentivize silver purchases if they deem that they need that to happen. So I think everything is okay in terms of that, as long as the devs are sort of monitoring the buying patterns. And now would be a great test on this Black Friday sale to monitor buying patterns. You know, what percentage of what percentage of players bought year premium versus the one gold, or gold versus premium, you know, in general. I'm sure that all those numbers are coming in right now. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. I should scroll back because I think I missed a whole lot. Okay, so back to the Amazon ad thing. Bunloose, you were saying, but on the iPad, an app on iOS that you cannot run any third-party thingies. Whenever I log into a stream I'm not subscribed to, it's like 30 seconds before the stream comes on. I know. I totally feel that whenever I'm watching on my phone, for example, the ads are just very disruptive, and I'm not sure. I wonder if there's something I could do. Is there an setting that I can do to make it so that ads don't run during the... I don't even know. Like, I'll have to look through the settings. I haven't touched any of the Twitch settings in forever. In Swamp Banjo, you switch your name to fit your personality more since you're streaming a lot more now. Cool. Yes. Swamp Banjo is OP. And dreamt you're off playing some Green Hell with your youngest one. Have a nice dream. Windows calculator, yeah. Thanks, you as well. You have a good day and enjoy. And you're from the swamp and can play the banjo. Oh, you can? That is very impressive. The banjo's a fun-sounding game. And Revnik, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Oh, I missed who it went to, though. Hold on, does it say over here? Yeah, it went to Fratler. Thank you so much for that sub. And hey, Envo, what's going on? Welcome on in. Okay, I'm still trying to catch up with chat here. Hold on, I missed a whole bunch. We could try Myth of Empires. I know. I mean, the game looks pretty nice, Myth of Empires. Problem is, I am just so deeply into Wurm right now, and I just can't bring myself to rip myself away from it for another game right now, especially one that's in early access. I don't know. I'll wait and see. We'll see how like the longevity of that game goes. If people are like enjoying it a month or two and later, I'll keep my eye on it. I actually have quite a few games like that. I classified New World in that category. It was like, I'm super interested in, it seems like a game I might like, but I'll keep my eye on it and see what people are saying about it in a month from now. And lo and behold, a lot of things were said about it that made me realize that it probably isn't the best idea to go and play. So I think I'll do that with most games. Any sweet potato casserole with marshmallow on top. That sounds so good. How come I've never heard of that before? Ham and smoked reindeer, since I'm not a huge fan of turkey. Smoked reindeer, that's a food I've never tried. No marshmallows. Okay. Smoked reindeer sounds more Finnish than American. It probably does. I've never heard of reindeer being eaten. Like deer. Deer is something that... But reindeer, I guess that's similar, isn't it? Poor Rudolph. So, Revnik, you were dumb. You bought a year on both your tunes and 2 gold to sub my deeds for a year. It's not dumb to do that. I mean, you still get the 1 gold. Like the 2, 2 gold in this case. There's more gold there than you would have gotten if you got another year premium. And the other thing to consider, and this is where I'm still in debate mode, is like a year from now there will most likely be another Black Friday sale, At which point, one might want to buy another year or 2. If every year you put 2 years of premium on your tune, like, I feel like there's something weird there. Which is another reason why I think maybe the devs might want to look at the mark reward for buying silver. I don't know. There's something off there. I don't know what it is. Students, yeah, I messed up. Boy, it's my waking up brain. I just need a little bit more coffee is what it is. Is the music too loud? I'm wondering. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit, but you guys let me know if the music's a little bit too loud. And you're back on Wurm after assignments. Nice. And Caveman, what's going on? Is large magical chest worth the extra cost over small? I would say yes. Quite. I mean, I get it's okay. So it's actually pros and cons, right? So to both. The large magical chest can hold a lot more. And bigger items. A lot of bigger items can fit in there. And a lot of items can fit in there in comparison. Yes, Cats, you're right. And I'm not actually that distracted by it. As long as it's not overpowering my voice is all. Okay, so the large magical chest can hold a lot more. You know what, while I'm chatting, I'm going to also turn on my stills, because that's something that's got to get done. The small magical chest can hold a lot less. However, it has the benefit of you have the ability to put it into your inventory. So you can pick it up, put it in your inventory, put it into a cart, and carry it around with you. It's very travel friendly. Yeah, once you learned about large magical chests, it rendered your larder useless. Yeah, for me, it's like... It didn't render my larder useless because my large magical chest just got so full of stuff and that there's not enough room for food. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to buy another one to fit my food in there. And hey, Sinsen, what's going on? Welcome on in. And yeah, watching back on VoD is hopeless. I was watching Josh but had to quit. Was his normal chill low-key stream, and out of the blue, bam, very load ad. After a few of those, I gave up. My heart could not take it. I know. And I feel like on VODs, it's like worse than when you're watching it live. Like I was watching somebody's VOD, and it felt like every 10 minutes there was an ad. And the ad was like 2 minutes. Like every 10 minutes, you stopped to watch an ad for two minutes, and it was just unbearable. Totally unbearable. So my question is, like, I wonder, and I don't know the answer. I'll have to go research unless somebody knows. Is there something that the streamer can do to minimize that for their viewers? Like, is there a way to, like, just tone down the ads, even if not get rid of them completely, to make them not happen every 10 minutes while watching a VOD? I'm curious, because I totally will turn that down on my channel if there is an option to do that. And why the heck do they put such high volume on the ads? It literally makes me do the opposite of what they want me to do. Leave. I know. If an ad comes on and you're actually genuinely interested in the product, you're gonna pay attention to it regardless of the volume. I agree totally. And Envo, you're saying after getting your year premium, you were 50-50 on getting a large medical chest or tome. And you got blue tomed. Yep. There's a lot of like options, and it definitely makes you have to choose. Like I wonder, does it make sense for the devs to do things like add other options in order to get marks in the store? Like I wonder, like would the devs, like my sense is that the devs would make more money, like the game itself would make more money if there were more options to get marks in the store as loyalty reward. Because as it is, it definitely feels like you can't get enough marks for everything. Like if you wanted to collect enough marks to buy everything you might want off the store, there's just no feasible way of doing that. So you're left with the feeling like I would spend more money if only there was a feasible option for me to spend more money to get more marks. Oh no, I missed one. I'm back in that conundrum again. Okay, that's okay because I need to empty these and refill them anyway. And by that time, the one that is left out will reveal itself. All right, just heading to the stills here. Okay, so these have been going all week, and they have definitely produced a lot of alcohol. I have completely run out of whiskey. Well, not completely, but like almost completely. Let's see here. Actually, yeah, I have completely run out of whiskey. And this one ran out. So the only whiskey that's left is this undistilled whiskey that's still left in here. So I'm going to collapse all that and replace it with moonshine or vodka. And you might have noticed I had a field of rye there that's almost ready to harvest, but not quite. And that'll get my whiskey back up and running. Alright, so let's start filling this up. Okay, let's see here. So you put all your super duper pizzas in your large magical chest, but then use the larder for filler foods. Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. It saves some space in there, and it keeps all the stuff that's really important that would take more materials and more effort to reproduce. The filler food, you're right, like you can just put whatever you want in the filler food. Moonshine. That's right. Why didn't that work? That'll destroy. Oh, that's undistilled moonshine. That's right. You know what? I'm kind of feeling like I'm messing this up. So I kind of think that there's some in here, and boy, I need to peg some of these. Yes, there's moonshine already here. And there's probably whiskey already here that's not full. Let's see if I can consolidate that. Let's sort these by weight. Whiskey. Yeah, this one. Oh, I'm just going to be left over with such the smallest amount of whiskey here. That'll fill that one, and then this one has 4. Okay. Oh well, there's still more whiskey going on here, so let's consolidate. This all might fit into 1 or 2. Oh yeah, this will all fit into 1. Okay. Oh, there's a whole bunch of whiskey I forgot here. Okay, good. Good. Oh, maybe not just short of 1. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna bring this undistilled stuff over here. I'm gonna move the full barrels down to here. I'm gonna peg all that. All right, where am I? Let's get some of this moonshine. Oh, I already got that moonshine. And let's keep going with the moonshine. The other thing I forgot was, the rare one. That's just moonshine. Okay, moonshine. Oh, I need another empty barrel. Let's just make sure. All this is going in there. Okay, and then we're switching to vodka, which is right here. The rest of that. Let's see, will this get full? It will, indeed, and I have to start another barrel. Oh boy, that's a lot of alcohol, guys. Yeah. So you think that the only influence I can have is by manually playing ads regularly during your stream when you personally choose to. I think you need to do that at least once an hour or something like that to remove the pre-roll ad. Oh. I don't really want to do that either. Like, the only time that I'd be willing to do that maybe is if I'm already going to like take a break. Like if I'm going to go to the bathroom or something, I might pre-roll an ad, but I can't make sure that that's going to happen once every hour. Every time you spend marks on big items, you get annoyed because now I have to buy extra premium time each. I must want to buy the skins each month. Oh, right. For the skins. Exactly. Right, like, I feel like there's a missed opportunity here where people get that feeling, right, of missing out. And then there's no feasible way to buy marks if you already have more premium time than you ever could want. The only way is to just buy more premium time, and you're not really feeling the value of that premium time anymore. All you're doing is paying for marks. I suppose like you could do that, and I've seen some people who have premium time until 2026, for example, just because of that reason. It just, if there was another, if for example, if more marks was given, it doesn't have to be the same amount of marks, but if more marks were given for silver purchases, I think the game might see more money coming into the game, where people would be more willing to pay for silver and get marks that way, as long as there was a decent amount of marks coming in from that. Like 2,000 for 1 gold, getting 2,000 marks doesn't even give you enough to buy the monthly skin. But if you like, let's say made that 20,000 marks, let's say instead. So I buy 1 gold, I get 20,000 marks. You might find there's some people who are doing that every month, just for the marks. And the silver, of course, but the marks. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm still sorting, so the vodka. I need to put that here. Nope, I need to put that here. Is that where I put it? Yeah. Okay, vodka. Alright, and I think I've emptied everything now. It's now just putting it all back now. So the undistilled vodka. Undistilled moonshine. I'm gonna need to crack open some barrels. So let's open up 3 of these and 2 of these. We'll start there and see what happens. Okay, moonshine. Oh, that one was already full. Okay, and let's fill that one. Okay, let's just keep going with moonshine down at the bottom here. Okay, let's stop there for a second, switch to vodka. So vodka. Okay, so far all of these are good. And let's start up at the top with the vodka. Oh, is this also vodka here? Yeah. Vodka. Let's see how far down we get. Will this fit? Oh, just. Okay, you know what? I'm going to undo that and just put the moonshine in. Let's see. This one is full. Okay. We're starting to see 70s on some of these numbers. And the whiskey that I'm going to produce in the next round should probably be 75, I think. It's going to take some time before I get through there. Okay. Let's see, every time. So at least I can watch factional fight on VoD without getting a heart attack. They'll still give me a heart attack, making you think. Yeah, same. I couldn't imagine handling those ads either. So it is what it is. Yeah, preload ad is better than the in-between ads. Yeah. Honestly, the issue I think is just in the VoDs. Right, because when you're watching live, I haven't had the experience of in the middle just getting a random ad in the middle of a live stream. There's the preloads, which are fine, I can live with the preloads. But what sucks is when you're watching a VoD and every 10 minutes another 2-minute ad comes up. Like, that's just super frustrating. Maybe it's not 10 minutes, but it doesn't feel like there's that much time in between the ads, honestly. Okay, so I think the stills are all organized for another week. I'm just gonna clear all the windows by moving away. There was somebody who made a suggestion at some point. I can't remember where. It might have been on the forums and what they wanted was a button. Oh wait, it was on Kat's stream, right? Wasn't it on your stream, Kat's? There was somebody who wanted a button to clear away all the windows, right? Like, I remember, like, also, yeah, it was your stream, right? And it was like, I wasn't understanding it when that conversation was happening. So I was on your side completely. Like, I was like, why would you want that? Like, you can just clear the windows by, moving. Like, if you really just wanted to clear the windows, you could just press this button, it clears the windows, and you can see everything. And I realized, I think it was like a week later, and I was doing this. I had all these windows open, right? And I was thinking to myself, I was almost thinking the same thing that guy was thinking. Like, wouldn't it be great if I just had a button that could clear all of these so I don't have to do this to clear them all? And, right? Like, there is a case where, so like, my personal method for clearing them is just to walk over here and then walk back. And then it's cleared. That way I can, I'm going to do the thing where I'm going to check to see which still I missed, which is this. I missed this one. Looks like. Yeah, it's almost like, it's not that I want to clear the UI elements, all of them. I don't want to clear this one and clear my inventory. What I kind of feel like I might want a button to clear is just the containers, like all the open container windows. If I have a whole bunch of container windows open and I just want to stay in where I am and just clear them all, currently the only way to do that is go around your screen and click all the X's like this, which isn't terrible, but I think what that person wanted, now that I think about it, is maybe a button down here that just clears all the container windows or something like that. Okay, yeah, like you feel like there should be a right-click option on the X to shut, like where you could choose to close all similar windows. That's interesting, yeah. And Jeff and Revnik are saying you should be able to group windows and then open and close a whole group at once. That would be awesome. Yeah, that would be so cool if you can group windows. Yeah. Hey, Feyran, what's going on? Yeah, and you like the grouping idea as well? Yeah. Like we can say, all these are my still windows. And imagine if there was some way where I could just like, I can assign like all these stills, I can group the stills together somehow. So when I press on one of them, it just opens up all the windows in one shot. And then there's a way to like close all the windows in one shot. And this is like exclusive, I think, to containers. So maybe it could be something related to how containers work. Yeah. That would be very interesting. Very helpful. All right. So that's done. I'm just gonna peek in on the gardening. I honestly don't think the gardening's ready. No, the gardening is not ready. Okay, and one last thing I need to do deed-wise. Oh, and I forgot. I put a gram of Kavisi in here, and I was going to drink it within the first 10 minutes to get the 10-minute sleep bonus buff. But when I logged in, Xander had a full sleep bonus, full water bar. And so I said, okay, I'll just wait the 6 minutes and then drink. But then I completely got sidetracked and missed it. So I missed it out. So what I might do is I'm going to show you how you can still get that 10-minute sleep bonus if you forgot to take a sip in the first 10 minutes of logging in. Let's do that. Let's do that right now, actually. Okay, so I've tested logging out and logging in, and I feel like it didn't work. I'll have to do more tests. Maybe I have to wait for the log out timer to be completely logged out before it works. But I found another way that works just as good. And that way is stepping through the PvP portal. Now, I did this with Griffith. I gotta tell you, this is like a funny story. I did this with Griffith, and I completely forgot where Griffith was on Defiance, because we had, do you remember, Cats? We went over to Defiance and we had a grand adventure, and I completely forgot that we had left them where we had left off. And at the time we had created a PvP portal at that location. Yeah, it was an amazing adventure. It was a lot of fun. And I left that PvP portal, or we created a PvP portal where we had left off, and we came back through it. So when I stepped through the PvP portal with Griffith, I was in that same spot, except for the portal had decayed at that location. And in addition to that, there were mobs everywhere. I was just surrounded by mobs. I couldn't move without getting attacked. And so I had no hope of like stopping to create a new portal, because all I was doing was running the whole time. Because over there my fight skill is so low. And so I'm like running away. I finally ditched a whole bunch of mobs. And I started like mining to get some like stone so I can start the process of making a portal. I realized I didn't have a chisel, and so I'm like looking for an iron vein, and then another mob, like, and then next thing I know, I'm like attacked by mobs again. I'm doing this whole thing where I'm just running again. Boy, eventually I'm like, I was doing this for like a half hour, and then eventually I just decided, you know, I'm just gonna die. Because if I die, I'm just gonna respawn back at the starter village where there is you know, a portal there. Like, this is just taking too long. So I ended up dying. There was nothing in my inventory, like it was all the newbie stuff. So came back and it worked. I got the coffee back, coffee buff or whatever it was. But what I realized is that dying makes you lose skills that affects your skills over here, and one of the skills that I lost was mining. I lost a quarter point in mining, which was devastating. But I guess my hope is that where Xander is, there's still a portal there. So where Xander is, he is on the Lone Shrimp's deed. Because I went over there and he helped me out by letting me use his deed in his area to skill up jewel smithing for the benediction journal. So let's hope I'm not in that same predicament as I was with Griffith here, where there's no portal on the other side and I'm stuck with a whole bunch of mobs around me. So let's see. At least over here I'm not that far away from the starter town. Oh, phew. I'm on the safe area, right? Because the Lone Shrimp had what's it called? He had built his deed in the starter area. Okay, so I think I can go back. Oh, do I share karma pools between the servers? That's a good question. Let's check. I guess not, because I don't have karma here. Actually, I wonder if Xander has any karma at all. Actually, oh no, he should have karma. So it doesn't look like it. You don't have the karma option unless you can afford to buy something. I'm pretty sure we'll have to go back to see. I'm pretty sure Xander does have enough karma. He has done a few missions, so he should have some karma, and it should show there. So I guess it doesn't. But that's something I didn't think about. That would have been useful if it worked. Yeah, what happened to Lone Shrimp? I'm not 100% sure. He stopped playing Wurm, that's for sure. So he stopped streaming. Whether that was because of some real life issues, I think that's what evidence is pointing to, is that he had real life issues. It did sound like for a moment there he was going to come back. He did see some messaging, but none of the messaging confirmed or denied exactly why he left. But yeah, and Katz is saying the same thing. We believe he had some real life issues, but he hasn't been streaming anything. He hasn't been hanging out in his Discord. Yeah, it's hard to say though exactly what happened there. Okay, so now that I came back, I should be able to drink this, and let's see. I'm at 4 hours 48 minutes. If I drink this, I am now at 4 hours 58 minutes. So I did get the 10 minutes. Okay, so that's a quick, nice way of getting that 10-minute where you don't have to log out and log back in again and wait for the logout timer. You can just hop over to Defiance. Now this obviously is only available to those people who are living on the Northern Freedom Isles. Oh damn, I guess I'm building myself a PvP portal. Yep. Okay, one more thing, and there's like a bug where you hop through the PvP portal and it doesn't update the weapons graphics. It looks like I'm still holding that shield I was holding before. Just strange. Okay, the other thing I want to do is rake this field. And like usual, the same frustrations as always is there with raking, with farming. Several of these fields or tiles are not ready for harvesting, whereas several of these were ready 2 days ago. So I'm feeling like if I wait till tomorrow, some of these that were ready 2 days ago are going to rot. And I'm almost certain of it that tomorrow some of these still won't be ready. And they've been almost ready for I don't know how long. And so I'm stuck once again, in this conundrum. And it's part of the reason why I haven't really been doing my farming as much anymore, because I can't stand getting to this harvest day and having to manage it. It's a lot of like just annoying feeling. It's actually less. It affects me less than it makes me feel, is the thing. Because what I'm actually going to do, my solution to this is I'm just going to harvest all the ones that aren't ready and just leave them dirt. And then tomorrow I'm going to just harvest what's ready and leave it dirt. And then the next day I'm going to harvest what's ready again. And then hopefully by then it'll all be done. And then I'm going to decide whether I want to replant. Because, yeah. I don't think it will work with the Epic Portal. Actually, I don't know. It might actually work with the Epic Portal. It might work with the Epic Portal, you're right. So when I said it only works on the Northern Isles, it's because on the Northern Isles we have the ability to walk through a portal, go to the other server, but yeah, you know what? It might work with the Epic Portal for this. You're right. It might work. So maybe I was wrong about that. I mean, there's a lot of things that the portal on the Northern Isles does that the Epic doesn't. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that skills transfer here. So when I go through the portal, I actually have all my skills except for fighting and meditation. So, okay, so Epic portal should be the same. Okay. In the regard of resetting the login timer is what we would need it to do, right? Right. I guess all it would need to do is reset the login timer. Oh right, I need my scythe. Is my scythe on my bar? Is my scythe on my second bar? Nope, is my scythe on my third? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we'd have to test it out. Yeah, if somebody has tested that out or knows the answer to the question, it'd be helpful to know. I'm almost feeling like getting rid of these large planters. I don't think I'm going to use them again. Unless something changes about them, they are a lot worse. A lot worse than the ground, than using just regular soil. And I was only using them for mushrooms because you can't plant mushrooms into the ground, unfortunately. It just feels bad when you will come back and you only get 25% of what you should have gotten because you missed harvest day. Like I'd spend I would come in every day and I'd rake the field, but like if for some reason I can't get to harvesting them, or I forget to, which sometimes happens, you lose a lot of your crops. Yeah. And I know that Keenan did look into my suggestion that I posted on the forums about this. My suggestion was to just increase the length of the ripe stage. And he looked into it, and it didn't look like it was an easy fix. My hope is that it's not off the table still. I hope that it's something that is looked into still, but yeah. You wonder if it should be so that higher your farming skill, the more exact the ripening happens, so they're synced. That would help. But it wouldn't solve the problem completely of... this is not necessarily for me, because I'm the type of player who will most often be logging in every day. There are instances where it would help me, but I'm thinking more for the player who, let's say, logs in every 3 to 5 days or something like that. They get to play twice a week, let's say. So if you're a player who gets to play twice a week, it's almost like farming is completely inaccessible to you. You can't even think about it, because if you log in, let's say, on a day where things are just not ready, so you can't ripe, they're almost ripe, let's say. Well, 4 days, 5 days later, a good percentage of your crops are going to be withered, and you will have lost all of the effort that you put in. And the experience that I had with the large planters, I'd come back and it's like I'm harvesting my crops now, and it's like 75% of them are giving me nothing back. or they're giving me one mushroom back and it's like a low quality mushroom because it's like, here's your pity reward for missing the harvest day. And every time I'm picking that up, it just felt like, why did I spend all that time all week farming and putting in the effort when it just felt bad. You know, it had a really negative feeling. So when that happened, like the second time and then the third time, I was like, I don't even want to do it anymore. It just felt so bad. So the extending of the ripe stage is specifically for those players who might be in a situation where they are going to miss the ripe stage. On the large planters, it's worse because the ripe stage lasts 24 hours precisely. It's like a precise 24 hours. Okay, so the large planters are so precise that they meet the checkbox of being perfectly precise and in sync. So if I wanted just in sync, all I would do is forget the ground. I would just put planters, and that would be perfectly in sync. But the problem with that is it's such a narrow window, 24-hour. And if I'm not able to log in that day, let's say I work and then in the evening I have to go do something, and then I can't get on that day, and I miss it, and then I come back to 50% of my crops gone. I'm less concerned about the syncness, because if the ripe stage was longer, the syncing problem goes away, right? Because if the ripe stage was longer, I would just not have farmed right now. I would have just waited till tomorrow or the next day when everything is ready. But right now, as it is, the reason why I don't want to do that is because I know that tomorrow I'm going to log in and a bunch of those are going to be withered. Right? So I'm going to just pick up those right now and yeah. Okay, so we're coming to the end of the chores. And I did title this one Adventuring in Wurm Online. Oh, this one does not have... Let me just see. I might be able to just fit... Do I have some... Oh yeah, I have some crates here. So Wurm Unlimited was able to solve this problem with anti-withering mods. Yeah, So I'm not sure about the full-on anti-wither. There's a certain level of immersion breaking that complete anti-wither would do. So I'm not sure if I'm in favor of just completely getting rid of the withering. There should be withering. So I kind of feel like there should be a middle ground where it withers, but it's not such a narrow window. And I mean, the ground crops aren't terrible. They don't wither as badly as the planter does. So for me, I think if I leave this till tomorrow, if I didn't do this, I might have lost 2 or 3 tiles. And then if I waited till the next day, I might have lost 7 to 10 tiles maybe. Something like that. But it's so varied. It's like so varied that I could come back like 3 weeks from now and there'll still be some tiles I could harvest, you know? So it works both ways for the ground tiles, where some of them are really super short and they wither, and then some of them are really super long before they wither. It's like so varied. And I'm not even exaggerating when I say 3 weeks. If, let's say, I waited 3 weeks from today, if I didn't harvest anything, I'd come back and there would still be some tiles I could farm and get full crops from. It's that varied. Of course, a lot of them will be withered, but I think that the problem mostly is with the planters. The planters are on such a strict timeline, and it's a literal 24 hours window. And then the penalty for not hitting that 24-hour windows is 50% of your crops. It's a literal 50%. And so if you miss the second day as well, it's another 50% of what's left. So now you're down to 25%. And it just, if you miss it by 3 days, you may as well just forget about it. Like, you're getting 12% of your crops, and I only have 26 planters down there. And if I'm only getting 12% of my crops, maybe that's only 2 planters are left after 3 days. The fact that I also find it astonishing that it's hard to lengthen the ripe stage just goes to show how little I understand about programming. Yeah. You know what it is? I think it's that if they lengthen the ripe stage, it'll probably lengthen all the stages because they're probably all tied together in the code. And definitely you do not want to lengthen all the stages. That's not the suggestion, and that would definitely make things feel really bad. So what it is that they would have to go in and change the code, right? So there's 2 kinds of fixes that can happen in coding. One of them is you just change some parameter, like some variable. There might be a variable in there that tells you how long each stage is, right? And if you could just go and change that number, that will change what happens. And you don't have to change any of the logic or the code behind it. You can just change the number and it will increase the length of the timer. But the problem is that if all the timers of each stage is on the same variable and you change that, then that's not going to do what you want to do. If all you want to do is change the ripe stage, now you're going to have to create a new thing for the ripe stage that's separate from the other stages, and make sure that the ripe stage follows that new thing. And the problem with doing that is maybe by changing that, that's going to affect something else that is unpredictably affected. So once you start changing the logic of the code, next thing you know, you're going to have to go through a cycle of bug testing to make sure nothing else broke related to that thing. And if something does break, then solving the issue gets kind of complicated. So what I predict happened was Keenan went in, looked and saw, oh, I'm gonna have to change the code. He might have tried some really easy fix, like a quick thing, like what if I change the code like this? Oh, and that broke something else. And then he'd like, well, what if I change it like this? Oh, that broke something else. And then at this point, it's like, okay, it looks like it'll take longer than just a quick fix. And he put it on like sort of the back burner list, right? So that's probably what ended up happening. I'm just making up a story that matches what the communication I felt like I got. It doesn't mean that it's not solvable. It just means that it would have taken a lot longer than they had in the schedule for addressing these sorts of things. So just completely understandable. About this crops thing, when all the tunes on the deed was away on an impalong, the crops didn't grow as fast as normal, or so it felt. Is this actually true, or is it random number? I think it's just random. Yeah, I feel like it probably just felt that way, is probably what it was. I don't know, though. I can't be sure, so there could be something to it. But I don't know of anything like that. Okay, let's just think. Did I finish everything I wanted to before we go on an adventure? I think so. Stills are burning. I think what I'll do is I'll just refuel the stills so they last as long as possible. Even though this is a little bit of a waste of peat, I'm willing to just refuel everything just so it lasts longer. And then the adventure I kind of want to go on is a combination of a hunting trip and an exploration of the new highway system that we finally got put together, thanks to Uthgard Davies and crew. Maimed is also somebody who was helping out. Nin was helping out. And I don't know who else was helping out, so I apologize if I'm missing people. These are the people I know for sure. So everybody helping out with Uthgard Davies on the highway system on Melody. This is like amazing. Hey Vooch, what's going on? Adventuring on your own deed is technically adventuring. Well, I am going to get off my deed. Here we go. So, and Zerkishin, you were saying withering still needs to happen. It just needs to be a little bit more forgiving for missing some time online. Exactly. That's what I'm feeling. And the ground tiles are close. Don't get me wrong. Those ones aren't as punishing. It still feels punishing, but you won't experience the punishment as much as the large planters. The large planters are just truly something needs to be done about them, I think. Hold on, let me just... what do I got on these ones? I wanted to try something. Yeah, there they are. Okay, those are my nice horseshoes. I'm just gonna look at the equipment here. I don't think these ones have any good. Okay, there's a 90 there. There's a couple 90s there. Nothing better than these ones. Okay. I'm just gonna see if I can find my best. I have some in here. Oh, Saf, if you're wondering, I have a couple in here named yours because one of your horses that you had given me had a set of shoes on them. So I was going to imp those up for you. Is there a 97 there? There is, but it's only 78 quality. That's not that bad. That might make up for it. So let's get rid of the 91. And the 96 and the 95 are better, but oh no, the 95 is only 55 quality. So let's get the 92 away. Oh, yeah, no problem. Did you find the coffee that I left on your porch? Hey, Infinite Wave, what's going on? Welcome on in. Infinite Wave, I was watching your stream last night. And it looked like you were trying to make some, whatchamacallits, support beams. Right, let me just get these horseshoes on you. You need to be standing on the ground. And horseshoes on you. And let's just see what that did. Okay, I'm not sure why this cart normally had gone 37, but I'm not sure why it's not doing that anymore. But it might be that it just takes a little bit of time for the I'm getting hit. Okay, might take a little bit of time for it to warm up or whatever. Oh, okay, so you're streaming right now, but you remembered I was streaming and wanted to drop over and say hello. Well, hello. Glad to see I'm sharing coffee. Yeah. It's, I mean, I'm on that verge, right? Like, I just finally started collecting enough coffee beans that I made my first full barrel. Like, that's where I'm at, right? Like, I finally collected enough coffee beans that I finally made my first full barrel. And I have enough like coffee beans. So I have 400 coffee beans here that I could probably make another barrel in a bit, or maybe 2 barrels or something like that. So yesterday before I did the harvesting, I made the barrels of coffee, and then I harvested, and that gave me another whole bunch. And so I'm on that wave, right? Like, I'm finally at that point where coffee's gonna start coming in. And so I thought I'd pass them along because I have more now than I can drink between today and tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, and yes, Casper is thanking you for the 4 draft helis that you gifted way back when, because those definitely helped with starting up the 4 draft helis over here. So thank you so much. How many beans do you need for a barrel? Okay, well, let's calculate that. So each bean gives you 0.2, right? And the barrel is 45. So 45 divided by 0.2, you would need 225 beans. Yeah. So there's enough in there for like almost a couple barrels. And a barrel of coffee will go a long way, even the way that it is now. Okay, before I go, actually, there's a couple... Boy, lots of stuff to do. Okay, so I need to make sure that those backpacks, I have enough backpacks in there, which I think is not quite full. And I need to also make sure I have food with me. And let's put some mind logic and body control food. Not sure how much that's going to help. And then I'll just fill up the rest with CCFP. And maybe I'll just take the rest of that CCFP pizza. And where's my water? My water is over here. I gotta make sure I got a thing of water as well. So let me just take this. And I'm pretty sure I have a... lunch bin here? No, where's my lunch bin? Here it is. And a water barrel. Good. Okay. Almost there. Oh, wait, I don't need 3 barrels. Okay, that actually... I needed barrels. I made more barrels last night because I needed more. Let me just put those here. And back here I have this. Is this mine? No, this isn't mine. Okay, this is something also weird. Oh, 225 is a bit waste and you're not being lazy enough if you do... Okay, I see what you're saying. So you can... The reason is that you can put a little bit more water than the bean, right? Yeah, I was being lazy. So I was just putting in equal amounts of water with bean and doing it at 2 kilograms a shot, so it was quicker. So yeah, if you want to be more conservative with your beans, you'd have to measure out things very carefully because you can put in 10% more water than bean, and that'll make 10% more coffee. No, I'm thinking about that wrong. Because I was doing that a little bit. Read the comment above. I did. 200 is optimal while still being lazy. Oh, I see what you're saying. You combine 8 ground coffee beans and 1 kilogram of water, which makes 1.8 kVc. Oh, I see. 225 is a bit of a waste. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, so... I might try doing that. 8 ground coffee beans and 1 kilogram of water. Okay, and that's not so much less than 2 kilograms. Okay, I'll do that next time that I go through that process. Okay, so 200 is pretty good. Okay, and one other thing was my tent. I don't keep my tent on me. Where do I keep my tent? Now, I'm only bringing these just in case I end up out there and... Gosh, where's my tent? Let's just double check it's not in my inventory already. Nope. Okay, it's in one of the containers. That's for sure. Let's just double check it's not in here already. Oh yeah, it is here. There's my tent. And my bedroll. Okay, good. And now I can put this in here. I need to get closer, that's what it is. Okay, that's my old pizza that I'm just gonna leave on the ground. Let the animals eat that pizza. Isn't it 0.192 per bean? I don't know. I thought it was 0.2. Okay. So since then, you thought about this carefully. I think I'm gonna go with the 8 though, because I don't know. Maybe the 9 might be better. I don't know. I'll have to test it out. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of coffee. That's a lot of coffee. Since then, you go hard on this game for sure. Okay, what am I missing? What am I missing? I got my tent. I got my weapon. Let's see, how's my weapon doing? Boy, I kind of wish I imped my weapon. This can go in my tools. This can go in my bags. I won't need coffee for this trip. Oh, cotton. Cotton is something I should probably bring just in case I get myself into a pickle. Whoops, am I not close enough? Cotton. Alright. I selected 0. Of course I did. I selected 10. What am I missing here? Oh, I see what I'm missing. I probably have 20 in here now. Okay, I don't need 20. Pickles are rare. Alright, now let's think. Do I have everything? Oh, of course. I didn't empty the rye. I didn't empty the rye, and so what that means is I won't have any spot to carry any of my stuff. Okay. Let's expand all this. And then the other thing was, I also want... What am I trying to say? More inventory space here. What's happening? I can only move a maximum of 100 items at a time. Okay. Apparently that's a thing. Okay, how much rye did I get there? I got almost 1,000. Okay. I kind of feel like I'm gonna need to plant another round of rye then. Okay, so what I need are pottery bowls. So let's put some pottery bowls in here. 8 pottery bowls per bag. I'm gonna leave a couple bags empty. I'm gonna repair some of the bags. Okay. And double checking. I have some crates. The crates are gonna be for leather. I have some bags and some containers. I almost feel like I need more. You know what? I think I'll be okay. I think I'm okay. Hey, CryptoTap. A game that you never heard of. Interesting. Well, fancy you should drop in because you have found one of the greatest hidden gems out there. This game is called Wurm Online, and it is a sandbox MMO, unlike any other sandbox MMO out there. Just waiting for 99 until you start mass producing. Since then, boy oh boy. Wait, 99 beverages, that's crazy. So I can help you out, Crypto, with what's going on here and what this game is all about. And maybe we have some veteran players in the chat and people who have been playing this game for a while. Maybe you guys can also help out with what is Wurm Online? Like, how do you best describe it? Because one issue with this game is that it's really hard to explain to somebody what it is. It's a little bit easier to show, but still there's a lot missing from the experience without trying it. What's really nice is that it's free to try. And so when you download the game and enter in for the first time, you get to play for free, and you have the same experience at the beginning as a pay-to-play player, up to the point where you up to a maximum of 20 in all of your skills. Now here's the skills. I'm going to expand the list. Skills can go all the way up to 100. Okay, so as a free player, you can basically play the game fully up until when your skills are 20. Now this limits you, of course, because higher level skills in certain things unlock certain capabilities for your character. For example, riding a cart, you need to earn that ability to ride a cart. You need to have a certain level of mind logic in order to ride the cart and drive it and command it. Same with boats. And these are all above 20 skill. But you get to try it out for free and see how you like it. So it's worth the try. As I said, it's a open world sandbox MMO. So you hop into the server, there's other people on the server playing with you. And the server is like a living world that evolves. When the server began back in summer of last year, everything was wilderness. The whole place was grass, trees. There's some different biomes. So there's deserts and steppe, and there's a water, and the map looks like this. So there's water, and there's all sorts of, mountains and different regions, different biomes, and so on. And mind. Like you have to develop your ability. You have to skill up is basically the idea. You have to progress your character. So when the server begins, it's like all nature, right? Trees and forests and mobs everywhere. And the players get plopped into the world and have to make their way and start harvesting the resources and building things, creating roads to walk along to make it easier to travel. The house, all these items I placed or somebody placed and created. And the objective of the game is whatever you want it to be. There are so many different things that you could do that, obviously the main objective is to progress your area and your character and to get better at things. The more you progress, the faster things go, the more you can produce. And it's a lot of fun. There's a lot more to it, but that's the general gist of it. Think kind of like a Minecraft-y kind of game meets, I don't even know. Yeah, the freedom of Minecraft. Yeah. But it looks more realistic, even though the graphics aren't the best, but it makes up for the game makes up for the graphics in the sheer capacity of what you're able to do. It's kind of insane. So this here is a tunnel that was created by an Alliance member. They literally said, well, I don't want to go over this hill, I'm just going to go through it. And they mined out the tunnel. Now just recently, this highway got completed. So these cat's eyes are lining the highway, and I'm going to just use the highway. It's my first time actually using it for something. And hi, Johnny Irish. So it seems like Ultima, Ark, and EverQuest had a baby. That's, yeah. It's pretty close. Totally pretty close. Ultima Online, it definitely has a lot of characteristics of Ultima Online. Stardew Valley, yeah. I haven't played Stardew Valley, but I heard good things from it. Yeah. And what's interesting is that the person who created Minecraft, Notch, before he created Minecraft, he was working on making this game. Right? So this game was created by two Swedish gentlemen, Rolf and Notch. And Notch was the guy who ended up creating Minecraft after this. So this game's been around longer than that. Do I have a speedrunner on that card? I do have a speedrunner on this card. And Jameson asks, Catspur's stuff, where are they? Catspur's stuff? Do you mean Catspur's deed? I'm not sure what you're asking. Yeah, and Sinsen said, but considerably slower progression. And at least 10 times the depth. Absolutely. Okay, so I would say that Minecraft... I'm just going to turn this music down just a little tad. So Minecraft, I would say, has very little progression in comparison to this game. Like, in the sense that your character in Minecraft doesn't grow much stronger compared to what it started with. In Minecraft, the only way to make your character better is through enchants and that sort of stuff, like in armor and gear. Whereas in this game, you have all the gear and enchants and all that stuff, and the depth of the gear and enchants is kind of absolutely insane. But in addition to that, your character has over 100 skills to work on. Each one starts at 1, and you can work it all the way up to 100. And the time it takes to get it to 100 is obscene. Like, just absolutely ridiculous. Getting a skill to 90, like this one here, might be... Depends on how optimized you get things, right? There's a certain level of optimization that you can do to make this skilling go faster. So if you optimize everything and make everything really perfect, it might take you, I want to say, maybe Sinsen will be better at answering this question, but I'm going to guess like 40 to 50 hours to get to 90. Could be way off on that number, but I don't know. Sinsen, what do you think? Let's say take a random skill like fine carpentry. How much time does it take to get to 90? Or maybe somebody else might be able to answer this question too. But it's like a certain good amount of effort and time investment. Yeah, and Casper, you're right. There's a lot of old Ultima Online players who found their home in Wurm because, you know, Ultima Online isn't the same as it used to be, and or maybe you've been playing Ultima Online for a long time. Maybe you're still playing Ultima Online. A lot of those people who find Wurm, they find a new home. That's too difficult to answer. There's so many ways to increase the rate at which you skill up. Player A won't gain as fast as player B. Yeah, true. I'm more thinking like ballpark figure, because yeah, you're right. Like, it could take thousands of hours if you do it one way, and it could take you hundreds of hours if you do it another way. And it might only take you tens of hours to do it another way, but there's definitely no way that you're going to get it under 10 hours, right? Right, since then? Anyway. Yeah. Did somebody try to use... Oh, the rewards. Oh, yeah. I'm so inept at those. Yeah. I can't figure out how to get the Casper reward to work. And I stopped using the cam rewards to... Oh, I use my scissors to butcher that. Oh well. I'll just bury all these. Hey Gaffer, what's going on? Yeah, maybe not the perfect run to 90. I'm like thinking ballpark if you just optimize things decently. And ballpark is what I'm looking for, not necessarily. Anyway, the point of the whole thing is more that it takes a good amount of effort and time to progress, and some people like that. Some people don't like that. And it all plays into whether or not Wurm is the right kind of game for you. Imping your staff for today's rift on Exodus. Nice. Yeah, I should have imped my staff in preparation for this trip. I wouldn't have been doing the imping because my weaponsmithing is terrible. Might download it and play it every now and then. Totally. Yeah, give it a shot. Just, know that it's a hard game to get into. There's a steep learning curve. Again, this is something that some people like and some people don't. And just know that if you have any questions there is a channel called CA Help, and you can ask your questions there. And there's some people in there who would be willing to answer your questions. So yeah, feel free to ask there. And welcome to Wurm. Totally welcome to Wurm. Yeah. 2 rifts yesterday, 1 today, 1 tomorrow. Holy. Must be nice living on the old servers. You prefer a challenge, so it's good. Okay, good. Yeah, totally. The other thing to know is that there's an in-game Wikipedia, Wurmpedia. It's right here under the tools. And the Wurmpedia is a player curated, just like a wiki for Wurm, and you can search stuff up. There's also, let me if I can recommend to you. Hold on. I can recommend to you. Oh, it's right here. Your first days in Wurm. Okay, so try the game out, see what it's like, and if you're interested, then you can go to this document. And it has a whole bunch of, I want to say maybe it's like a guide to important things that you should be noticing about the game. And yeah, totally recommend this, because it was made by somebody who was very knowledgeable, because they had spent a lot of time in this CA Help channel helping people and curating the most commonly asked questions from new players. And so there's answers to all sorts of things that you might want to know there. Yes, and you can read the Wurmpedia outside of the game. It's on a browser. You just type in Wurmpedia. The in-game version is a new addition to the game, and there's a couple quirks with it that I would like. For example, notice how when I open it up again, it goes back to the main page, where I kind of wish it stayed on the previous page that I was on, just because I might not want it open this whole time. I might want to close it. Whereas if you have it in a separate, a separate window. So 40 to 50 hours sounds about right for the perfect run, assuming sweet spot imping. Okay, so maybe it's longer for like a regular run for people who aren't completely super optimizing. And Katz suggests many of us here in chat have been playing this game for years and years, which is a testament to how great this MMO is. I've been playing for 8 years, Griff even longer, and many others in chat probably even longer than that. Totally. It is a long time, which goes to show that there's something to this game. If you can play this game for 8 years and still, I'm even finding that I'm learning new things about this game still. Right? It's not fully clear to me, everything about this game, and I ask all the time questions. And no matter how much I learn about the game, oh, that donkey sound, boy. No matter how much I learn about this game, it's like, yeah. And after these 15 years or so, somebody might have gotten to 100 in, 2 skills? Yeah, maybe. There are some people who are, kind of going overboard on the 100 skills, I have to say, but for the most part, most people don't ever get to see a 100 skill. Boy, the crying. They honestly made donkeys sound like they're crying. You always saw getting 100 as a fool's errand, but I got over 95 and everything else. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe 3. I know if you look at Oblivion Reaver, I think he just got... Let me just see here. Where's the shield skills? He just got 100. He has it in medium metal shields, small wooden shields, medium wooden shields, large wooden shields, and small metal shields. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in those 5, he got 100. And I don't think those are his only 100s. Honestly, I feel like, as I said, there are people who go a little bit overboard in those 100s chasing. But everybody plays the game differently than the next person. Yeah, 99.9 is about halfway. Not quite, but yeah. That's... Whoops, I think I might be using my shovel there. Okay. Now, one thing I started doing with my butchering... Oh, look at all the animals over here. I haven't even reached the hunting grounds. Okay, I need lamb's meat. That is definitely one thing that I need. Look at all the sheep over here. No, no, no. You come back here. You come back here. Yeah, good. Okay, there's the hide. I think I'm gonna only keep above 70 hide. For now. Okay, so I'm using a keybind. So I activate my butchering knife. I use a keybind to butcher. Then I'm activating my shovel, and then I'm using a keybind to bury, but not bury all. Okay, so just bury. And then this is what ends up happening. So I can quickly just tap those buttons. It'll butcher and bury and leave the contents in my inventory. It's very nice. So I got some meat there. Whoops. The problem with lamb's meat is that the lamb gives such little meat. Yes, typical. I did see that, and that's on the docket. That's on the topic of conversation I'm going to get to at some point. And Jingekko, what's going on? I did check my mail. Holy crow. I was super surprised. And I'm honestly, to give you like my honest, I felt guilty a little bit. Were you sure? Like that was very generous of you. I'm gonna have to share what happened. Come in a few days ago. I've been trying to send you messages, but you haven't been on. I'm gonna use it more than you will. All right. Well, that is very generous of you, and thank you so much. I definitely will put them to good use. Jingekko is such a sweetie pie. Kat says, "Yeah, totally. Thank you so much." Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's like very, very, very generous. I log in and I get a message, 19 items waiting for you in your mailbox. I'm like, what? 19 items. So I open it up and it's a ton of unique blood. 19 unique bloods. And it's just a variety and it's just all over the place. Some of them were like the valuable ones, like, you know, like really sought after blood. So I was it left me speechless. I was just really, so thank you so much for that. Very, very appreciated. Yeah. Sorry, I feel like I'm missing some stuff. I'm like looking up here. So Du Jensen. Wait, Du Jensen. That can't be right. You're saying you started in 2018? Is that right? No, Du Jensen, you've been playing for longer than that. Yeah. No, yeah. Griff, do you know why this lounge jazz is a perfect match for your stream? Or is it that the game itself attracts such a person? Oh no, is it such a... Yeah. Maybe. So, the generosity and helpfulness of Wurmians is what sets this game apart above the crowd. Yeah, and maybe it is, you're right. Or is it that this game itself attracts such a person? It is possible both of those things are true. I for sure the first thing is true. For some reason or another, it does feel like the community in Wurm is far less toxic, far more helpful, thoughtful people in this game than most every other game that there is. What is going on here? Yeah, it's probably both. Yeah. So why is it that this lounge jazz music is a perfect match for my stream? You think 2018 is right? Boy, it feels a lot longer than that for some reason. That I've seen your name in my stream. So typical, you said you tried in-game informs PMs to Elysiuma, but no responses. Okay, related to that Impelong. Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. Even time goes slower in Wurm, Creepy Finger Gun says. Yep. Well, there's sometimes it does. And sometimes you've just finished a play session that felt like a couple hours, and then you look at the clock and you're like, whoa, that was 7 hours. And, everybody has that kind of experience with some games, like the games that really, really grip you. And, like, you just get sunk in, and time just flies by. And this happens in this game all the time. And mind traps and stuff to grief new players. Right, unless you count ninja rituals in private unique slayings, yeah. Well, okay. I don't know if I'd put the private unique slayings into that category of people trying to grief others. That's not them trying to grief others. That's them trying to maximize their... Like, that's just them playing the game. Based on the way the game's designed. But the other things, yeah. Trapping, yeah. I'm not saying that Wurm is completely absent of those griefing kind of players or the toxic players. It's just that it seems like compared to other games, it's far less prominent. I'm gonna have to end up consolidating some of these things. So the lounge jazz is something I attach to premium, and in your case, Griff, since you optimize everything about the way you play, means your Wurm experience is the ultimate premium Wurm experience. Oh, thanks, cats. Yeah, it's I like the jazz music. I don't know what it is. I actually considered looking up some reggae or some, I think that might also be a nice fit. But for now, let's see where I am in my playlist here. Okay, so it went over to this one. Okay. I'm getting like a lot of the music's playing over and over again, like we're getting the same kind of songs. I'm gonna try to curate it more, and so that there's less repetition. But for now, I added 2 new ones to the list, 2 new hour-long things to the list, so maybe we'll get some difference. But there's some of these songs I like get in my head, and they like... Oh, I'm burying. Okay, here we go. You entered through the portal to Wurm on day of the Wurm, week 4. Okay, that's 1,259 days ago. Let's calculate that. I should just leave the calculator open. 12,059. Divide that by 365. Yeah, that's like 3.5 years ago. So yeah, 2018 does sound right. Boy, it feels a lot longer than that. That I've known you, Du Jensen. Jazz compliments my character and persona for sure. Well, thanks. Jazz complimented by premium donkey sounds. Honestly. We need Throwback Thursday stream with Griff where he dresses up in his teenage heavy metal garb and plays metal. One day Griff will show up and nonchalantly listen to rap through a stream and not say anything about it. It's not out of the question, for sure. Yeah, cats as well. Yeah, it's like it just feels like you've been just there the whole time, dude Jensen, cheering us on and hanging out with us. Oh, okay, so you played Worm Unlimited for some years before that. Okay, so maybe it's that. Okay, so maybe it's that you've been hanging out on our streams for longer than that because you were playing Worm Unlimited. Is that maybe why? Do we still need mats for the buildings? Probably we. Yeah, I think so. Like we're working on the mats, and but I think that the amount of mats is a little bit up there. That's required. Yes. You must be cruel. The sound of that donkey cracks me the hell up. Like to me, it's like it definitely feels bad. It's like and to the point where it makes me laugh. I agree that it does make me laugh, but not in a ha 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 kind of way, but more in a uncomfortable laugh kind of way. Right? Like, oh god, the donkey. You're literally laughing in tears. I know. And listen, it just keeps going at the end. It goes for like a good 6 or 7 seconds, where it's just crying. Gosh, that's why there's a Dark Cats and not a Dark Griff. Yeah, maybe. Imagine if the added donkeys a few years earlier, Brian doing the donkey noises. I mean, it's hard to know what. You know, like it's the sound is realistic, right? Like it sounds like a donkey's getting hit, and that it's suffering. I think the thing that is over the top about it is just the length of it. It just lasts so long. Oh, whoops. I want to move the meat here. Okay. All these mobs. This is just awesome. All these leather mobs. That's the important part. I need tons and tons of leather. I also need a bunch of meat too. Particular meat. So I'm looking for if I see any hens or roosters, I need fowl meat. And if I see any, what makes tough meat? I need tough meat. So like I know lava fiends make tough meat. Something else makes tough meat though. Too much laughing, that's right. Yeah, it's too realistic, too much, I know. With the sound down, it just sounds like a big chicken. Yeah. Talking about materials, there's 2 workers idling on Melody. Just dump some shards and say the word. Okay. If you need some shards, I can bring some over. Where are you again, Bunloose? Let's open the map this way. Where did you ending up? Was it somewhere up here again? I forget. You told me a while ago, but I forget. Why different kinds of meats? Oh yeah, so the worm fruit. Yeah, the worm coders. Yeah. The thing is that I want as much variety as I can in my food. Not as I can, but a lot of variety. So, you know, you're right. I could exclude tough meat and fowl meat. I mean, as it is, I'm already excluding dragon meat and human meat because you can't get those things. The 80s can go into here. It does. Yeah, it doesn't offer anything more. It's just if I want, it's that I want a variety, right? Like, Like, for example, it wouldn't work if all I had was horse meat, right? Like if I only had horse meat and that was the only meat I had, and then the only vegetable I had was pumpkins, let's say I just have my food storage is pumpkins and horse meat and that's it. And then somebody said, can you make me a affinity food? Like, I couldn't, right? And then so you start increasing the variety of the things that you have. And it feels to me that the more variety you have, the more versatile you are in terms of how much stuff you can make. Or how much, not how much stuff you can make, but how much variety. I don't know. You're right. I totally agree that I don't need it. It's just I would like to have the variety. That's all. And hey, Mr. Ultimates, the sound of the donkey keeps me from killing it. I feel sorry for him. I know. I can imagine there's people out there who are not willing to kill the donkey because of the sound it makes. I definitely get a negative sensation when I kill a donkey. Just not strong enough that I won't do it. Because it has leather that I want. Okay, so I-9, cove right over the fjord, which now is, so I-9. So I'm actually approaching you. So I just crossed the new bridge that we have over here. So you're somewhere up here. Somewhere on the west coast of this? 9, yeah. Yeah. So somewhere along the coast, on the water there? You on the water? Like, I'll put an annotation. You tell me if, do I need to move it up, down, left, or right? Okay, you tell me if I'm in a ballpark area and if I need to move that. Okay, so let's see here. Oh god, the cam shake they added in the combat update. Whenever you get hit, you didn't turn that off yet? No, actually, I actually like the camera shake. And I know that might sound weird. But I do actually like the camera shake. I don't like the head bob. The head bob is a little bit much, but the camera shake, I like it as an indicator. It to me, it's not that intrusive, and it's a good indicator that I got hit. For me, so I don't. And Willow, I missed your comment there. I've always referred to the donkeys as being Shakespearean actors over dramatic actors taking ages to die. That is so true. Yeah, that's hilarious. I do apologize if I keep feeling like I'm missing comments because there's just a lot of them. You could not bring yourself to consume human meat even in a game. I mean, what about troll meat? The humanoid kind of meat. Is that okay? Okay, and I'm gonna see Bunlos if... Yeah, almost there. It's in the cove. It's all the way in. Oh, so like up here? In the top? Like in that cove up here. So I'll move it here and remove this one. So somewhere there. Maybe I'll come visit. But aside from that, I seek as much variety as I can get in a game life. You never know, Griff. It might be intentional so that vets don't go around killing mounts. Meant for newbies. I almost feel like, though, it's the newbies that... Or like, you know, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I feel like I don't mind. Even though the negative sound, I don't mind because I know that it's going to give me leather and it's beneficial for me and it's just a sound. So I'm still going around killing all the donkeys. So you also like the shake cats, like, but you turn the head bob off? Yeah, I'm the same way. The head bob, like, just it's too long of a... Like if you go forage and you're just like bobbing up and down, it's like, whoa, this is too much. But the shake is like an instant sort of like quick thing. I almost barely notice it, but it's noticeable enough that I know I got hit. I can tell instantly without having to look anywhere else. Glancing moves were doing that tink sound and the shakes. You do not get hit. You miss getting hit, but it still bumps your camera. As I said, like I barely notice it. I notice it enough that I can see that I got hit, but it's like it registers on more of a subconscious level that it's happening, which is in my mind helpful to me. Where am I in these? Okay, so I'm just gonna go down the hill there. Did I miss any? Oh, there's some more sheep over here. And then, oh no, they're not sheep, they're donkeys. That's okay. New situation is donkey plague spawn. I know. What is going on? Donkey spawns overboard is just easier if noobs were nerfed on speed or abilities to ride faster on even on well-trained horses. Yeah. Yeah, we were sailing on stream not too long ago, and we were close to the server border, somewhere down here. Or was it over here? I can't remember. One of these places. And we just passed through a humongous herd of donkeys. There must have been 40 donkeys just in the water right here. Ooh, 5 copper coins. Nice. Yeah, and for those people who are interested in looking to make some coin, I find that hunting is actually a pretty good coin making. Whoops. Did I forget to butcher that, or did I butcher it with the wrong... Oh no, I see. It just went into these ones. That's what happened. Okay, so 70 hide. Good. And meat, which I need to close this one now. I think I'll move this up like this so I can see more. Oh, and a spider. I need that spider. I'm going to take the spider first. What I want the spider for is hearts. I need lots of hearts. Right? Wondering how much I'm going to regret not taking more storage. Because we haven't even gone that far or been doing this for very long. I think I'm somewhere in this region over here, in this step. And the plan is to go all the way up to here, and run around in this area. We'll stop and check out Bunloose's area, and then up here, and then come all the way around here, down into this, and then we're going to cross the bridge, come back home this way. We'll do the big circuit so we can see how the whole highway system is now functioning. Just at the moment, I'm getting caught up in this. Whoa, look, all these mobs up here I forgot about. Okay. There was a bison over here too. Nice. Got a heart. Some eyes. One thing I can also do is I can combine all the eyes and stuff to make more room when needed. What happened to the bison that oh, here he is. Haven't heard this song before. You can always cut a tree and make some more storage for bits. I probably wouldn't do that. I probably would just send myself some more storage. It would just need to be a few more backpacks or something like that. With a bunch more pottery bowls. I'm just going to quickly pray on Xander. That's what he's doing right now, is just making sure he gets his prey ticks in. So crate is greater than backpack, which is greater than bowl, is most efficient storage in a cart. So I don't know about efficiency. This is just what I had on hand. So, raft. This one... You know, I kind of feel like I was borrowing this raft from Indigo, and I completely forgot to return it. So, Indigo, if you're there, I have your raft. And unfortunately, I have a feeling some of the backpacks might have decayed or something. So I'll replace it. Next time I'm in the area, I'll pass you back some backpacks. Whoops, I forgot to pick it up. And a raft. I had borrowed it for harvesting some stuff, and then I forgot to return it before I left Cadence. In terms of efficiency for carrying stuff, one thing I make sure of is I always have empty backpacks, because there's some things that don't fit in pottery bowls, like the tails and the bladders, but they fit nicely into backpacks. What happened to the pottery bowls that were full? Oh, they're in this one. Whew. I'm not sure between pottery bowls and satchels. Satchels might be better in terms of being able to carry more volume. I just don't know. Pottery bowls are just something I already had, and I don't have a lot of satchels sitting there. And maybe I could spend some time making the satchels. So the way I have it set up is I have a raft, and in that raft I have a bunch of backpacks. And in a bunch of the backpacks I put 8 pottery bowls. If it was satchels, I think you can only fit 4 satchels. So there's a little bit less in terms of the number of items you can carry, but it might be that satchels hold more volume that make up for it. I don't know. I haven't thought of, can I make that even better? I just thought that's good enough. And so that's what I went with. Just gonna wait till I finish burying. It holds enough, I'd say. And if you needed more, you just put another, you can put another raft with more backpacks, with more pottery bowls. The crates, I'm only putting those there because I want to sort the hides by quality. And even as it is, I don't have a bin for 90. So I have a bin for 70 and 80. And then the 90s I'm just putting at the bottom of the raft. Down here. So use pottery bowls to differentiate quality while harvesting maple sap. Works well for that. Yep. Although for maple sap, I tend to use barrels only because pottery bowls only hold 9 kilograms of liquid. So if I'm going for maple sap, I'll just put 20 barrels or something like that, and I can use... You can still differentiate the quality that way. So try right now 4 satchels in a backpack, yeah. So 4 satchels in a backpack might not be as good as 8 pottery bowls, but pottery bowls have lower volume than satchels, so it doesn't fit everything. I've never tried tails into a satchel. Maybe tails fit into satchels, but they don't fit into pottery bowls. So as it is, I have to put the tails into an empty backpack. Same with the bladders. I think that bowl is done. Oh, I'm like out of stamina. Can I get stamina on that tile? It's cochineal. You know what? Unless the cochineal's high quality, I'm gonna not keep it. because it's going to take up space, and I'm not going to use it if it's too low quality. I have a ton of low quality cochineal as it is. I'm more in looking for higher. Tail does fit in satchel. Interesting. Right, so like maybe I could put some satchels in a backpack and then use that for the tails. If a satchel can fit 100 tails, then totally that would make things better. It's definitely bins inside of like containers inside of containers. Ooh, a champion. Yeah, containers inside of containers is the way to go to allow you to hold more. Let's take this champion. See how I do here. I'm probably going to get a little bit injured. But so far, so good. Yeah, I'm hitting it. No need to worry. Would rather use barrels, but my wagon moves so slowly, so I have to use horse for harvesting sap at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I totally feel that. Which is why I'm using hell horses. I feel that carts and wagons move slowly in all situations without hell horses, which is unfortunate. The balance there, I feel, needs to be worked on a little bit. Because it feels to me anyway, that like on this cart here, let's see, how fast can I go? I am going 37. And then to switch out to horses that are going, like, even in the best case scenario, I think horses with everything decked out might go 16 or 17. Yeah, it's about that. It's definitely less than half. And I'm not fully maxed out here. I mean, I have decent horseshoes, but they're all white. No rare shoes. They all have high casts. I don't think any of them are 90 quality, though. So, like, there's still room for improvement. Ooh, 70 quality cochineal. I'll keep that. And I'm feeling like I can go more than twice as fast with hell horses. Let's put this in the bags. Okay, let me catch up on what you guys are saying. Question for the veterans. Did they fix it so that you could count as a listener even though you are on a horse or cart? I have no idea. So you just noticed, Dezo, that you can use pet bowls made with a carving knife and log. It doesn't take any big bits, so it's not very useful for most items, but for small ones it works well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, the efficiency there. I had pottery bowls for something else. Like, I literally made 250 pottery bowls so that I can grind my beverage making before the update, like well before the update. So that was the most efficient way for doing beverage grinding at the time. And so I made a whole bunch of them, and now I have a whole bunch of pottery bowls that I don't know what to do with. And since they aren't that bad for this, yeah. I'm just using what I have, right? So Merry Nightmare, you were asking, is there something like the optimal hunting cart stores layout? Yeah. I mean, everybody has their own way of doing this. So it's up to... Yeah, it's up to you how you like to... So I'm doing this for a specific purpose. I want to hold a lot of little bits. All the animal bits. Oh, gosh. Optimal is definitely not... I'm far off from optimal for sure, but... Oh, that's a pheasant. Never mind. I thought that was a rooster. I missed... Oh my gosh, I missed so many comments. I'm so sorry. Headbug gives you motion sickness. Yeah. It doesn't give me motion sickness, but it does make me feel like it's going all wonky. You can't conjure shards, but I'll make the bricks. If you have a crate of sand, dirt, I'll make a bit of glue as well. I actually don't have on me. But I'm curious. Are you connected to the highway? Bun loose. And Dezo asks, are horses balanced to be equal? Absolutely and utterly not. Not balanced. So horses unfortunately got... okay. For hopping on them, hopping on the back of a horse and riding, horses are still up there in terms of desirable. So for speed horses, I've particularly saw somebody talking about a speed horse that has that rare trait, that rare speed trait, plus the other 4 traits. And in water, so when they're in water with a full set of gear, the horse was going 52 or 53 or something like that. In water. Okay. Without water, it was going 49. So, yeah. Horses can go fast with that new speed trait. Now, if you get a hell horse that has that rare speed trait and 4 speeds, and maybe also the rare trait that makes it not aggressive, I have a feeling you will go so fast. Like, it's probably 10 kilometers faster. Hell horses go about 10 kilometers faster than horses, so I feel like there's something there. That'll be the quintessential riding horse, I think, is the hell horse with all 5 speed traits, including that. Well, I guess the water trait is optional. So if it had the 3 regular speed traits plus the rare one plus the rare trait that makes it not attack you, boy, that horse will be valuable. Okay, so I do apologize if I missed some text or some chat, but I'm going to go back down to the bottom to see if I can catch up with what's going on here. Not sure what you're saying, Dezo. 70 quality, no nerfed. Quality below having some slowdown based on quality. That still makes you need some imps and maintenance. Trolls you fight do bash your cart or wagon. That's true. 90 quality and higher is unrealistic goal, and return as speed is just not there at all. Oh, in terms of like imping your cart. Yeah, I think imping your cart is like, you're right, like up to a certain point it makes sense to do that, but you're right, at some point it's no longer, the return on investment isn't there. For sermons, I forgot to say what I was asking about typical me. I mean, for sermons, like I understand the question in terms of the sermons. It used to be, it seemed that when you were on a cart, you didn't count as a listener, so everybody had to get off carts. I don't know if they fixed that though. Or if they changed it, or... Your 4 draft mules with 90 quality shoes and all 100 WA on large cart 23. That's it? On a wagon. This is on a... Wait. Is it two draft mules on a cart going 23 or 4 draft mules on a wagon going 23? You will count as a listener while riding a horse, but not in a cart. Okay, so Du Jensen knows. I'm pan filling, so it's all good on my end. Thanks to coffee, I got hot food cooking from 0 to 80 in 9 4x unven rounds. Nice. That's crazy. And Zerkitten, that's about the same as I get. It's decent, but I'm quite envious about those speeds that I see on Griff now. I know your D is not connected, but I got a highway very close, so I did consider it if this is a preferred way to deliver stuff. I need to make maybe 10 cat's eyes and a waystone. Okay. At the moment, I just feel like I'm in a position where I won't be able to get the materials to you. I could do it later, totally. Like if we can wait a little bit. The thing is that if you were connected, I could just use Xander to send it. That's the only thing that I was thinking. as a way to quickly, if that's what you're, but it could wait. I'm totally not needing it to be now. And I know waystones aren't the easiest thing to just come by as a new player. So Hellies can't be cared for though, so it'll have also the immortal trait. Oh, okay. True. However, there is that ruin that you can make to reduce the age of the... Yeah, to reduce the age of the animal. So you can keep it immortal. You will have to just do stuff to do it. No, I haven't got to the Infalong talk. I've been just trying to catch up with chat. We've just been talking about horses and drafting and traits and all this topic. Oh, there's a deed up here. Or is it a deed or is it a... Let's see. It is a deed. Crescendo. Crescendo. Boy, I've never been over to this area, actually. Where am I exactly? I am still in... I haven't stopped hunting in this little step over here. And it's actually perfect because it's... I know the other one has a lot of crocs and scorpions and spiders, which I actually need the spiders. But the crocs, even though they give leather, they take a lot longer to kill. And scorpions don't give me the things I need. So I'm actually kind of happy I found this spot because I'm getting a lot of meat. Lamb meat is something I'm interested in getting. There's lots of leather and there's tons of bits. Tons of animal bits here. Oh boy. Donkey. I don't know why this hide is here. I don't need this hide. So if you tame a hell horse, you can care for it. Oh, Mantas, that's pro tip right there. Interesting. So you can tame it and then care for it. And hell horses actually are... Oh wait, are hell horses high taming skill required? I think they're like 70 taming skill. Oh, this donkey. Those donkey sounds. So yeah, that's interesting. You'll eventually do it with 50, okay. You can also do it with a ruin, or if you are able to cast a spell. Will that work? Like if I'm a faux priest and I charm it, or if I'm a mag priest and I dominate it, can I then care for it after that? Why didn't that fit? Oh, it's because I need to close this and close this. There we go. It's easier at 70 or more. Charm faux priest. Yeah. Well, you can't. I just need to get into taming. Yeah, I know. Taming is one of those things. Okay, so I have a feeling I'm encroaching on some deeds here where I'll stop losing permission to kill stuff. I feel like I just made a big circle, didn't I? Or did I? Which way's north? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, so this way's north. Go mules. Yeah. I'm interested in mules. I kind of think that mules would be a good alternative to hell horses. I still feel I'll lose like 10 kilometers per hour with mules, which is a big amount, right? Like if this cart goes 37 and mules go 27, let's say. If I want to get places, I definitely use hell horses, but maybe the mules would be good for like working around the deed or working in the close area where traveling time isn't as important. But I think that I guess I feel like my sense is that there is something to be looked at in terms of balance there with the speed of things, particularly the drafting, like pulling carts and wagons. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's up to the devs to look at it and decide whether or not things are feeling right there, It just feels like there's a really wide spread between the low, the medium, and the high. You know, there's like a really wide spread in terms of the speeds that you can go. And it doesn't seem like a smooth transition between them, right? Because like a new player can come in and they can grab a couple wild hell horses off the step and boom, they're above medium now. And then they might think, well, why would I ever go back to, let's say, breeding horses? Because my hell horse cart with wild hell horses is going 27. And I'm not exaggerating about that. A wild hell horse, if I just grabbed hell horses off the step and put them onto a cart, it's like, maybe it's 25 or 27 or something. Yeah, the hell horses do have downsides. Definitely. But again, there is a little bit of balance there. I just question if the balance is the right balance. Because the downsides to hell horses are that they will attack you if you're off your cart. They'll attack you. And when they pass the age stage, so this one's aged here, so once it gets to the next stage, it will no longer be able to be hitched to the cart. But if I'm a breeder, let's say I breed and all I'm breeding for is myself, like I'm breeding just to refresh my horses. The aging process problem is not going to be a problem for me. I'll just make more hell horses. And the attacking problem isn't so much of an issue because once you learn how to get them to stop attacking you, it's very quickly overcome. All I need to do is hop on my cart and disengage by clicking the cancel button, and then I'm back to good. So like the downside is like, in my eyes, very minimal. The upside is extremely good. So the give and take isn't balanced in my opinion, I think. Now there's two ways to go about fixing it, I think, in my eyes, and that would be, one is nerf hell horses a little bit more. And I know everybody's thinking, no, don't nerf hell horses. But that would be one option. I'm thinking purely from a dev perspective. Without any stake in the game, I could say that nerfing hell horses would solve the issue to some degree. Just gonna put the horns up here. Maybe the horns are taking up a lot of space. But the other option would be to look at improving the other animals a little bit so that the advantage of hell horses isn't so pronounced. Yeah. Because it's not a horse. Wonder if you could put a horseshoes on a mule. I think so. You can put horseshoes on a mule. Wasn't the point to solve the issues? Sorry, what? I keep scrolling away. Where am I? I missed it. Ah! Okay, so Zerkidin, you were saying that's a cart, 2 4-draft horses, yeah, or mules. Okay, what did I miss? Wasn't the point of AH to solve issues, not create a situation with speed gaps? This is a hard question. I think that the issues that the AH update was supposed to solve, I think it did, to a degree, solve those issues. But I don't think it... I think the speed gaps were there before. I don't think the speed gap is an issue that got created. And I think it's just the AH update didn't solve the speed gap issue. It solved the other issues that it was intended to solve. Give speed to people with AH and taming skills. Interesting. That might be an interesting idea. Another downside, the process of catching wild ones is a pain in the butt, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, and yeah, for a new player, it can be scary to grab a hell horse off the step. But the way that I would suggest, and all it takes is for somebody to learn how to do it, right? And once you learn how to do it, it's not scary anymore. So what you do is you take your cart that you're driving. So you have to get to this point where you're already driving a cart, and you have horses or bison or mules or donkeys or whatever you're pulling your cart with, right? And you drive that out to the step, and when you find a random wild hell horse, you just swap out one of yours to the hell horse. That's the way to do it. And then I do agree, like there was a long period of time where I didn't get into hell horses for this reason. Maybe it was more like ignorance, like I didn't know what I would be getting into if I were to. Yeah, the breeding is a pain in the butt due to them attacking, so you often have to cancel, go farther away, and come back. Yeah, it's a little bit of a hassle. It's true. Do they eat up enchanted grass faster than horses? I haven't noticed that. But if they do, that might be another thing to consider. But let's see. Over here, in this pen, I haven't had to change I haven't had any packing happen yet on this. And I often have lots of hell horses in here. Now I have 4, and they're just sitting here. We'll see how, like, maybe these 4 that are sitting on this tile, they'll eat this tile. But, I'll let you know if I encounter that issue, but I haven't yet. Oh, only one of these is 70. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. Okay. Let me bring the horns up, because I think the horns are taking up a lot of the space. I'll put the horns in the backpack up here. Okay, there's a nice little abode here. Eshans. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, Bunloose, you're probably somewhere up here. Somewhere in that, if I keep going that way, probably hit your area there. You've lost so many enchanted tiles due to Hellies. Interesting. Huh. I wonder why mine aren't getting lost. Maybe it's just because there's only one, right? And you have lots of opportunity for them too. Is this still deeded here? Yeah. I'm on yet. Okay, where am I? I should probably go this way. Creepy finger guns, you haven't had that issue? Okay. Again, I feel like these are minor downsides. Like, yeah, minor downsides. Like, would I be willing to take those downsides? And I don't breed them, so I don't have the downsides of the breeding part. But the other downsides, am I willing to take those downsides for a 50% or maybe even a doubling speed? Doubling speed, let's say. Compared to, let's say, draft. Oh. Stu Jensen, you're here. And I'd say a resounding yes. It's not even a question. Double speed for a few small nuisances. I will take that any day. Now, if let's say they change it so that draft mules are going 30, 32, let's say 30 or something, and then hell horses are 5 kilometers faster, then I might be like, it'd be like closer. But right now it's like draft horses go 15 with full gear. Draft helis go 37. And the question is, am I willing to put up with their attacking me and, you know, having to maybe age ruin them or refresh them every so often? And here's the thing, cats. If you didn't insist at the beginning of the server, if you didn't insist like that you would do the breeding and that we would have I would do it. I've done it before on my old characters, and I would definitely skill up my AH, and I would only be having hell horses mostly. In fact, I almost feel like I don't need horses anymore. I don't need riding horses either. Right, so this is another balance issue that I sense, is that this cart goes faster than all my riding horses. So it sort of like, before it used to be like, if I wanted to go faster, I would just use a riding horse, not a cart. But now, if I want to go faster, the answer is to use a cart. Because I would go faster than my riding horse. Another issue you see is in bigger and more populated servers, you find a lot less wild hell horses, and you have to spend much longer time finding them. Spend 8 times. Yeah, that's true. Although I'd say the same is true for wild horses as well. Yeah, for sure, helis are worth it. I'm not debating that, Griff. I'm just trying to point out bad sides of helis when you were claiming that there's an imbalance in speeds. Yes, helis are immensely faster, but there are downsides to deal with. Yeah. Did I see the fetus comment? I missed it. Hold on. So the reason it shows faster for me is because I breed them. The heli fetus counts. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. So like when the mother's pregnant, they eat more. And you're saying like a pregnant hell horse eats way more than a pregnant horse. Okay, that is probably true. And that's probably why you're running into this issue. I see. Right. Yeah. Yep. And I've also heard the argument like from people who would say like the immersion is breaking for hell horses. Like it just doesn't feel like hell horses should be able to do what they do, and so they'll prefer pulling with mules and horses. And I understand that part as well. Immersion is something that's important. So if every time you look at your cart and you're like laughing hysterically, like it seems so ridiculous, then I can see that. For wild horses, you just can't find anywhere. Exactly. So yeah. And Makra, you're saying, is it possible to hitch helis to a cart without taming skill? I don't want to kill them. Yes, it is true. It is possible. A brand new free-to-play player can lead a hell horse and hitch it to a cart. Yep. And you do it just the same as you would with any other animal. Even though they're aggressive, you can still walk up to and lead it. And in fact, it won't attack you right away. It'll be a little bit of time before it attacks you. Or if it does attack you, all you need to do is disengage, embark on a cart, and then come off the cart, and it'll reset its aggro. Yeah, but once it's hitched to the cart and you're riding the cart, they don't attack you anymore. Yeah, once it's hitched to a cart. Yeah. So it makes them, ooh, a pig. A pig. I need a pig. I need lots of pig meat. Yeah, and that's what makes them so good in my eyes, is that you can ride on a cart with them and they won't ever attack you. Gotta move down to the next, and the bladder needs to go up here, and I need to close all these. All right. Boy, I was not anticipating this many of these kinds of animals here. This looks like it was a deed at one point. This might be a good spot for archaeology. Griff, another downside. Going into a crowded area with a heli cart, watch out. Yeah, that is definitely something that I am... That, honestly, of all the downsides, that's the one that I would say is the worst. It's the hardest to deal with. Okay, so like of all the downsides, the one downside that actually is impeding on things is the fact that if you bring this to a populated area, you have to be very cognizant of where you leave it. And even no matter where you leave it, even if you leave it where somewhere you think, oh, it won't cause a problem, if somebody not knowing comes by and just parks their character next to your cart and goes AFK for a second, they could very well come back to find themselves dead due to your Hellhorse cart. And I find that to be the thing that causes me a lot of anxiety. I don't want to be the one who is causing somebody else. Yeah. No, they can't kill other hitched animals, no. No. In fact, I don't think they attack other animals at all. Oh, there is also one other thing, is that depending on how deeds are set, if they have a Spirit Templar, the Spirit Templar can kill your Hellhorse. But they couldn't kill hitched animal, like hitched. So wait, players can't kill hitched animals, correct? So nobody can come and kill my animal, but the animal will kill them. So they're in a sort of spot where they're going to die if they go AFK next to my Hellhorse cart. If they attack you, they kill you. Yeah, exactly. They'll never die. Exactly. Yeah. So that's an issue. And that's the one that I don't like a lot. So if I'm going to a place like an Impelong or something like that, and if I do bring my Hellhorses, which I probably wouldn't, but if I did, I would make sure that my Hellhorse cart is like so far away from any place where anybody would accidentally park like AFK. Not accidentally, but just AFK. I wouldn't leave it next to the building or anything like that. I'd park it, a good 50 tiles away or something like that to make sure nobody... And also if you're at like a rift or something, you definitely don't want to bring Hellhorses. Ooh, I need trolls. Trolls are the best. They drop teeth and glands, and I need both of those things. Yeah, teeth and glands. I should probably block that. Ooh, I didn't block it in time. Or if I did, it was a really big hit. And he's focusing up already. Okay, I better... Oh, those cedar. I think you're right by the deed now, Griff. Okay. Yeah. Let's try to head over here into this area. Okay, I need to focus up a little bit more because otherwise it's going to be Clink Fest for the next little while. Clink, clink. One more. There we go. Ooh, it hit him, but it barely took off any health. He's not blocking that way. I wonder why. Okay, let's talk about the Impelong now. Now is a good time. So there is an Impelong coming up on the Southern Freedom Isles. Let's go to the website. So this one is a yearly one that is being held by Draka. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Draka. The Lunalong 2021. This is on the Southern Freedom Isles, so northern players aren't going to have access to this. But this is the 4th annual Lunalong. And it's going to happen in 12 days from now, so very soon. No. Cart helis, hell horses don't attack other animals or other mobs at all. Okay, and Bunloose, I'll see if I can find it. I'm sure I can find it. So yeah, there's a bunch of information here, but I guess the important information is when. So 12 days from now. So this is going to happen starting December 10th, and it's going to the 20th. It's a yearly Impalong event. There's going to be events like games, prizes, lots of imping, so you can bring your tools and get them imp, or you can come and help out with the imping of other people's tools. Yeah, lots of stuff going on. And this is a veteran player who is what's it called? Very knowledgeable in how to run a Impalong. So no doubt everything will be nice and prepared. Okay, so that's happening on, I believe this is happening on Xanadu. Let's see. Oh yeah, right there, Xanadu. And it's at Q15. Let's take a peek on the map what area that is. Xanadu. Q15. So it looks like it's right near Lormir. Somewhere in here. So you probably can access it through this waterway here. And somewhere in there anyway. I've been to that deed once, I think, on one of I think it might have been the second Lunalong. But there was a long period of time around that era where I wasn't really playing the game. So you've seen rift mobs attacking and killing hitched non-tamed hell horses, even when the cart is parked away. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. So maybe it's that other mobs are willing to attack hell horses. I just haven't noticed any mobs doing that, like that aren't rift mobs, and I never bring the hell horses to a rift. So Bunloose, am I at your deed? I know that it's gonna be a new deed, right? Like it's gonna be like pretty, because you just planted it not too long ago and on a brand new character or a new-ish character. So I'm in the deed called Nexus. Am I close to where you are? It's just to the east. Okay, so this way. Nexus is your neighbor. Okay. So an Impalong is just like a fun event. It's to be social, to hang out with people. You can ask for people to cast on your stuff. It's a good way to get a nice life transfer cast if you haven't gotten one on your weapon. It's a great way to meet new people, and you know, a lot of Wurmians are really helpful. They really are willing to go out of their way to help others who are friendly and who are in the neighborhood, and so by meeting people who are willing to come to Impalongs and imp other people's stuff, you're meeting these nice community members who make good friends, who will help you out when you need it, and it's a good opportunity to make connections like this. Okay, one thing you hear a lot of people talking about all the time is how good the community, how friendly the community is in this game, and this is just like a prime example. Impalongs are a prime example of this. So I highly recommend to anybody who's never been to an Impalong to go check it out when it comes around. It is only on the Southern Freedom Isles, so that's one thing to consider. Now, as Typical was pointing out earlier, is that there was another Impalong scheduled right here for the Northern Freedom Isles. This one was called the Witch-along. However, this player said, due to some unforeseen issues that have cropped up, I will be deferring this Impalong indefinitely. I'm currently looking for someone or multiple people to take over handling the Impelong. My deed is fully open to whoever would like to come in and put some extra work into it to get it ready in time. I'll be honest, when I heard about this Impelong, I instantly thought that based on the information that was shared in that original post about the Northern Freedom Isles Impelong, was that there wasn't going to be enough time to prepare for it. So I wonder if it says it here. I would be putting in an Imper list here. If you would like to be added, just add your message, blah, blah, blah. Just put your name. We are in the early stages of building and production. Okay, so that was the thing that I read that thought, it made me think, okay, well, it's going to start on December 27th. This post is November 10th, and they mentioned they are in the early stages of building. And I thought to myself, unless they already have all the mats ready and they have the exact plan of the building and they have a team of players who are going to put in a lot of time between now and then, that they're not going to be ready. Okay, like the building is not the end of it, right? Once you finish building, you need to then make all the forges and get all the materials and get all the everything. Okay, and so when I saw that, I was like, good luck. I have a feeling that you might have needed a little bit more time to prepare. I think that's where we first met, Griff, when you came to my Impelong. That is absolutely true, when we first met. And that was in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. Because we began playing at the beginning of 2012, so we missed the previous year's Impelong. And so the December of 2012, Willow, you held your 4th annual Impelong. That was the one where all the Colossi got built. And yes, that was where we first met. Yeah, 2012, yeah. Okay, so typical, you asked about the building as soon as they posted it, and he said he was doing fine. Okay. Yeah. Like, I almost feel like it just may be that this person, I don't know this person, so I can't speak exactly for what. Oh, 100 quality pelt, nice. Can't speak to what their levels are or what their capabilities are or what their scope or their knowledge of the scope is, but I know that if personally let's say me and Brian, for example, got together and we're like, okay, let's do an Impelong, let's do it in 1 month and let's start building now. I know for a fact we would not be able to finish it. Like, for sure, we would never make it. They said they had it. Okay, you offered to help. Yeah. Willow, you did find some old Impelong screenshots on Wayback Machine, actually. I need to show them to you. Yeah, I got to see some of those images. Okay. And your deed is not much there. A house or 2 beds and a house for storage and stuff. Yeah, totally. That's what I was expecting. Considering you're on a lower, like, you know, starting again on this tune, and then... Is this a deed? Yeah, Abaddon. And I am going east, right? Factional fight Impelong sounds super groovy. Boy. The amount of effort is monumental to put on Impelong. Ooh, this troll wants to come play. Okay, but I want to get off deed first. Can I go down here? Yeah. I can go down, but I can't come back up. Okay. Come here, troll. What? No, the Spirit Templar got the troll. Dang it. Okay, am I off deed? Yep. Okay. Yeah, you would love to include that first time in 15-year anniversary video. I just need a year. When the first Impelong was? You used to start preparing Christmas time impalongs starting in September. Yes. And you already had everything all built. You were just preparing like the materials and all the other things, right? Like most things were already built, right? So like in my mind, I was envisioning like a blank deed, and they're like, okay, we're gonna have an impalong here in 1 month. It's like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Yeah, when the very first impalong was. So Willow, do you remember when the very first impalong was? So my memory is that in 2012, that was the 4th year, like annual impalong. But I don't remember for sure. Like that's just, I was a noob at that time, so my knowledge of Wurm history was not very good. And it's iffy from before that. Oh, that's not a rooster, that's a pheasant. Here's a cow. So if by that, then like, if the 12th was the 4th, like 2012 was the 4th, then going backwards, then that would make 2009 the 1st. Yeah, and Bunloose, I think I might need some direction here. You sent me the wrong way. It's southwest from where you are now. Back to the highway and then west to the sea. You missed it by like 10 tiles when looking in the Nexus building. Okay. I missed it. That's okay. I found some animals to kill. And that troll is still... That troll's going to probably beat the Spirit Templar. Yeah, the Spirit Templar is almost dead. Wonder if I should stick around to pick up the... Okay, so back to the highway. I don't know where I am now. It's southwest from where I am. Oh, am I gonna get to the end of this flat and not be able to go down it? Okay. Let's see if I can go down here. Nope. Can I go down on the other side? Nope. Okay, I went the wrong way. We did some before the Great Wormageddon at Newtown on JK Home. Sadly, you don't remember the exact year. It was a lifetime ago. What is the Great Wormageddon? So I can only tell you secondhand. I had no idea exactly what it was like to be there during that time, but apparently all server data got deleted and lost by accident. So at some point, or at some point in the history, this was before 2006. So before the actual release of the game. Yeah, oh my god, that's crazy. You would cry. This was really early on in the development of the game, so it was considered like still in beta, you know. But a lot of people were playing and progressing and doing all their stuff. It was definitely a different time back then, though. You know, you got to remember, it's not the same as it was then. Whoops, wanted to do that. And yeah, server data got lost, and they had to restart everything from the beginning. Was that the troll I killed but forgot to butcher? I wonder. Probably. Okay, there, west. Okay, this way. Let's just wait for the butchering actions to finish. Sadly, you don't have the screenshots from the website hack or whatever it was. Yeah. Most of us did cry, yeah. Yeah. But did I live through the website Armageddon? Okay. I did not. I don't think so. I'm not sure what the website Armageddon was. Was that like was the forums like just info from the forums lost? I mean, I remember the forums got hacked and all that, but then they transferred all the data over to the new host, and I think all the previous posts were still there, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I see a mine here. Oh, there you are. Am I on deed? I'm in prayer. Okay, so is this it? Your neighbor Totoro. Yes, this must be you. Yeah, I was mostly recovered, but had a bad temporary website while they did it. Yeah. I don't need the shod club. So this new Impalong, when I read the post, I was almost in like I had thought it probably is. It's a long shot that it would actually happen. They did say that there's like real life issues that came up that prevented them from finishing it, and no doubt like that it was just because a real life issue comes up that takes away your time. Now you don't have the time needed to fix the whole place up, because it takes a monumental effort to get it ready. Let's just see here. Okay, this one can close. And this one, okay. So let's take a look. I'm only here just to see your deed. Okay, so it's down here. Ah, right on the water. You should have told me it was right on the water. Then I wouldn't have been searching in the Midland. Okay, cool. Oh, a chessboard here. And the start of a couple buildings. Yeah, keep in mind, everybody, that Bun Loose just started this. And this is on a lower end character, like just began. Okay, so this is a nice spot. You got a nice spot. It's right on the water. You have a pretty big coastline, a bunch of sand, and no doubt there's clay right over here somewhere. And it looks like you're getting all set up. So let's see, where's that highway of yours? Can I wonder if I can contribute by making a waystone. But I think the issue is I could make a waystone from home. Making a waystone from here. Okay, so yeah, this you got a really nice spot. I like how you're on this peninsula that juts out. Not really a peninsula, but it's like it juts out. This is a nice little area. And apparently a nice newbie hunting ground right next to you. Yeah, the spot is nice. You like it? Yeah. Of course it's on the water, since I thought sea was the best way to transfer stuff. It is the best way to transfer stuff. However, if I were to want to bring you a bunch of like stone shards, I would probably now do it using the highway on my wagon, because we're actually like about 10 minutes ride away from each other, or maybe even less. Whereas by boat, it's a little bit longer just because boats go slow. Let's see, what's the weather? It's a light breeze, yeah. We can count the tiles to the highway. Okay, so... And it's this way. Oh, it's not even that far. You're right here. Is this a highway? Oh, no. It's not. This is not connected to the highway, so... The highway is over here somewhere. So let's see. Okay, so now, oh, a champion. Oh no, it's not champion. It's a slow. That's why it makes it bigger. Boats have the cool factor though, yeah, and also you can transfer more, but I don't think we're gonna need more than 12 crates. The rodeo event in Harmony happened, and I guess it was just fine. They had fun events. Yeah, I wasn't able to go to that. But it did seem like people had fun at the rodeo event. But it didn't have an imp along to bring the people. I almost feel like events and prizes should be maybe are enough to bring people. Like, obviously imping is like an extra little thing, but I have a feeling I'll get stuck here. Oh no, I can go up this tile here. Highway's here. Okay, so it's not that far actually. The number of cat's eyes is not that much. Okay, so let's actually just see. How many tiles away are we from my deed? Whoops. I want to find route. Yeah, like 750 tiles. That is not far at all. Yeah, so I mean, just think here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Might have to go around this. 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. It's like 50 tiles, right? Something like 50. Cat's eyes plus a waystone is all you'll need. Okay. They kind of make highways. Okay. Yeah. Totally. It's 50 is not that much. Okay, so now that I know where you are and how to get to you, I can probably drop off some stone shards for you at some point. I think I will just bring the wagon. You know what? No. You know what? I don't want to. driving while alt tabbing is not necessarily the best. I'm going to continue my my hunt, but it's good to know that I know where you are now. I think that we are accurate on that little pip. Oh, I have a feeling I'm going to get stuck here. Oh, no. I should be able to get out of this. There we go. Those who made the highway around here is in the Alliance. Oh, okay. Okay. So, Uthgard Davies. Is that who you're referring to? And Misery. And, yes, is that his name? Yeah, Uthgard Davies is his character in the game. And Maimed? I don't know if Maimed was in the Alliance. I just know that Maimed came and helped with the highway. A pig! Okay, Maimed was the one who helped you a lot to get this spot. Maimed is in the Alliance. Okay, nice. Yeah, and Maimed lived up here somewhere-ish. I'm not sure exactly where, but somewhere up here. So far, 25 copper from this hunting trip. I'm curious to know how much I'm going to have at the end. We'll see. But I think the desert up here is where I'm trying to get to. So let's try to get back to the road. Just right here. It's a cute little path to the well. Speaking of which, whoops, I want to open this. Oh, it's already open. Oh no. What was I doing? Okay, water. And which bag was I in? This one was full, and this one, and this one. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. And the pottery bowl that I'm working on. There we go. Okay, so this is bringing me up up here. So the mountain that I'm seeing in front of me is this mountain right here, this ridge. So I'm going straight north through this foresty bit towards the mountain. And my prediction is it's going to turn right. Yep. So that it cuts across. And my hope is that it's bringing me right into the desert. No. No. Oh, that's so weird. What is the slope on that? 18 slope? Why did I get stuck on an 18 slope? That was weird. Alright, yeah, he sold you a cheap-ass boat, but helped you across to this place. Nice. Yeah. And in this mountain area, I'm wondering if there's like some good ore. I'm looking for copper, particularly. Copper and silver. So I need silver veins, or I suppose sandstone or gold might work. Silver for skilling up. Copper for imping my stills. I did find a copper vein really far away. And I got enough copper to start my imping process. It's just I'm worried that there's not enough. And I don't want to go all the way back. Boy, where am I exactly? So that mountain is in front of me. So, oh, I see. Like there's a bunch of forest leading up the mountain, which is probably what I'm doing right now. This forest here is probably the one that's in this hill. Okay, and I'm going to eventually hang right here. And I'm hoping I'm going to get led into this desert, which it feels like I am. So I'm already up here, it feels like, right? Like I'm already up, moving into the desert next to the mountain. All right, and we'll see how the hunting is over here. As long as somebody hasn't come recently and cleared out the desert, there should be a bunch of stuff. Okay, I must have taken a turn off the highway, which is okay. There was a silver vein at Mystery Lake. Oh, okay. That reminds me, also, Warpheus has a silver vein. Although I don't think there's much left in it. I'll have to go check it. Okay, and Mystery Lake I think is what's the word? Not on deed anymore. Okay, we finally made it to the hunting grounds. I'm curious to know how much my fight skill has gone up so far. I haven't been fighting big things. Just a couple big things, but it's gone up by 0.1 already. 0.13 almost. And we're now going to get into the heftier mobs. Up here, there should be some crocs. There should be some scorpions. Lava spiders, hell scorpiuses. I'm looking for a lot of lava spiders because I want to get a lot of hearts. Like a lot of hearts. Man, I need to get my weapon imped. That's definitely something I need to do soon. Let's bury. Yep. Okay. Okay, croc. Alright, now that we've gotten here, let's take a look at the hotfix that happened recently. Patch notes, rather. Oh. Okay, so on the last week's stream, we were talking about this problem of they changed it so that planters and other one tile per item one per tile items actually work to only have one per tile. Particularly planters were, I think, the issue, because it allowed people to place many planters on a single tile and then be able to farm lots and lots of stuff on that one tile. And so they fixed the bug that was preventing it from restricting it to one per tile. But this inadvertently caused problems for other things that people often used, like oil barrels. Tapestries were a big one. People liked decorating with lots of tapestries, and so they put lots of tapestries all over the place and realized that no longer can they do that. Or if they have a tapestry next to a bed, now the bed, because it's a bed, is also a one tile per item, one item per tile. Beds stopped working. You were no longer able to sleep in your bed. And so they went in and fixed it so that many of those items were no longer flagged as one per tile. What is imp? Imp means to improve. So whenever I say imp, well, actually I should just look at my tools. So like you see my saw is a 77.95 quality. Well, if you improve it, it goes up, right? You can get it to be higher quality. So currently my weapon is 66 quality, and I kind of like it a little bit higher than that, so I need to get it imped. Planters were abused. The rest didn't cause any problems. Yeah, like the level of abuse was that people could place 4 planters on one tile. Four planters per one tile. I mean, you could place more, but the problem is they overlap, so you can't actually access the ones that are overlapping. So, I mean, the abuse was, in my opinion, kind of minimal, in the sense that if somebody's going to make that many planters and put them on one on a tile, and then you fix the bug, all they're going to do is take the same number of planters and build the building taller, 4 times as tall, right? Like, or make another building. That's all that's going to happen. They're going to have the same number of planters. It's going to be used to the same level as it was before. The only difference is they got to spread their planters out a little bit more. Maybe they're going to have to build an underground mine that has a building below, and then make it so you just, as you're walking down, you come out down into the underground building down there. It's not going to stop people from using the same number of planters. It's just going to mean that they have to spread it out more. Even if a few people have 16-story buildings with 4 planters on each tile, who cares really? Yeah. I don't know. To be honest, I think it's not going to stop people from getting the same amount of stuff. That's all. Those people are going to get the same amount of stuff this way or that way, whether there's the bug or not. It's not going to curtail anything. All it's going to do is make those people say, well, now I'm going to have to make it bigger. And all the people who it didn't affect, they now can't put 2 beds next to each other. So that's what it did. It made it so that people can't put beds next to each other and sleep in them. Didn't change anything else. So that's that change. They also changed this one, which we talked about last week, so that because there was this issue where people were leading horses next to the server border, and if they accidentally crossed, then the horse would get stuck in limbo, and they would need a GM to get it out, or maybe it's lost forever. I don't even know. But they changed it so that you're going to stop leading the horse just before you cross the border. But when they made that change, I think the number of tiles was too large. And so just random people, as they were traveling, would inadvertently lose their horse because they got within that perimeter, like that distance from the edge. But they didn't mean to cross the border. They weren't going to cross the border, so they lost their horses. So they reduced that distance. So now it's only 3 tiles instead of, I think it was 6 or 10. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So like there was people who not only the people who raise their land so that it's close to the server border, there are places on some servers. I know for sure on Chaos. On Chaos, there is this spot right on the... Where is it? I want to say it's... I think it's right down here. Like, where to get through this area here, you have to be right next to the border. Like, the border is like within 5 tiles from the edge of the land or something like that. It's like really close. And so just coming around this peninsula, you could easily accidentally just lose your horse because you're... I even think the 3 tiles is a little bit cutting it close. I'll be honest. But, you know, there'll be some debate about that, I'm sure. Yeah, but never mind those people. Yeah, for all regular people who are regularly traveling, they're not going to encounter any problem whatsoever. And the people who live next to the server border, they'll just know how to. Delhi's map on the East Coast. I don't think Delhi's that bad. I lived on Delhi for quite a while. Whoops. On the East Coast, I know there is... So it actually doesn't show here because there's some man-made islands over here. Some serious raised land, yeah. You have to look at the updated maps on the map dumps. Let's see if we can pull those up. Deliverance. Community map. Yeah. Right. Are you kidding me? Somebody put their island right on the edge of the map? That feels like a waste, don't you think? Like, if you're going to use a Wand of the Seas, doesn't that feel like you just lost half of your island to the edge of the map? Well, I see why they're doing it, though. They want to be able to just walk across the server border. Yeah. So imagine this person keeps all their horses over here on the edge of the map. And if it was like 10 tiles, then anywhere over here they would lose their horse. They're super buggy and glitchy, yeah. I wouldn't even want to risk it. Why would you risk putting it on that edge? Like, putting it here would be just fine, don't you think? Like, you're far enough away from the... And you get the whole... And you got, like... Orange messages are constantly on those islands. Well... You can only blame yourself for putting your island so close to the edge of the map. I mean, if you're veteran enough to know what... Like, oh, don't go away. Come back. Ugh. Okay, I lost you. If you know enough to get a Wand of the Seas to do that, you should also know enough not to put it right next to the server border. It seems a little bit much. Okay, so lava spiders. There's not many lava spiders. I do see one, but I can't tell if it's a corpse or not there. That one also looks like a corpse, if I'm not mistaken, unless that's a pile of meat or something. That's bigger than a Wand of the Seas, so created... Yeah, but, I mean, well, they could have Wand of the Seas... Whoops. They could have Wand of the Seas followed by dropping a whole bunch of dirt around. Or they could have just dropped a whole bunch of dirt around. Man, if you have enough dirt, you can make whatever you want in this game. But man, that's a lot of dirt if you're just dropping dirt. I'm gonna just pray. You might be wondering why I have all these barrels here. I was casting some Circle of Cunning on some water yesterday, trying to beef up my tailoring tools. Because I was lucky on a cast. I had accidentally used up all my string. I had a 95 Circle of Cunning string, and I accidentally used it up, or combined it with something else accidentally in the wrong way. So I just casted some string and I got 104, and I was like, oh, that kind of goes along with my 202 scissors. And maybe I can get 100 on a water. So I just started, because water is like, you know, you just like fill up some barrels with water. And so I casted a whole bunch of, and I was keeping anything that was 80 or 90. So I got some 90s, I got some 80s. What's in this one? That one's an 80. That one's an 86. I should rename that to 86. But what I really want is something either in the high 90s or 100 or something like that. So I got this 96, and I was like, that's like close to high 90s. So maybe I can keep going. I don't know. And I don't know what I'm going to do with these barrels of water. Now, the reason why tailoring tools, obviously for cloth tailoring, but as well, you can use tailoring tools to increase your rope making skill by improving net traps or fish keep nets. You can also use your tailoring tools to improve your papyrus making by improving books. Okay, so it's quite versatile. And it's one of those skills where you can get Circle of Cunning on all your items, and, you know. So, yeah. I feel like it's worthwhile to try to beef that up. Circle of Cunning on water. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. Now, oh yeah, and pottery, right? Water, the Circle of Cunning on water is pottery. Yeah, I was mostly focusing on just the total set of tailoring tools. But yes, water also will help with pottery. But Bunlu says, yeah, you're right. You are right. You're thinking in the right way. Circle of Cunning on water does not work when you're tempering. Absolutely does not work when you're tempering. However, it does work on every other skill that uses water. Yeah. Which is so weird. Should work for making dough, but let's not. Actually, I am actually in the process of trying to get those skills up as well. Baking. Milling. I was working on my milling with some coffee yesterday and the day before. Let's see. My cooking skills. So my milling is now 26. I got a lucky 100 cast on a grindstone. And so I was just going away, working at milling, because I have a whole bunch of barley. Come over here. Let's go away from this crock so maybe I don't have to deal with both of you at the same time. I know, it's creation. And it's lower skill gain. Yeah, like I wouldn't use it to skill up on baking, let's say, because if you want to skill up on baking, the best way to do that is pan filling. Pan filling all the way. But you would need a setup for that. You would need a whole bunch of baking stones and that sort of stuff. But, you know, I'm going to be making bread for the pizza, for other things too. You chatted with somebody who has 30 or 50,000 dough from such a grind. Insane. That is kind of insane. I mean, here's the thing: is that if you're gonna do the baking grind, right, and you're gonna like just pan fill baking stones, you're gonna need the dough, right? So you're gonna need to make the dough anyway. The question is it worth it to spend the sleep bonus there? And I guess if you have the sleep bonus, like if you have an unlimited sleep bonus, then sure, get 100 Circle of Cunning water and just make the dough with sleep bonus on, and then pan fill with more sleep bonus on. 59,000. Yep. 50, but yeah. It's insane. Totally insane. It is insane, but there, you know, that's the nature of this game. There are people who take this game to the extreme limits. Right, so there is meat. There's a lot of meat on this, which means somebody's been through here recently. Although it looks like there's still some stuff to kill, so respawn is working. Oh, clink, clink. Let's do a cold clouds. He's blocking in the way I'm attacking, so... Oh, come on, I'm getting stuck here. Okay, there we go. Let's go down where the spiders are. Yeah, that spider looks dead. But I want more spiders. Crocs are not bad. They just take a little bit longer to kill, but they do give glands as well, and teeth, and leather, so that's pretty good. $79. I'll keep the 79. Right. Okay, let's see what else was in that update there. Whoops. Okay, so this is another fix for that. There was that update that allowed it when you're creating unfinished items. So there's an unfinished item here, and I'm adding items to it. You know, it used to work that when I finish the item, the finished item pops out in front of my character. So if I had turned myself around like this way and I'm working on an item that's behind me, then the item would get finished in a different spot than it was. So they decided that they wanted to go fix that. And so the fix literally makes it so that wherever the unfinished item was, that's where it will be when it's finished, no matter which way you're facing. This seemed to cause a whole bunch of problems, though. It created an extra bug where there would be a ghost item in your inventory. Some items, when it was in the mine, would get popped up to the surface. It just broke a whole bunch of stuff. And so it went through many iterations of bug fixes and hot fixes and bug patches and everything. And this is just the latest one. So that's why it's saying another fix where unfinished items were creating phantom items again. Okay, so that's Then I read this one and I got my hopes up. Caffeine is gonna get fixed. And so I read the rest of it. It said caffeine sips will no longer decrease the hold duration timer. Yeah, it seems like a small improvement for them to break so many things over. Yeah. It's far from fixed. Oh, goodness. Yeah. When they made the first round of hot fixes, in my mind I was just thinking, just revert the patch. Like, just revert it for now. Right? Like, if it's causing this many problems, revert it for now. It wasn't that big of a deal before. Spend some time on it, you know, like on test and that sort of thing. And then when it's ready, put it back in the game. Like it feels like it's just broke a whole bunch of stuff. People were having problems with these ghost items or losing items to the top of mountains. Yeah, it just felt like it was one of those situations where I think that a quick, like, just for now, revert it and then come back to it another time would have probably been the way to go. But it seems like they're committed to this one. They're gonna keep pushing it, and Dezo still says there's still problems with it. And why do I grind the creature bits? Natural substance grind? Yes, natural substance grind is it. It's also, so Xander's natural substances is 70. I did the grind up to 70, and I'm like, okay, let's get it to 80 now. I want to keep pushing the skill, but I ran out of bits. I used up all my glands and all my teeth and all my everything, and I started growing mushrooms, but I stopped because I got so mad at the farming of it. I might pick it up again, but I was thinking, like, why would I keep going when I still don't even have the bits? I have no bits, so even if I got mushrooms, I'd have nothing to do it with, so... You can drink once to fill up your thirst bar, then use an alt to force you to puke to drink more. It's a weird cat game of instead of eating, drinking, then puking, you just go drink more. Yeah, so... I kind of don't like this idea of like using an alt to cause you to puke so that you can drink more. It's not above me to do this, mind you. I mean, I do the wound freezing thing, and it's in the same kind of category in my mind. I just haven't gotten to that point where I want to, yeah, exactly, more cheesy antics, exactly. Like, honestly, what they should have done, I think, what would have probably made people feel better about all this is at the same time as putting in the fix that makes you have to take 0.2 gram sip or 0.2 kilogram sips, also making it so that you can still drink past the thirst. Like when your water bar is full, you can still drink caffeinated beverages. They should have just done that. Even if that was a temporary measure before they're reworking it right now, apparently. I think people would have felt better about that. I know it makes it a little bit easier, but the way it is now, the only people who are using it are people who are like really grinding hard, you know, like Currently it's unbalanced, some use it, others can't, yeah. Griff has the dark side after all. I mean, the dark side of using cheesy antics to... I'm not sure how dark that is, though. I think that's just more practical, right? Like... I'm gonna play the game how it allows me to play it. So, like, if the game allows me to do something, and it's not against the rules to do it, I count that as a game mechanic that is fully part of the game. And whether or not it immersion breaking or not, it's totally not above me to go and use my alt to make me puke. The only problem I have is that Xander's fight skill is so terrible that he doesn't have the option to use the special moves just yet. So I would have to log in Veyran, which I don't tend to do unless I really need it, and this is kind of borderline. I don't know if I really need it. Did I forget a corpse up here? No, doesn't look like it. But I might. I might do it. Yeah, you're just messing with me, yeah. I don't find anything wrong with doing these sorts of things. I just think it makes it so it's inaccessible to some people who don't have an alt, let's say, who has high enough fight skill. So there's that. So for a casual player who has their main character, they are now missing out on coffee. It's much, much more difficult to maintain your 100% coffee. Like just yesterday, I finally got, after an hour of imping and stuff, I finally drank enough to get my buff to 100 coffee. At that exact moment, I had to go for dinner. So I AFK'd for dinner, and by the time I got back, the buff was gone. And I was like, oh, I gotta start it. I didn't even get to use the 100 power. It definitely feels like... It feels bad right now for people who are in the casual playing mode. And then when you think about it, the whole purpose of the whole thing was to help the casual players. But the only people it's really helping are the people who are able to sit down at the computer for hours and play massive long grind sessions. That's the people it's helping. And also people who have alts, who have high fight skill, who are able to help with the puking process. So those are the people who are benefiting right now. Oh yeah, I did miss an alt, a corpse. It's right over there. But I see a spider, and I really want spiders. Ugh, and I didn't butcher both of those. Lost some mats there. That's okay. Fighting itself is irrelevant, really. Weapon skill is what matters. I tend to disagree with that. And also, it can be hammer instead of weapon. It's fine. You still get 10... Oh, I see what you're saying. In terms of getting the... In terms of getting the special move to cause puking. Yes. Weapon skill is what matters. You're right. I don't see how you're going to get weapon skill up without fight skill. You value my disagreement, yeah. So, okay, I agree to the extent that when it comes to just getting those special moves in order to cause your alt to puke, weapon skill is the only thing that matters there. But you need like 50 weapon skill, and the only way to get your weapon skill up is to swing at mobs, or some cheese way of doing it that I don't know of. But as far as I know, this is the best way to get your weapon skill up, is to actually go out and fight. Xander just hasn't done that enough. He needs to go out. Let's see what Xander's fight skill is. Did a little tiny bit. His fighting skill is 20. His staff skill, what's his staff skill? It's under pole arms, I think. Pole arms. Staff, gosh, is 20. So just, I think it needs to be 50 or 40 or something, right? I don't know. I have to work on it, is all I'm saying. So I don't have access to that right now. High quality weapon seems to help, but quality of the weapon does not seem to affect damage, and that's the derp logic. You fought a champ troll with 80 or 90 skill and 15 staff skill, didn't get hit badly at all. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I was trying to say was, in terms of like the effectiveness of a fighter, weapon skill doesn't matter. Fight skill is what matters. I mean, weapon skill helps you hit more often, but when it comes to draining your drink bar on an alt, then yes, it is weapon skill that matters, because that's what's going to give you the special moves in the first place. I think we just got confused there a little bit. It wasn't meant for casual players, but rather people who want to get in and out quick. So you could be a vet who get... when I say casual players, I don't mean non-vets. A vet could be a casual player. So what I mean by a casual player is somebody who wants to get in and out quick. Right? Like, I casually play Wurm for the past 15 years, let's say. Like that person. When they say casual, I mean they play for an hour and then they get off, and then they come in like next week and they play for another hour and get off. Now that player has the ability to skill up faster than they would have normally. So that's what I mean by casual player. Somebody who plays casually. Yeah, and I think Keenan also uses that same word to mean the same thing. Like, I understand, we're just talking about semantics here. But I think we're talking about the same people when we talk about who the caffeine was supposed to help. Those people who want to get the most out of their short play session that they get. And the people that the caffeine was supposed to not help are the ones who have all day to play every day, and they can play for hours at a time, and they're playing hardcore, and they're pushing their grinding skills. I think the intent was not to have caffeine benefit those players. And what I'm thinking is happening like there is a degree, because there are the really crazy hardcore grinders who will not use caffeine because it doesn't give them as much skill gain as not using caffeine. You can get twice as much skill without caffeine than with caffeine. Yes, cats, but I can't because I can't get the power of the... I can't... Okay, let's show you. I have some coffee here, okay? So let's suppose I'm like, okay, I hop on, I have like an hour to play, okay? Let's say. And I'm going to do this by getting my caffeine up to the highest power and then go and grind, okay? So this is what the process will look like. Well, let me finish killing this. Okay, and this is where the real problem lies. The real problem is if I have an hour to play and I want to get my caffeine up to 100 and then start grinding, because that's what's going to give me like the most bang for my buck or for my time. Okay, and then I go and drink my caffeine. Okay, I drink my caffeine. Oh, I'm still fighting this thing. Gosh. Come on, come on, clink. Die. Nope. Let's do a special move. Maybe this will... Missed. And now he's blocking. Okay, there we go. And I got another coin. 5 copper coin. Okay. So I'm ready now to do my grind. I have an hour of playtime and I go to drink. Okay, let's see what power I got. I got 20 power. Okay, I don't want 20. I want 100 power, so I go to try to drink again, and it says you are too bloated. I cannot drink anymore. And now I'm stuck. Now, in order to increase that power, I'm going to have to wait for my water bar to go down, which takes about 6 minutes. Drink again. That'll bring me to 30 power. And then I got to wait again for the water bar to go down. And this process will take me an hour. It'll take an hour to get my buff to where I want it to be before I start grinding. And then my play session's done. So in the end, I won't have gotten any benefit from this. Now, the next person over, what they're going to do is they're going to take their high-level fighter alts, right? Come over to me and like bash me over the head with a special move. This causes me to puke. The water bar goes down. I can then take another drink. Then I'm going to bash myself again. Water bar goes down. I get to drink again. And they're going to do this like until their par is up to 100. Okay, and that's how coffee works. The only way to make use of coffee is to have an alt come and bash you over the head with a special move. Yeah. And so that's what people are doing. That's how people are using coffee right now. Okay, so if you ask anybody who's able to use coffee, it's because they have an alt that's able to bash them over the head. And the people who don't have that, they don't really get to use the full benefit of coffee. So right now you just sip and wait, sip and wait, sip and wait. Or you just leave your character on AFK so that the water bar goes all the way down to the bottom. I think if you have 30, I have to test it again, but if your bar goes to 30 or so, you can then drink to fill your bar and it will go to 100. Okay, so that's the other option. You can wait till you're all the way down to 30 water. But then, you know how it is when your water's at 30. Like the time it takes for your stamina to regen, and you're sitting there like waiting for it to go down to 30. As I said, I think that if all they did was make it so I can continue to drink the coffee after my water bar is full, everything goes to the way it should be in terms of like how it was intended. What happens if you log your character off with low water the day before, just like leaving it stand there before you log off? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. But again, if we ask, how does the casual player experience this whole thing? Where a casual player is somebody who only logs in for an hour and then logs off. They won't have enough time to allow their water bar to go down. Right? You need to play yeah, exactly. You need to play the day before and like you have to go through these things, right? Like these things that aren't playing the game in order to make use of coffee is the feeling, I think. Like now I have to leave my character on just so that the water bar goes down, just so that the next day I can drink my coffee, right? It's not feeling right. A lot of people come into the stream and they tell me they're just not using coffee right now because they just don't feel like it's worth the trouble. And I just feel like it kind of is not working the way it is intended to in terms of like who it's benefiting. Because then I watch these other people and they're doing the whole coffee thing. These are the people whose skills are really high and they grind a lot and they're like, oh yes, like I can still grind as long as I bring my alto, crack myself in the head. Or I can do the thing where I just leave my character on all night so that when I wake up in the morning, my water bar will be empty. But then there's also that thing where you're not getting the sleep bonus from sleeping in the bed if you leave your character on all night. I don't know, like something's a little bit strange is all. And it's not functioning in it doesn't feel like a proper mechanic yet, like that's integrated into the gameplay. It feels like you have to do all this meta stuff in order to make it actually do something. Has coffee always worked like that? Well, coffee is brand new. Coffee got added into the game less than a month ago, and so when it first got added to the game, it didn't quite work this way. There was one extra thing that allowed you to, if I took this measuring jug and set it to 1 gram. Hey, Mr. Ultimates. Thank you so much for that sub. Thank you. Yeah, so before it allowed you to drink 1 gram of coffee and it would give you the 10 power. And so I would just drag, drink. And because you're drinking so little, it doesn't make your water bar go up. Like it makes it go up just a smidgen, right? And so you could take 10 sips and your water bar, like it was still annoying where if your water bar was fully full, it wouldn't allow you to drink, but you just needed to wait 6 minutes and then you could take 10 full sips at 1 gram each. And then you can get to 100. So it felt like you were able to get to 100 without having to go through any problems. Nice, look at all the spiders. I need spiders. Where did these guys all come from? I just got to the top of the hill and this is where they were, I guess. No, don't go over there. You stay right here. I'll get to you just in a second. Hold on. Oh, because there's a spider layer right here. That's why. So the donkey hide is 70, and meat, bits, tail, insect, meat, bits. Yeah. So also nutrition is at most about 3% skill gain, at most 5, but extremely hard to achieve and maintain. Yeah. What is it that you have to maintain to get that bonus from nutrition? Is it you need to maintain a full food bar, or is it a 90% food bar and high nutrition? I can't remember exactly what it is. So call it 3%. Do not bother to think about it. If coffee can double your sleep, I know exactly 3%. But 3% and then doubling it, that's 6%. Right? Every little bit helps when you're multiplying all the bonuses. And Wurm seems to like multiplying bonuses. I wonder if they ever considered, because maybe they should start considering this, to make bonuses additive instead of multiplicative. Yeah, because like, isn't it 1% skill gain for each 10% nutrition over 50? Right. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think I recall that as well. So maybe you're looking at 4, right? Unless you can get 100% nutrition, which you can get. Not terribly hard. then you get 5%. Does it matter the food bar? Like, can your food bar be empty, but you're at 100 nutrition? Let's say I refresh, right? So I refresh, I get 100% nutrition, but then I let my food bar go all the way down. But I'm still at 100 nutrition. Do I still get that little extra buff? There was another one that walked over here. Yeah. Another 2, apparently. There's a champion down there that looks dead. Hey, Gaffer. You will fast at 8%. Yeah. So you just kind of got to keep it up after that, or maybe sacrifice another rare at that point, or use a refresh. Whatever. If you want to maximize everything, I'm talking. That would fasting would bring the nutrition down. Agreed. It's a while though. If you do a refresh, the amount of time you have before you're going to fast is decent. That you can get a whole bunch of skilling in. And then if you have a whole bunch of rare mats, you can just sacrifice another one. Fat layers are gained for food bar over 70 or something like that. Okay. Right, fat layers. You'll miss out on 30 minutes sleep bonus overnight if you were online. Yeah, exactly. If you stayed online to drop thirst bar, yeah. We have no other way to lower and remove them besides starving or fasting. I know every little about nutrition. All I know is I use rare dirt to get to 99% nutrition. Yeah, I mean I know a little bit. Yeah, totally. Nutrition, I think, is overrated. Like I'm sitting at 94% nutrition, which means I am getting 4% skill gain bonus. And if I drop down into the 80s, I lose 1%, which is definitely not something to lose sleep over. Okay, hold on. I just want to get to the spiders that I saw over here. Hearts are where it's at. I think hearts and unicorn horns are the only items that have 5 potency that you can gather from the mobs. What happened? Oh, there he is. Like, I knew I saw a spider over here. But you could fight an alt and puke a few times for starvation. Repeat it until you remove all layers, and now you're a gym bear. Based on Wurm Unlimited codes, and just finding that it's good to have for fights. Just use alcohol to spice difficulty. Yeah, so doing that with alcohol is not going to affect the amount of skill gain per tick. What it will do is it might put you into the optimal range for difficulty to increase the amount of ticks that you get. So in this game, like, there's 2 things to keep track of when you're trying to skill up. Okay, so this might help all the newer players who aren't 100% sure on exactly the mechanism of skilling up and how to optimize for that. So the first thing to understand about this is that there are 2 things that you need to focus on. So let's separate those 2 things for a second. Okay. One of those things is how often you get a skill tick. Okay. Even if it's a tiny itty bitty skill tick. Okay. Obviously, if you increase how often you get those ticks, that will increase how much skill gain you get overall. Okay, and the way to increase how often you get the skill tick is you want to balance the difficulty of what you're doing with what your skill is. This is often really hard to determine, the preciseness of it. You almost have to play around with it and experiment. There's a few key guidelines, such as if your skill is high, you want to use low quality tools. Okay, because here, I'm going to bring up So I just typed in grinder Wurm into Google and I find this dreamsleeve.org website. Now this is a simulation of Wurm based on just like the number of actions you do. I don't believe the simulation is perfect in that what it will simulate isn't going to be precisely what you see when you actually play the game. But I think that the simulation is good for learning about how the system works. Okay, so I'm going to just pick a random one. The other thing is that the simulation isn't great because it doesn't have everything. And so you have to sort of like reason out some, some side things. But it gives you a good idea of how it works so you can make informed decisions when you're actually doing it in the game and you're seeing outcomes and you can make adjustments on the fly. So this is how it works. So I'm going to pick mining just for an example. And let's say my mining skill is, let's start with like a relatively regular mining skill. Let's say 40. If that's the case, my pickaxe skill might be just a little bit above that. And let's say my pickaxe quality, somebody gifted me a 90 quality pickaxe, let's say. I'm like, oh, sweet, 90 quality pickaxe. Thank you very much. Then I go over and I'm mining some rock. Like I go and just open a tunnel and I'm mining rock and I'm just making a tunnel through rock, okay? This is what's going to happen. Now, what the graph is showing is 50,000 actions and the resulting roll that happens when you do each of those actions. For every action you do, there's a hidden roll that happens in the back. That hidden roll is anywhere between -100 and +100. Based on the outcome of that roll, a whole bunch of stuff gets calculated, such as the quality of the rock, whether you succeed or not, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things that get calculated based on the initial roll. So there's an initial raw roll between -100 and 100. Okay. And let's say I rolled 100, because it looks like some of the times I'm going to roll 100. But if my mining skill is 40, then the rock shard's going to come out at 40, just because it won't come out higher than my skill, even though the roll was 100. Same with the tile vein. The vein has a quality to itself. So let's say the tile is only 80 quality, and I roll 100, it's going to come out at 80, even though I still rolled 100. Okay, so the roll, this is going to tell me what the roll is. You will only get a skill tick if the roll is between 0 and 40. You're only going to get a skill tick when the roll is between 0 and 40. Okay, 0 to 40. Okay, what this means is that if you're doing something that is too easy, like you're just like, this is amazing, I'm going fast, and all the things are coming out at really high quality, okay, what that means is that it's too easy for you to gain skill on that action. Which kind of makes sense, right? Because like you're doing something that's just too easy for you, you're not going to learn anything from that. Of course, if you're doing something that's way too hard, I fail over and over again. Okay, a fail is anywhere below 0. Okay, obviously that's too hard, you're not learning anything either. Okay, so the way the game's designed is that you're going to gain skill if the actions you're doing are like not too hard, but they're not too easy. That they're kind of in the middle. And in the middle is determined to be between 0 and 40. Okay? If the roll ends up between 0 and 40, you get a skill tick. Now this normal distribution, this spread, okay, that's just the way the game's programmed. Everything is like this. Some are wider, some are narrower, but there's a distribution of the outcome of that roll depending on the skill. For mining, it's a very wide distribution. Okay, and you'll notice this when you're mining. It's like, especially when you're at high skill and you're mining utmost vein, and you're like, why am I getting so many 70s? Why am I getting so many low quality? It's just because there's this wide spread. Okay. Now, in this situation, and the grinder tool will tell you the percentage of your actions that landed between 0 and 40. Right? The percentage of your actions that actually give you a skill tick. So if I'm at 40 skill and somebody gives me a 90 quality pickaxe and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome, just know that you're getting a very low percentage of skill ticks. Okay. What you might want to do instead is use a 20 quality pickaxe. Right? And now what you can see with a 20 quality pickaxe is that a lot more of the rolls, especially this peak, is inside the range that I'm getting skill. Okay, oh, it changed to marble. Yeah. So marble's over here. Let's go back to 90. Okay, marble looks really nice with a 90 quality pickaxe. It's right there. So the frequency of your skill ticks is going to be about 50%. Now, from my experience, as long as this number is above 50%, you're in a good spot. You're not going to get much more just because the tails are so wide. You're not going to capture more than 50% in this narrow range. As long as the hump is somewhere in the middle of this range, you're in a good spot. Okay. But of course, you need a 90 quality pickaxe. So this brings me to the second thing. The second thing that if you want to optimize skill gain, you got to do two things. You got to first get into the optimal range so that you're getting the most frequent amount of skill ticks. Okay. Then the second thing you want to do is make each skill tick as big as it possibly can be. Right? That's like a separate thing. And you do that in a different way. Okay, so this is just balancing quality with your skill versus the action, the thing that you're working on. Okay. You can see it right there. It's just, and you just go to Google and you type in grinder, Wurm. Grinder, Wurm. And it's the second, it's this one right here. Dreamsleeve.org. Thank you very much. Okay, so are there any questions? This is what I do with my students. Are there any questions about increasing the frequency of the ticks? Because then I'll go on to how to increase the size of each tick. Now, again, as I said at the beginning, this I only use as a guide. I've found that the actual code in the actual game is not quite exactly the same. And so what I might do is when I'm mining, okay, so I'm mining. What I do is I'll like collect the pile of rock shards or whatever on the ground until it's like full, like 100 rock shards. Then I'll sort them by quality. Okay. Now, as long as my skill and the tile I'm mining on is above 40, okay, as long as it's above 40, okay, then with mining, the quality of the ore is whatever the roll was. As long as I don't have the harvesting ruin, or as long as I'm not increasing the quality in other ways, whatever I rolled, like if I roll a 20, then the quality will be 20. Okay, and as long as my skill is above 40 and the vein is above 40, I can see how many would end up above 40, how many ended up at 1 quality. So like if you fail on a rock shard, you get a 1.00. Okay, so I can see how many were 1.00, I can see how many were above 40, and I can also see how many were in between, and I can look at the percentage of those that gave me a tick that way. And then if I'm finding that, well, there was way more above 40, if there's way more above 40, then I need to lower my pickaxe quality. Or if there was way more 1 qualities, then I need to increase my pickaxe. So I'll use this sort of information along the way as I'm mining to sort of make adjustments to things. Okay, so Dreamt, you have a question? Dreamt, you're just like my students. I have a student who will go, like he's like so, like he needs to, like his hand is waving, he's like breathing hard, he's like doing this thing. And then I go, yeah, well, I forgot what I was going to ask. And it's like a regular, it's a regular occurrence. It's kind of funny. I really try hard not to laugh. It's just one of those. things where I might smile and purse my lips, and I'm like holding my gut because I don't want to make that student feel. Because if I start laughing, the rest of the class is going to start laughing, and it's like, but man, is it hard. Really, it's like Wurm University. Hey Josh, how's it going? But it's clear you love to learn, which is nearly a prerequisite for being a said teacher. Absolutely, I do love to learn. Is that corpse that I left over there? I'm just gonna go see, because I think I left that corpse over there. And then I saw it, and I was like, I better go back and get that corpse. And I never did. And Mr. Ultimates, I am a teacher. I teach math and physics. No, I think it's that there isn't that many teachers around like that. I don't think. At least as a student, I didn't have that experience of having too many considerate teachers. There are some, right? I have experienced really good teachers, and I think what makes a really good teacher is less about what they know and more about how well they can connect with you. Right? It's how well they can connect with you. Like there's this thing where you look in each other's eyes and you know what the other person's thinking, That's, in my opinion, that's the number one thing that I try to do. Like I'm pretty knowledgeable. Like I would say that I have pretty good knowledge about math, and definitely not the highest level I could be. I could definitely do better at learning more about math, but I'm pretty decent. But I think it's where I spend my effort, my focus, my attention, all my energy. And it's like a philosophy. It's like all my energy is going to try to make a solid connection with each student so that we're on the same wavelength when the lesson's happening. And I think that that's a thing that most teachers, they might say that they try to do that, but like they don't put all their energy into it. Whereas I feel like I put a lot of my energy there. You absolutely did not have any of those. Our government disagrees strongly. Oh. What grades do I teach? It's high school. I teach high school. So right now I'm teaching grade 9 students. They're, and then I also am teaching grade 11 students. I'm teaching the 11's physics, and I'm teaching the 9's math. And we just got a new curriculum. I just raised the skill to 100 teaching. Yeah, and we'll get back to the skill gaining thing in a second, but yeah, the 9's just got a new curriculum, and so I have to learn a whole bunch of new stuff, including coding. So I decided early on, I'm gonna learn coding, and then I'm gonna teach it to my students, and I'm gonna do it. You should have seen what our board was like. Maybe you can teach them coding through a spreadsheet, or maybe you can do Scratch block coding. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's kind of coding and such, but like, man, I want to learn coding. And if I want to learn coding, I'm not going to learn it in Scratch. I'm going to learn it in a language that will help me if I want to move forward. And so I decided to go with Python. And so I started learning Python over the summer, enough to teach it at a level that is grade 9 level, like these are like the very intro of the very intros, like how do I make a variable sort of, and what is a variable, that type of question. So all of that stuff, I learned all that stuff in school before. Where's this alligator that I'm targeting? Or is it, I just targeted that one, that's what happened, okay. And what's so funny is that there's a couple other teachers that I'm teaching with who I got really hyped up about learning to code. And so we are challenging each other to learn how to code. One of the teachers is a data management sort of statistics guy, and he's always been interested in the difference between true random numbers and pseudo random numbers. And so he took this opportunity to say, well, okay, I'd like to run an experiment, a simulation, create a simulation in Python that we generate a whole whack of true random numbers and we generate a whole whack of pseudo-random numbers, and we're going to do some experiments on them to see how well they both compare to theory. And so we're programming away, we're like trying to figure it out. It's like, it's so awesome, like trying to, you know, trying to create these programs that run simulations on lists of millions and millions of numbers. And it's like, and he's like, well, I did it for 1 million numbers. I wonder what it would look like if it was 1 billion numbers. It's like, what's pseudo-random? So pseudo-random are numbers that are generated by an algorithm. So it's like an equation or an algorithm that pops out a random number. But the problem with this is that it's not, because there was an algorithm, you can look back at how it caused that number, and then you could predict what the next number is going to be based on the algorithm. And then you ask, like, well, is that even random? Like, if you could predict what the next one is, how is that possibly random? Yeah, no, this is totally like a question, yeah. Right? But a lot of simulations use these types of random numbers because they're easy to produce. You can just create an algorithm that will produce a random number and then use that to like say, well, that's like the same as if it was really random. But there's like the question, like, is it really the same as using a real random number? Like, is there a difference between a pseudo random number and a real random number? And then it leads you to the question, well, what is a real random number then? And this is where things get a little bit dicey. Like a really dicey, actually, because a real random number is a number that's generated by a phenomenon that we wouldn't be able to predict what the next number would be. Okay, so now here's an example of a phenomenon that might fall under this category. Radioactive decay. So if you have a radioactive substance that decays radioactively, they do so in what seems to be a random way, in that if you have just one atom that's going to radioactively decay at some point, it is impossible to look at that atom and tell or predict precisely when it's going to decay. Like, there's no way, based on our understanding of the way that it all works. It seems to us to be random when it's going to decay. And so we would call that situation true random, simply because we don't have the knowledge enough to make the prediction. It also seems like the distribution of times seems to be evenly distributed. So it could decay right now, or it could decay later, and it's evenly distributed on a normal distribution. Okay, so it has to sort of meet these criteria in order to be considered pseudo-random. The problem that some people have with this is like, well, maybe we can't predict it just because our knowledge of physics isn't robust enough. And maybe if we learn something more about physics, and then all of a sudden we would maybe be able to predict when it's going to decay, then it's no longer pseudo-random, or it's no longer random anymore. So now the question is, was it random all along? Was it random all along? Or is it like our ignorance that's making us feel like it's random? It's just we just don't know what the process is to determine the prediction, right? So like, because it's beyond our understanding, it's like one of these interesting kind of topics to think about, because we can't answer the question. And so if we can't answer the question, maybe we could build a simulation that might answer the question for us. Are pseudo-random numbers the same as true random numbers, or are they different? And you can run a ton of experiments, and it's still, no matter how much experiments you run, you still can't answer that question fully. Like, it's an unanswerable question because of our lack of understanding of the way the physics works. So we sunk a lot of hours into this question and trying to like. So Gaffrey, I know you're a math guy. You say specialized hardware modules are necessary to generate truly random numbers. Yeah. So we were using this website called random.org. Random.org. Okay. And what this website does is, so it's going to generate a random number between 1 and 100. It picked 2. And what this does is it has a sensor somewhere in the world where it's sensing atmospheric noise, like the motion of the particles in the atmosphere at that location. And based on the way that the motion is happening at that moment that I press the button, it will it will use the motion to create a random number. And because we believe that, and again, this is just maybe due to our ignorance, we believe that the motion of the atmospheric molecules are unpredictable in a way that they are chaotic, and they, all we can say is that the random distribution should look like this, but we don't know precisely how to predict what way the molecule will be moving. We would say that this is sort of qualifies as a true random thing, and so then it feeds this information into a computer that will then produce a random number based on the motion of the molecules. And we can use this website to produce millions of random numbers. However, for free, they'll only let you go up to 1 million per day. So we ran into that bottleneck. We're like, well, what if we want to do 1 billion? Nope, we'll have to pay to do billion. There's also ways to have this import directly into your code. So you can just use a code to fish out these numbers directly. Try that with quantum physics. You totally could. You would just need a sensor that is able to measure a quantum event that one would consider to be random. And there are lots of those. Oh. Up this way? Yeah. But random.org is like an open source sort of thing. And a lot of people are building libraries around it, and sensor or the energy change between the quarks. Yeah. Well, you still need something that's going to sense that. When I say sensor, I'm not I'm using that as a general way to mean we need something to measure it. We need to measure it somehow, so you can see it. If anybody wants to know more about Sweden's fastest supercomputer, Google Berzelius computer, named after the science. Okay, that is off topic. Yeah, it's interesting. Also, fastness is based on multiple metrics. Are we talking about processing? What's the word? What are those things inside the chip? It's the switches, the little number of switches. Hey Willow, you have to go now, but it's been lovely to see you again. Griff, thank you for coming. It was very lovely to have you here. Yeah, you as well. So you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Transistors, yes, transistors, yeah. So so you can make a computer go really, really fast if you just have it have a lot of transistors. So multiple chips. I wonder if we can increase the rate at which those transistors switch. That can help. Like gigahertz. Are you talking about just gigahertz speed of the processor? Moore's law. Moore's law is not. Moore's law is not a true law in the sense that we cannot indefinitely exponentially increase compute power. all of these exponential increases, there's no exponential increase in this universe that is a true exponential increase. All of them are S-curves. All of them are sigmoid functions. Okay, so let's take a let's calculate this. Okay, so I'm going to use a different kind of calculator now. 1 over 1 plus e to the negative 1. I missed the x. E to the negative x, of course. 1 over 1 plus e to the negative x. There we go. Okay, and let's make this big. Okay, there we go. And let's move it over to the right a little bit. Plus minus 6, x minus 6. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Maybe let's move it over to just a little bit more. 10. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's what looks to be an exponential curve. It looks like things are growing nice and rapidly, right? Very exponential. Okay, and so on compute power, you might be somewhere along the path like here, and it looks like things are going to keep increasing like this, right? Nice and big, right? So if we're on the journey of increasing compute power and we're somewhere along here, we might look at this situation and go, yeah, it looks like it's going up. And it's going to keep going up exponentially forever and ever and ever for quite some time. Up, 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 up. But now, I don't know if you can notice, but you can see the curve is now a little bit dipping down. It's like getting less steep and less steep as we go. Maybe I made it a bit too tall. But we're getting into the hundreds, and then there does come a point where the increase stops. And we are approaching asymptotically some maximum capacity of the universe. And that is for all exponential growing items in the universe. Right? Now, the question is, where are we on that curve? Where are we on this curve of increasing compute power? Are we down here? Are we up here? And from our perspective, it's hard to tell. In fact, it's not even a single S-curve that we're on. It's that we're actually on multiple S-curves stacked on top of each other. Okay, so the way to think about it is like new innovation will come around that allows us to have this boom in an increase in compute power. But then that particular innovation only can take us so far, and so we sort of taper off until another innovation comes and causes another boom in the compute power. What happened in the 80s and the 90s was that these innovations were just happening so fast. One innovation after the next innovation after the next innovation, they're happening so fast that it took us so long to ride that wave. We are coming to a place where the innovations in the way computers are designed are slowing down. So we're not seeing as many new innovations happening. And so when computer scientists saw that, they all would say something like, Moore's law is dead. Moore's law is dead. You must have heard this before. And this was said a long time ago. Yeah, exactly. Every technology is a different S-curve. Exactly. Totally. There's no maximum capacity of the universe. To dream or desires to expand the universe, and dreams and desires cannot ever end without collapse of all duality. Well, you say that with much certainty. But it is my belief, although I can't substantiate this belief, it is my belief that the universe is not, does not have an infinite capacity. I can't substantiate this, so this is just, we're talking like theology now. Like I'm literally talking about what I believe. Ooh, somebody left their hearts and their meats. Let's see, is this good quality? No. Let's just look here. Let's bury that just for the chance at a thing. Yeah. It's just that the universe is very, very unfathomably large. Like, our brain just cannot comprehend the immensity of the universe. And so it seems to us that there is an unlimited amount there. Yeah, it'd be very, 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 very far past where we are. So yes, we definitely have a lot of room. A lot of room for sure. Maybe the universe is like Moore's Law. Not Moore's Law, but like an S-curve as well. Again, this is all speculation. I can't... We don't know this for sure or any... But it's one of those things, like, it's fun to think about. It's fun to imagine. It's what we humans like to do. Anyway, back to the skill grinding. We talked about how we can increase the frequency of ticks. But now we can go on to the topic of how to increase the size of each tick when it happens. And the way to do that is slightly different. What blows my mind is the fact that after something comes something else. So no matter how big the universe is, it's going to have an ending somewhere. But what comes after that then? Yeah, what comes after the ending? That is definitely something we don't know the answer to for sure. There's lots of debates. I mean, there's some people who think that what happens after the ending is that it begins again. Or maybe it goes backwards, or maybe it spawns a new universe, or maybe it just all peters out and there's nothing. And what is nothing? I don't know. It's impossible for us to imagine it because once we start imagining it, we're imagining something. But one would guess that whatever nothing is, it's whatever there was before the universe began. And what that is, who knows? This is a never-ending question. It is a never-ending question. 100%. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to answer it. We definitely should try to answer it. Because I don't think it's an unanswerable question. I just think it's just a question that we haven't yet answered. I really do think that humans have the capacity to go far in what we understand. He just did answer. Nobody listens to me. Apple juice. In our hearts can understand things. I'm not denying that, but at the same time, I think the capacity of our hearts to understand something is similar to the capacity of our brains to understand something. It just adds another dimension to understanding. Who's interested in hearing how we can increase skill gain? Answering unanswerable questions is a hard topic to stay on for too long. Because coffee did add a whole element to this. The reason why people are all head over heels about coffee is because it gives you the opportunity to go even farther in increasing the size of each tick. Right, so if you were here when I was talking about how to increase the frequency of tick, you'll notice that coffee didn't come into play at all. Circle of Cunning didn't come into play. Sleep bonus didn't come into play. None of that comes into play when it comes to frequency of ticks. The frequency of ticks is solely based on the difficulty of the action compared to your skill, which is influenced by the thing that you're doing, along with the tools that you're using, and of course your skill in a couple different things. Okay, so you got to get that down first. Once you have that down, then you can start trying to increase the size of each tick. And one thing that I was mentioning before is that in Wurm, all of these bonuses are multiplicative. Multiplicative. Okay? As opposed to additive. So, like when a bonus is additive, let's say I have a 10% bonus with something, and then another thing gives me another 10% bonus, I now have a 20% bonus. I think everybody should understand that kind of logic. And if buffs were additive, okay, we would still feel the buffs, right? Like 2 10% would give us 20%. Okay. Multiplicative is different. Okay. Multiplicative works like this, where if I have a 10% bonus, what that means is I'm going to multiply however much I got by 1.1. Okay, so let's say for example, I got 1,000 of something, and somebody said, "Oh, I'm going to give you a bonus of 10%." Okay, well, how many am I going to get now? 1.1. Oh, I'm going to get 1,010 and 100. Okay, I'm going to get 100 extra because that's 100 extra is 10%. And if they said, "Oh, I'll give you 10% and then I'll give you 10% as well, additively," then I'm going to add. So I would have to take the 1,000, and I'd multiply that by 10%, so 0.1. That means my bonus is 100, and then if I get another 10%, then I'm going to get another 100, right? Everybody so far so good? That's not how it works in Wurm. In Wurm, it works multiplicatively. So if I get a 10% bonus, and then I get another 10% bonus, it will multiply that 10% bonus by another 10%, and now I get not just 20%, I get 21%. Now that extra little one might not seem like all that much. But let's say then I double it up. So I get a 100% increase. So like an example of this is sleep bonus. Now that 1 became a 2. And then I get another double because I'm using Circle of Cunning at 100. Now that 2 became a 4. Then I get coffee. And coffee gives me another doubling. Now that 2 becomes 8. Now that 1% extra little bit is now 8% extra little bit. Not to mention, notice what's happening to this first number here. Right? If you double and then double again and then double again and keep doing that enough times, this front number gets really big really fast. It does not take too many of these times of doubling before that number is in the millions. Let's see, how long to get to million? Now, I know I'm blowing this out of proportion, but you'll see I'm already at 2 million, and it didn't take me too many button presses to get to 2 million. Okay, so if the devs continue to add multiplicative bonuses, and they just continue adding and add another one. Let's add another one. Let's add another one. Let's add another one. Next thing you know, everybody's getting a 1,000,000 times skill gain. Okay, this will be a 3 cup of coffee day, clearly. Too much math. Yeah. So when it comes to skill gain, what matters here is that you're trying to stack as many buffs to the skill gain as possible. The more buffs you add, the way better it gets. So for somebody who doesn't stack anything, you might find yourself going 20 times slower than the next person who is stacking everything. And even though I get a 10% here and a 25% there, and if I keep doing this with enough things, it literally can turn into a 20 times skill gain. It doesn't take that much effort. Well, it does take effort, but okay. So Zalbag, you want to understand the coffee buff, yeah? So I'll get to that in just a second. So there's one more thing I wanted to say. So let's just talk about before coffee. Okay, before coffee, the way people would optimize skill gain is this: they would first make sure they have Circle Cunning on their tools. Okay, if they have 100 Circle of Cunning on their tools, these are like the people who want to maximize things. So like my file here has 102. Okay, just having a 100 doubles the skill gain. Having 50 gives you a 50% increase. So having 100 gives you a 100% increase. Okay, so let's say I have a 100 quality tool. That will double my skill gain. So I'm going to get 2 times as much as the person who isn't using Circle of Cunning. Then I would turn on sleep bonus, which also, whoops, I have the previous number there. So 2 times sleep bonus gives me another 2 times. Now I'm gaining 4 times as fast as if I didn't have Circle of Cunning or sleep bonus on. Okay. Then I would become a Vin follower, a Vinora follower, because Vinora followers, once you have a certain amount of faith, which I think is just 10 faith, you will increase this by 10%. Is it 10%? I think it might be 10%. So multiply by 1.1. So now I'm getting 2.2 times the amount of skill gain. Then I would go get affinity food. Oh, it's 20 faith you need? Yeah, so you need 20 faith, get a 10% skill bonus. Then I'm going to go eat some affinity food, which gives me another 10%. Okay, so I'm multiplying another 10%. I must have cleared it along the way. So 2 times for Circle of Cunning, 2 times for sleep bonus, 10% for Vinora follower, 10% for affinity food. Now I'm going 4.8 times the skill as the next person. Okay. So next what we can do is we can okay, some people will take it to the extreme and they will grind their meditation all the way up to, what is it, 70? So once your meditation is at 70, and if you choose the path of knowledge, you will get a 25% increase. So another 25% increase. Why did that do that? What is happening? 2 times 2 times 10% for the Vin follower, times 10% for the affinity food, times 25% for the knowledge, times. Okay, so now you're up to 6 times as much skill gain. Okay, now here's what coffee's gonna do. Okay, so we're ready for coffee. When you are at 100% power and your sleep bonus is on, 100% coffee power, like caffeine power, and your sleep bonus is on, it will give you a times 2 to your skill gain. So all those little bits that I was creeping up to 6, right? I was creeping up to 6. Now coffee times 2. Now I'm at 12. I'm now 12 times as fast as I would be if I didn't do any of this. All right. You see how like a times 2, what times 2 does? Times 2 takes a 6 times skill gain and turns it into a 12 times skill gain. Yeah. Now, there is a balance. There's a cost to using coffee. Okay, so while it will for sure give you a straight up 2 times increase, it will also use your sleep bonus 2 times as fast. Okay, so that trade-off seems fair, right? Double the skill gain for twice as much sleep bonus usage. That almost feels like it's sort of even, and what I gain out of it is that I only have to grind for half as much time to get the same amount of skill, so it's saving me time. Okay, and that's the way I look at it. Coffee saves you time. Okay, you can skill for half as much time and get the same amount of skill as you would have before with twice as much time. Okay, now other people are looking at it slightly differently. Okay, so other people are looking at it like this. They'll say, I can go out and buy 1,000 sleep powder and have unlimited amount of sleep bonus, and now I don't care about how much sleep bonus I'm using. And I can just straight up get double the amount of skill and just keep grinding for as much as time as I did before. Okay, so there's a second cost to prevent that from happening. And the second cost is that it will use your fatigue 4 times as fast as you normally do. So you're going to run out of fatigue really fast doing this, and that's going to prevent you from continuing. So Nin, hey, how's it going? Note that the affinity rings from rift potions, for whatever reason, do not stack with other stuff. Interesting. I didn't know that. Oh. So Nin, were you there when I was just counting out all the buffs? Like, was there something I was missing there? I feel like I was missing something. Fatigue. No, not stamina. Fatigue. Affinities. Well, you're right. I guess I could have added another 50% there. Let's do that. I just want to make sure this goes in the right bin first. The 80 goes in the 80 bin, the 30 drops, and everything else gets sorted here. Let's open up a new one. Okay, let's add the affinities. Oh, what did I do? Not thinking. Okay, there we go. So affinities gives you another 50% increase, so times 1.5. And now we're at 18. Yeah, native affinities. So like if you can get 5 affinities, like that 50% increase what made it go from 12 to 18, you're getting another 6. God. Imagine if they added another thing in the game that makes you go times 2 again. Right? Like this would be different than if it was additive. If it was like a times 2 plus a times 2 plus a times 2 plus if it was additive, not a plus to times 2, but plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. You wouldn't be getting to 18 anytime soon. All right, if they added another times 2, all of a sudden it becomes 36, not 18. And it just gets a little bit. This is what we call exponential growth. If you keep timesing 2 like this. Okay, so fatigue. Fatigue, if I type in, whoops. Oh well, I messed it up. If you type in /fatigue, okay, now most people who play this game, most everybody, will never have even thought about fatigue. I left another corpse back there. You'll never run into fatigue problems. You'll never, ever have it as an issue. Okay. Now, the way that fatigue works is that for every time that your action bar is going up, that same amount of time is supposed to be removed from your fatigue. Everybody starts with 12 hours. 12 hours is the maximum. And as you do stuff in this game, as your action bar goes up, that fatigue goes down. Now, when, okay, one more thing is that every 3 hours, you get 1 hour of fatigue back. Hold on, let me just see here. Yeah, there was another one here. I don't know why I keep doing that. Why am I doing that? Okay, so for every 3 hours that passes, whether you're online or not, you get 1 hour of fatigue back. Okay, so, most people don't use up all their fatigue, and then they sleep as well. Most people will sleep, and then after all of that, you usually have all your fatigue back. Only the people who will spend more than 8 hours a day on a consistent basis, on a regular basis, will ever run into running out of fatigue. Part of this was put into place because to prevent people from, just grinding forever, or maybe creating a program that bots the grinding process and then they can do that for 24 hours. Well, those people are going to run out of fatigue and it's going to stop them. And as well, at that point, the devs will go, hey, there's a person who ran out of fatigue over there. What are they doing? Yeah, so it flags that person, and then this is how they catch people who are not playing nicely. Once your fatigue runs out, you will no longer be able to perform any action that has a timer until you wait 3 hours, and then you'll get a fatigue 1 hour back, and you can do it again. You can start playing again. Okay, so if you use coffee will use fatigue at 4 times the rate that it normally does. So instead of getting 12 hours, you now have 3 hours. Right? Yeah, I've never run out of fatigue either. In fact, Majority of the time, I log in and my fatigue bar looks like this. 11 hours and 59 minutes. Or 12 hours. And I'll do my first thing and it goes to 11 hours and 59 minutes. That's sort of how it happens for me. I've never, before coffee, I've never saw this number go below 10 hours. It's always been above 10 hours. Now with coffee, I saw it for the very first time go into the 7-hour mark. I got a little bit nervous, I have to say. Because coffee is using it at 4 times the rate. So if you just skill for 1 hour, say I go for 1 hour and I didn't get a fatigue tick in that hour. 1 hour now will remove 4 hours from your fatigue bar, and now you're at 8 hours, right? So the moment you pass 1 hour, you're into the 7s. And I was like, whoa, I'm into the 7s. Oh. Never mind. Oh, it worked. Okay, never mind. I thought it wasn't going to work. Yeah. But as we discussed already, coffee's kind of messed up right now. I must say. Yeah. When you get the you feel rested message. Exactly. That's the message that you gained 1 hour of fatigue back. Looks like somebody came by and killed all the lava spiders. But luckily, they left the hearts, which is what I want from them. Yeah, so coffee's really good. Coffee's really good. It's really good for the people who don't have a lot of time to play, who want to spend an hour grinding and get the most out of it. But what coffee will not do, it will not allow you to increase the amount of skill you can get in a day based on the fatigue system. Because if you don't use coffee, you can grind for 8 hours that day. But with coffee, you can only grind for 2 hours. And that 2 hours, you'll double your skill gain, so it will be as if you were skilling for 4 hours. So if you don't want to use coffee, you can instead skill for 8 hours and get double the skill gain compared to the next person who's using coffee. Okay, so I want to point out a post that I read recently. Well, I want to keep that one there, so I'm going to come back to it. If you haven't seen this post, read this post. It's under the game guide section in the community assistance of the forums, game guides. And it's the grinding everything. Okay, and this is where Oblivion Reaver, who is extremely knowledgeable in this game, has laid out strategies for grinding everything. And there was recently a post in this grinding everything post. Where was it? Enough. Okay, so I'll read the quote. Enough said, "Are there any tips for coffee usage, O wise Oblivion Reaver?" Now, one thing to remember is that this is coming from that number grinder perspective of if you want to maximize how much skill you get every day. This is his response. Coffee chugs sleep powder too fast. So unless you want to spend a gold or more per week on sleep powder or just want to smash out your weekly sleep bonus in an hour, I wouldn't really use it for non-time limited things. Okay. And he's saying this because he thinks, like, and his perspective is that he could just spend a little bit more time in the game that day and grind for longer and get more value out of that grind. Okay, because it is using sleep bonus really fast, so you're going to double up how much sleep bonus you go through. Okay, now obviously this is from a perspective of somebody who has no sleep bonus, who uses it all the time. Okay, now not everybody does that. Right, like on my alt character, he has a full bar of sleep bonus, and there's plenty of people around who don't ever use up their sleep bonus. Okay, so these comments are not for those people. These comments are for the people who have 0 sleep powder. They sleep the next day and they use up all their sleep bonus the next day, and they just keep going that way. And they're grinding as much as they possibly can. They might go buy a whole bunch of sleep powder and just grind forever. If you're that type of person, coffee will not help you. Okay, and that's how it's designed. He also says, you can skill non-fatigue skills and not care about the fatigue usage, or just skill normally, then toggle sleep bonus on right before a tick, then turn it off for basically a free 4-time skill tick every 5 minutes. Okay, so this is, from the perspective of the heavy grinder. There are, and this might get fixed at some point, but currently there are some skills, some things that you can skill up with that do not use fatigue. Okay, they do not use fatigue. So that gets you around the fatigue usage problem. And now you're just using double the amount of sleep powder. Last stream, I discovered that one of those items is channeling. Why channeling doesn't use fatigue, I can't tell you why, I don't know. But it seems like people who are grinding channeling can now use coffee, get double the amount of skill, using double the amount of sleep bonus, and never run into the fatigue problem, and grind coffee all the way. Or, as he suggests, you can also use coffee for effective increases for things like meditation, where if, let's say, every 5 minutes, or you're only getting a meditation take every 20 minutes or whatever, 30 minutes or whatever it is. Okay, well, you can just drink coffee before it, start the meditation, wait for the timer almost to come up, turn on sleep bonus like you normally would, and you're going to get a 4-time skill tick, and you turn it off, and then you didn't really use all that much fatigue. Or I don't think you used any fatigue there. Same thing goes for pan filling. You pan fill your ovens, and then you light them all up, then you turn on sleep bonus, wait for it all to finish, and you turn it off. You barely use anything. You don't use any fatigue there, you barely use any sleep bonus, but you still get the 4-time skill gain. Okay, so for those types of things, you can sort of cheese the system there and get some big gains. Other things that don't use fatigue are climbing, shields. There's a bunch of items that you can do this for. But yeah. So that's coffee. It's coffee. And that's how we increase skill gain. So hopefully that helps everybody in what you are trying to do, how you're trying to increase your skills. I totally recommend to everybody, if you're interested in getting a skill up, you try to optimize those things, because it really does make a big difference. It turns something that feels like it's going to take forever into something that's manageable and that you can actually attain. And this is how most people end up getting their skills into the 90s. The only way to get there is to really be thinking about how to optimize. If you don't think about this and just play the game like normally, you still can get your skills up into the 70s and maybe 80s, depending on how long you play for. I just really feel like that push into the 90s and into the 100, like up in through the 90s, is almost impossible without thinking about how to optimize it. It's not impossible, it's just going to take years longer than the next person. Come here, alligator. Crocodile. Right. All right, so I want to go back to sort of peek at that highway, where we are in relation to the highway. Is the highway coming along Does the highway come along here, south of the desert? Or if I know there's a highway somewhere over here somewhere. If I go over to this spot over here, will the highway come down? If you want to optimize stat gains instead, you're probably looking at getting no skill in whatever you're doing. Oh, that's really hard. I guess there's a few exceptions to that. Like, for example, if you want to increase mind logic, you can do that at the same time as getting hot food cooking, let's say. You got a 3 times mind logic affinity. Is it an affinity, or is it like, look like this? Like I have on my prospect 3 times. Because that 3 times is not an affinity. That 3 times is because I died and I lost skill in prospecting. So you'll notice like my highest was 60.6 and currently it's 60.3. And so when you die, you lose some skill and then it'll give you this 3 times skill bonus until you make it back to whatever you had when you died. Then it'll go away. So if it's like that 3 times, then that's not an affinity. It's one of those, you do get 3 times skill, it's just only back up to where you were before. A 3 affinity would be if you had 3 of these stars. There would have to be 3 stars next to the skill, and that would be a 3 time affinity. Okay, so you do have 3 ticks, 3 little pips there. And in that case, if it is a 3 pips, then that's really nice. That's 30%. 30% increase, which is very, very nice. As I said before, those multiply with all the other ones. So, you know, that really, really makes a big difference. Especially now with coffee. Like coffee just amplified the difference between those people who have and those people who have not. Coffee just amplified the difference. All right, so we are getting on in time, eh? And so I am going to have to end soon, but what I want to do before I do that is find that road. I'm pretty sure it's south of me, but instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is come around north. Let's come around north. I'm going to go up to the top of that hill and see what I see on the other side. You're super happy. The 3rd one you got from premium points. Oh. Nice. You mean from the random affinities from the token? Using marks? That is an extremely lucky one to get. I feel like those are really hit or miss, right? I'm reluctant to spend any marks on those because... Like I'll ask you this. Would you be willing to spend silver for that? Like if you... Like let's say 3 silver per affinity. Would you spend silver on that? Of course. So if you would, that's fine. I'm just curious, like, because for there's some people I'm sure who spend marks on those and don't think about it as the same as silver. But in my mind, marks and silver are the same thing. They're money that I can use to buy things I want. And if I don't, then what I could do is buy things that I don't want and sell them to other people for silver that do want them. Do you guys remember the new Wurm player after Steam launch who bought years of premium to get all the affinities in the game? Oh my god. Why? I did not know about that. I honestly did not know about that. But holy crow, that is not a good strategy. Did somebody like inform that person to maybe consider that? I know, exactly. I went to... Would be cool if they add something like random affinities for karma. I mean, yeah, karma's easy to get though. I honestly wasn't even trying to get karma, and the next thing I know, oh, I have to wait for the end of the fight to see my karma. The next thing I know, I'm like, I have that much karma. Like, how did I get that much karma? I didn't even try to get karma. Well, there was at least one player that bought premium for more than 10 years. Oh my god. I mean, if you have the money and the money's no object to you, I just wish I was in that situation where money's no object. Okay, there's my karma. I have 12,000 karma, which I know there's other people running around with like 100,000 karma or whatever, but I didn't even think to myself once, I want to collect karma. There was not one moment that I was thinking, let's do this so I can get more karma. Yeah, you got like 360,000 and there's literally no use for it. I know. Literally. My damage on my weapon is 20 almost. Goodness. Well, I think the person who killed all the lava spiders and left all the stuff. Whoops. It's really nice of them. Okay, I see a road over there. Question is, can I get down to that road? Nope, I won't be able to. Oh, I will. Oh, look at this. I can. Gonna dig some peat. I do need to dig some peat. I'm down to about just over 1,000 peat left from that 3,000 peat that I dug the other time. Now, one thing I'm considering is very soon, not very soon, but soon-ish, I will be converting Xander over to Mag for a short time. And by short time, I mean a long time. It's probably not going to be that short. He's going to be Mag for a little while. And so I won't need peat during that time. As long as I have enough peat to fuel my blacksmithing forge and the ovens and that sort of stuff, I'll be able to use the Mag's fire to light the forge. You know, I actually half considered premiuming up another tune to make it into a Mag instead and save the marks on Xander. I might even still do that. I got a day or two to... when does the Black Friday sale end? December something. I'll have to look at that. You know what? I'm also going to have to take a bathroom break. So let's do that first. I will be right back. Whoops. Need another meat container. Let's sort this stuff and then take a bathroom break, and then I will be right back. Whoops. Right. Okay. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. All right, I am back. These are gonna need my pickaxe, I think. You're down for a sermon group. He's human after all. My suspicions were mounting. What, that I need to go to the bathroom? Huh. In terms of a sermon group, I keep feeling the need to do that on Xander because Xander never got his faith up to 100. Let's see, where is it now? It's at 96.7. And I did get a couple sermons in on the most recent Impalong, but just a couple. And then I was in a sermon group at one point, but I don't think I was there very long. I might have gotten 6 or 7 sermons in or something like that. And then all the sermons I used to get to benediction, all of those sermons gave me no faith because I was doing them with just me and Griffith. So most of all of the favor that I got, the faith that I got, was just from praying 5 times a day. And at this level, I'm getting about 0.02 every day. Yeah, 0.02 every day. Yep, Zalbag. And at that rate, it's going to take forever. So I think I do need to get into a sermon group to just grind out the last little bit of this thing. There's quite a bit of benefits to getting to 100 that I kind of wish I have. One of them being that you can teleport people. Summon people. Right? Oh, it's because I need to use a pickaxe here. Well, I hit stop. Okay, this looks like it might be a deed. Nope. Looks like it might have been a deed at one point or another. Okay. Oh, all these animals to kill, and I need to keep moving. Let's just kill these ones. Okay. Now, as far as the rest of the patch notes goes, there wasn't really that much more going on here, right? Like taming for creatures with it seems more friendly trait will now have a shorter timer, and it seems extremely tame will now work correctly. Both of those are traits that came in with the new animal husbandry. So this is like fixes to the animal husbandry update still. Still getting a bunch of them. Turns out that this wasn't working before, it seemed. The extremely tame trait. Okay, and that's the one that's supposed to make it so that aggressive mobs are now not aggressive. So I was glad to see that that got fixed. We'll now show the correct weight. I noticed that in the recipe list it was showing incorrect weights. And then there was a fix for being unable to harvest maple trees. I think that came in because we noticed that maple season happened and people were probably reporting that they weren't able to harvest the maple. So all these are good fixes. I was hoping for a coffee fix. But the coffee fix that got added there, the problem happened when, let's say I took a coffee drink and it gave me a buff for a certain amount of time. If I then followed that up by taking a 0.1 drink, it would tank the timer. So the timer would then go down to very short. Which didn't seem right. So that's all that fix did. So yeah, so that's that. Now, there's another thing that I wanted to do on today's stream. That is, there was a segment that we used to do back in the day, where Brian and I would look through the forums suggestions. So this one here, the suggestions and ideas, and just like look at the suggestions in the light of like, would we want those? and to discuss them and maybe come up with some ideas of our own. And so I saw a few interesting suggestions. People not burying their corpses. Don't they know they're missing out on all the silver that they could be getting, or copper, or... Let's put this in the 80 bin. This one, we can drop that. And let's bury all this. You're bad for not burying? Well, I mean, if you don't want the silver, you don't have... You can just leave them for me to bury, and I'll take the silver. Like, I'm not talking like 1 or 2 here, that's fine. But I mean, if there's 100 corpses, you just killed 100 corpses, there's a very high chance that you would have gotten a rare roll there. Now, looking through the suggestions form, this is something I really like doing. I do this almost every day. It also gives a sense of like the community and what they're feeling about the state of the game. And it seems right now we're in a spot where people are suggesting really positive, nicely added things. Let me just try something here. This way it won't feel like a... This way I can have this on the screen. And I can keep playing and I'll tab myself. Oh wait, but then it's going to put another one up on the screen. Okay, so I'll just put this over to the side. There we go. Just give me one more second to get this all adjusted so I can see everything. Okay, so hopefully everybody's able to see the... Let's put this up here. Okay. I don't know. Like, I want to see my character or not. I don't know. But then it's too small. Whatever. Okay. So here's a new one that I haven't seen yet. Let branded horses follow highway waypoints. Oh no, I did see that one. So this one's an interesting one. It's like almost like allow branded horses act like the Wagoneer, right? So like I can just like tell the horse to like go to Autumn Twilight, for example, go back to my deed, and it will automatically follow the highway and be able to go back to my deed. So that seems like okay. That's an interesting idea. Quality of life. I'm not sure if it would break anything. Maybe there could be a balance there somehow, like where it goes a little bit slower than they would otherwise. Because otherwise you could just like set my guy go back home and, you know. Hey Makufer, how's it going? If you're leading your horses and you want to go cross server, you could send them home. Yeah. Totally. So there's like definitely quality of life there. I totally see that, yeah. It's an interesting idea. Knowing my luck, I'll probably end up buying a horse that only knows its way to the local pub. I wonder if that's a jab at... Maybe I shouldn't finish that sentence. And hey, Malnu, what's going on? Uthgard Davies. We took the trip today up from my deed, up using the highway system, and now we are if I had to guess, this water is this water up here. Pretty sure. So we're coming along the south, and I'm gonna rotate around south. It might not be that water. It might be this water. I don't know. I'm either here or here. Yeah, actually, it could be very well that this mountain is this mountain. And then I'm over here. That's probably what's happening. Yeah. So I was able to use the highway to get up here, which is awesome. As I said before, I normally would take my boat, load up all my stuff, and go all the way up into this corner, park here, and then use that to be up here. But definitely takes a lot longer to do it that way. Oh, wait. I'm pointing at this, but you guys can't see it because of this. Yes. I am up here somewhere, I think. I'm along here. So normally I would use my boat, park up here, and I'd have to sail the whole way. But riding was actually much, much nicer. I found another hunting area that I don't normally see that had a whole bunch of donkeys and sheep and stuff, which I kind of need stuff from them. I was really running low on lamb meat, and I'm on this for leather, animal bits, like teeth, hearts, glands, and what else am I here for? I'm here for meat. All sorts of other stuff. Whatever I can find, actually. Oh, that backpack is full. All right. Yeah, I do have that browser window, I know. I was trying to tame one of those holiday tortoises yesterday. Freaking thing bit me relentlessly. Decided to leave him alone. Yeah, how hard are tortoises to to tame? Oh boy, am I not going to be able to get through here? My only hope is these tiles right here. Can I get through that? Oh yeah, Ugh. Somewhere in here, it's got to be a little spot. It's got to be a spot here. Up a little bit more. No, none of these. I think I'm gonna have to go right to the bottom. If I can. Yep. Actually, I recognize this place. This was the place that when I was looking for the champion creature for Benediction, I found it right here. Pottery bowls hold 100 item parts. Seems like a nice setup with backpack plus pottery bowls. Yeah. Satchels do the same, but way less. Yeah, but you can only fit 4 satchels per backpack. 8 pottery bowls per bullet. I'm feeling like I might have to oh, I got through. Nice. Like I'm gonna have to get out and dig or something, I think. Yeah, and the other thing about the pottery bowls is that I already had the pottery bowls from the tea making grind that I did before, so I just grabbed my pottery bowls. I don't have the satchels just sitting there. They do a good enough job. It's not perfect. They don't hold as much as satchels do, but... Okay. Let's put this web browser back up. Okay, so that's one suggestion. Let's see anything else that's interesting here. More AH skills, more features. Forget. It's only a bear and I can't get to it. I'm not going to struggle. Oh, okay. So this is just a suggestion to add on to the current features of the animal husbandry skill. So add gender info when hovering over your mouse. Okay, so this is just small little things, quality of life improvements. Let's see what else there is. Title flourishes. I kind of like this idea. Ways to customize your title. and the little story that Stanley tells here is awesome. This is the story of Timothy II. Timothy II had a great many things to be proud of. But the thing he's most proud of are his 70 milking and 50 huge club skills, and he wants to show off those titles. Issue is he's got a choice doing so. Either he goes with Troll Milking Machine or Milking Machine Troll. Right. So the suggestion is to add a flourish, which allows you to add in little symbols or extra words to make it so that you can customize the way your title comes out. I know. Troll milking machine. Ooh, there's a open cave here for this iron vein. Let's see. This is a nice iron vein. That's very good quality. Yeah, awesome title. So yeah, I do totally agree with this. It allows you to customize your title a little bit more and put commas and things, and I think that that's a great small addition. I wonder how much effort it would take to do something like this on the devs part, but I think if it's not that hard to do, then it would be worth doing it. Let's see what else. Whoops. Back up, back up. Just get to this bear so I can start fighting him. More farm animals needed. I'm not sure I agree, but ducks, goats, roosters. I think we have roosters. Yeah, roosters already exist. Ducks and goats is the suggestion. I don't know. I think there's a lot of animals in the game, and I'm not sure how much ducks and goats would add to the experience of the game. Those things dying are so pitiful and disturbing. I know, we had this whole conversation earlier, and it's like, ugh, why do they have to sound like that? Honestly. Okay, let's see here. Oh, here's one that I really think would be great if they could do it. It would be nice if we could rename map annotate. Wait. Or sort which type are being shown. No, that's not what I thought it was. Why rename? Oh, rename. Okay, so like let's say I can right click and just rename. Okay, yes. Okay, I like that idea. Or sort which type are being shown. I think you already can do that. Like you can turn off the ones that are... I think you can already do that. If possible, make it so they can be searched through. Searching might be a bit much to add. Would also be cool if you can import map annotations. One thing that I really think they should do is allow you to share personal annotations with other people. Like I can right click and share it with a player, for example. That person will get a little thing up here that says, so-and-so would like to share a map annotation with you. Click, and it pops up. So many new suggestions. I bet yours are like 3 pages down. Let's take a look at some of them. This is a nice little quality of life improvement on the map annotations. I like that. Make more food useful. This one's really hard because the way that the system is currently, it's really hard. Because as it is, you can just stick with one kind of food and never have to make another kind of food. Like for me, I'm making pizzas and I never feel like I need to make anything other than a pizza. But how are you going to fix that? Let's actually see if they have a suggestion for how. Or if they're just complaining. The first change would be that one recipe alone doesn't fill your entire CCFP bar. Ooh. I don't know if I like that. So now I'm going to be forced to make a whole bunch of different varieties just so that my CCFP bar goes up. I can see why he's suggesting that. This leads to the second change. Have the food be tied to the affinity timer it gives you. Until the timer wears off, your character can't gain any more hunger or food from that same type of recipe, so no spamming one kind of meal. To live off of pizzas. Third, beverages. Sure, we can drink water all day, but why don't other beverages give bonuses unique to the beverage? Add a new stat to CCFP for this thirst situation. Let us stack up to food affinities up to 3. The one thing that I feel about that suggestion is that it just feels like nerf. Like all nerfs, everybody's going to feel like they're going to have to do more to get the same as they're getting now. And while that might solve the problems, it's going to make everybody feel bad about it. And that might not be the best move. Okay. Whoa, that was a big twist. I'm actually going to peek into this cave up here. I'm looking for copper, if there is. Save third-person view. Yes, 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 please. Save third-person view. If I'm in third-person view and I log out and I log back in, I should be still in third-person view. Why is that not a thing already? 10. Loosen up on mailbox enchants. I think that this suggestion here is a small one, which is to allow you to overwrite courier with dark messenger. But can't you dispel it? Like, let's say I'm a Libela priest and I come up against a mailbox that has courier on it. Can I dispel the courier? You should make it so that you can write a book with map locations and read the page to show on the map. Or some. To make more meals, they should make it. Some meals, drinks give like a little bonus, like 5% more mining or 5% more fight skill XP gain, but it's in the skill itself. Maybe. Again, I feel like this is a hard thing, because again, once we start adding more skills, like you saw what happens when you start adding more times to your skills, even a 5%. If you just go 5% and then another 5% and then another 5%, ooh, look at that, a whole silver. Look, those of you who want to make some money, actually, I'm just going to get rid of this one. This is how you do it. Go get your fight skill up, and you make money doing this. So that's 1 silver added to these ones, which is 30. So 1 silver 30. You can dispel. Okay, so I'm not sure then. My suggestion is bound to making it easier to either change a mailbox enchant, remove it, or have duplicate mail enchants. Be able to cast Dark Messenger on already enchanted courier. Be able to remove. This is all. I feel like, so if foe can dispel Dark Messenger. Okay, you've tested that. Okay, so then maybe this is already in place. Did somebody say that? Okay, but it does sound like you can already, so I don't know. Like, you wouldn't do it, you wouldn't be allowed to dispel it if, let's say, you don't have permissions to, so I don't see an issue. Is Maple out of season now? Yeah, Maple's gone. Hey Perry, how's it going? And you could do it's just 5% no matter how much you eat. Yeah, I know. It would be nice. It just, I'm not sure how much it's going to make much of a difference. Second skill tab. This one was interesting. I'd never really thought about this. Some people like to have a 1 point increase show. So it doesn't show any of the skill ticks, but only when you get that milestone. And they like it that way because they like seeing the milestone. And it's hard to see that milestone when it's like this. So I'd agree with that. I probably wouldn't use it though. 2-person king size bed. Yes, I agree with that. We need that. Especially now that you can only have 1 bed per tile. It'd be nice to have a 2-person bed. Affinities after 100. So this suggestion is to move those affinities that you have on a skill that already is 100 to other affinities. Okay. Maybe. Only affects so few people that I don't think it matters too much. Alchemist cupboard upgrade. Definitely needs an upgrade because, boy, what does it do except for look nice? Okay, let's see if we can get to some of yours, Mukufer. Bleak Sides of Wurm. Bleak Skies of Wurm, yes. Okay, so I did read this. I complain about this often, and I just decided to stop complaining about it because I don't know. I'm trying better. I'm trying to be better about complaining. But I think that this is something that needs to be addressed. I wonder if it's raining now. Is it raining? Nope, it's just a strong breeze coming from the west. Okay, like you can't tell by looking at the sky whether it's like a storm out, because it all looks the same. It looks like wispy white clouds that you can see through. There's never like an overcast. There's never like it could be clear blue skies with rain falling and that sort of thing. Yeah, I suck at complaining, so stop complaining about that. I know. Yeah, I should stop complaining. But yeah. As beautiful as it is now, we need that contrast to be able to appreciate the beautiful sunny days. Yeah, like if it's always a sunny day. I don't know. I feel like it should be like when there's a gale and strong winds. A gale means like a really bad storm. Kind of want to feel like I'm in a gale. You know what game did that really well was Valheim. Valheim was amazing at making you feel like you're in a storm. I love that. We'll let you know when you stand outside of your mind for logic lottery tickets. Another 20 coin. Nice. That's a 1 silver, 50 copper so far on this hunting trip. Not to mention all the other things that I need. Yeah, so that's good. That's one that might need it. Benediction. Modify or replace a global cast requirement. That one's a hard one. I don't know. I think the argument in this thread is that it's too hard to be able to cast the global right spell for it to be on Benediction. But I honestly feel like that's not even the hardest one. I mean, the only hard part about this is like you actually have to be social. You have to talk to people. But what I like about having this is that it then creates the need for the community to work together. Like, for example, Stan Lee in the town square. Where is it? Oh, and Stan Lee got 100 channeling, so like, whew, congrats to Stan Lee for that. Here, the Grand Ritual Spellcast list. So this is like a nice community-driven, push to make it so that people can participate in the global cast spells to get their Benediction Journal. So like without that Benediction Journal, we wouldn't have these groups of players working together to try to get people their Benediction Journal, you know? Like I think that it's okay that there's elements in the journal that are hard, that require you to group up with other people to achieve it. And I know like these casts don't happen often, but they happen often enough. Oh, is this one full already? What's the problem here? Is it the bison horns? Bison horn can probably go up here. Yeah. So anyway, that's that. Yeah, please don't let Wurm become another level 1 cap, level 1 within a week game. Yeah, at least on difficulty. And it's not only that, it's like what people want is to be able to get to everything all by themselves without any cooperative play. They want to just be able to stay on their deed all by themselves and get everything. I'm also not really sure I agree with that. I think that there should be some element of working together for some things anyway. This is an MMO after all. Hanging vines and planters. I have a feeling they're working on something related to hanging stuff. And so we'll just sit tight and wait for that. Illuminate the Colossus. I think that this is to suggest that they should be somewhat like the Hoda statues. New foods and stuff. I'm not sure. Improve the in-game map. I'm interested to know what they want to be improved. Okay, I agree with these improvements. You already have the option to toggle annotations, but higher resolution, higher zoom level, especially for Xanadu. Yes. Additions to Alliance and Settlement History. Bricks. Cowbells. Cowbells would be fun. I mean, we have the other bells that do the little tingling, and then we have the bell tower that does the gongs. But cowbells, that'd be fun. Even though you're a solo player by nature, I feel that Wurm gives abundant things to do solo with. Not everything needs to be soloable. I'd only see that as an issue if the vast majority of things require teamwork. Yeah, totally. Like, there's so much variety in this game already that you can do so much soloable. Like, there should be some things in this game that you kind of have to work with others to achieve. And I think Wurm has a pretty decent balance there already as it is. Like, there's rifts and uniques and other things that you have to work together, like some of the missions you might work together with other people to complete missions. If you want to participate in these sorts of things, they're there and get to meet people, and then you have impalongs and all those other things that people do together, and big projects. Oh, you got a YouTube video here. Uh-oh. It's a Saturday Night Live skit that for some odd reason the uploader has not made this video available in my country. I've never seen that before. Yeah, we need bells for the cows. The horns are not working. Coffee should be a thing. Look at that. In April 2019. Allow names to be tied to the tool belt slot numbers on the tool belt. Allow names? What does that mean? Oh. Oh. Okay, so I agree. I see what you're saying. So, in the same way that these skill trackers, you can name them. So what the suggestion is make it so that you can do the same with these ones. So they're not just tool belt 0, tool belt 1, but you could say blacksmithing. Okay, I totally agree with that, actually. That's a really good suggestion. It does sometimes make it hard to remember, and yeah. Weird, you're here in the US. I'm in Canada. Yeah, you darn Canadians. Yeah, I like that idea. Just make it have like a little name, maybe. I'm not sure where they'll put it, but they'd have to maybe make a spot to put the name. But yeah, I like that idea. Bottles for beverages, glasses for drinks, bottle racks. So bottles, which would be maybe a glassware update, which a lot of people have asked for in the past. Custom timer pop-up message when expire. Okay, that's a nice little one where when the timer finishes, like have something indicate, like make it more obvious that the timer ended. That's a good suggestion. I've had the problem where the timer ended and I didn't notice. Bandit camps, PvE stuffs. Yes, yes, please. The exploration update is upon us. I don't know how soon, but you know, I'm not going to start getting worried until we're like approaching summer of next year and we still haven't had words of it, but I'm guessing the exploration update is being worked on at some level of capacity. And yeah, bandit camps or something to that effect where, oh, down there in that little valley, oh, what's going on down there? Oh, look, there's like a group of NPCs down there doing something. Yeah. That'd be really cool. Wood chip paving type. This is an oldie but a goodie. So in the similar way as we have gravel paths, allow us to make wood chip paths. I like that. More variety and customizability of places. Allow selling the token while mounted or driving. Okay, it's a small quality of life improvement. I'm not going to say no to that. What's this one? Oh, the child from Animals. Yeah. Dyeing colorful carpets, please. Oh, yeah, that's totally true. Like, these carpets that are specific colors, I wonder why they didn't make them so that they were all generic color, like white, let's say, or whatever color that makes them nicely dyeable, and then the players can just decide what to dye them. As it is, there's very little flexibility in what color for what size, you know? Yeah, and they are very brightly colored, totally. It's like, sometimes it just makes it feel like a little bit cartoony, you know, like, or they don't have a nice natural look to them. Wow, look at this. Somebody has high butchering skill. But don't want to bury. Okay, so maybe I can get some high quality mats here if I just peek into some of these. Oh yeah, look at that. Improving hunting through rewards and taxidermy. Yes, please, taxidermy. That would be awesome. Bring home my trophy of that, whatever it is that I killed. I mean, that would be a great addition for the... I mean, on the original roadmap from before, there was talk about decorations and improving, like, you know, hanging items and things like this. Improving the decoration sort of side of things. This would be a great addition to that. Glass windows would be a nice thing, Mr. Ultimates, you're saying? Yeah, totally. Glass is a hard thing to do, though, in a game engine like this, to make it look nice and natural. Right, like, look at how glass is done in Minecraft. Like, it makes it look very cartoony, and you wouldn't want something like that. It's like really hard to get something that looks transparent. And I have a feeling, I've heard that the devs have tried, but it's not an easy thing. Not to say it's impossible, but it's just not easy. Yeah, transparency is an issue performance-wise, yeah. So, okay, yeah. So if it makes it so that lower-end computers have a hard time with transparency, that would be hard. Gift boxes back, yes. Totally, please, can we have gift boxes back? Those were so good back in the day for, you know, gifting items to other people. I never thought, like, they got rid of them, and then they said the reason why they got rid of them was because people can store items in there without decay. I was like, really? People can do that? Like, I never knew that. But then I thought, why don't they just make the item decay? Like, keep the boxes, but make it like how it would be like if it was a chest, for example, right? Like, if I have a small chest and I put an item in that small chest and put it on the ground, then the item will decay. So instead of making it so like you wrap it and it's now a new item, make it a container that you can put items into. And then if it decays, it decays because it decays. Yeah. There's a good reason why World of Warcraft never implemented transparent windows in the buildings, and most MMOs don't for that matter. Yeah. Exactly. And so, like, and because as you're saying, an entire Wurm city, like, players have the ability to make however they want it to look. The devs don't have control over what players do within reason. A person could put thousands of windows in one little spot, and next thing you know, everybody's lagging hard. Yeah. So at the time when they got rid of gift boxes way back in the day, I thought maybe they'll replace it with something that's like that works, that doesn't have the issue that they didn't like. But I really think that the element of having gift boxes is really good for role-playing and for gifting things, you know? It makes it official that it's a gift, that you wrapped it in something. Let compasses work when captaining vessels. Yes, yes, yes. Totally. It makes no sense why they don't work when captaining vessels. Don't know why. It's like, it is immersion breaking for me that I have to hop out my boat into the water to check my compass. And then I can hop back in the boat and it's like, like that doesn't, that's not how it works in real life. In real life, if you're on a boat, the compass just works. Yeah, let people, okay. Let people walk around on ships, passengers at least, and allow lights to illuminate the deck. I mean, that would be amazing, and I am sure that if the devs could snap their fingers and make it so that we can walk around on boats, they probably would. I think that has more to do with the fact that when this game was created, it wasn't created with that thought in mind, and now to implement it after the fact is probably a super, super challenge. And so like if let's say you were the devs and you were looking at this situation going, well, we could spend the next year recoding the whole thing so that you can do this and working out the bugs and testing and all that, so that now we can walk on our boats. Like, would we do that? And I think that devs are in the position where they're thinking, well, yeah, but Valheim, that was something they built into it from the ground up. Right? Like, for example, yeah, I know. And it's not only that, it's just different engines. It's like, if you start with the premise that you want people walking on the boats, you can program that into the game, you know, at the beginning. Another 20 coin. Awesome. And it's far easier to do it that way than to have a game that works one way and then you want to decide to change it. So like a good example would be in Valheim, you can't dig forever. You can't like lower the train forever. And I remember Katz was saying she had asked the devs, or was it a forum post I read? I can't remember. But one of the devs was saying that there's no plan to implement that you can dig down forever. And that's probably a limitation to the way they had it all set up in the first place. In order to change that, they'll have to go all the way deep into the code that they have and change a whole bunch, and who knows the results, like all the extra bugs that might pop up because you're doing that. Oh, this desert, look at this. Lots of mobs, lots of variety too. Well, they are re-releasing the entire game with new engine, but that's likely a plethora of new challenges. Okay, yeah, well, sure, if they start now, we might get that game, what, in 4 years? It takes about 4 years, minimum, to get a game from beginning to end, to release. I mean, from beginning to release. And then, even then, you might have, like, the base level of what Wurm is, like, without all the extras. Yeah. And then to say for the next 4 years, you're not going to get any more updates for Wurm Online, because we're focusing all of our attention on Wurm 2.0 or Wurm 2. I don't like that idea either. I just think about this transparency thing. In the game, water is transparent, and maybe the glass can be made based on the water model. Just a thought. Interesting. That is a good thought. I think you might be onto something. So Makufer, you said you have some... Oh, here's one. Okay, so here's Makufer's. Build in themes. Various stone types for existing stuff. So we got the fabulous new wall fountain, which I really like, but sadly it's only standard rock. Same goes for quite a few things like pillars, statues, tables, stone benches, the rest of the fountains, mailboxes, gravestones, planters. Wouldn't it be awesome to have those in sandstone, slate, or even pottery too? Then we can make our themed designs even cooler and more fitting. Pillars, example, are barely used because the white stony versions look kind of silly in a sandstone temple. Yeah, that is totally a good suggestion. Because they have all of the mechanics in for doing this, you'd have to just go probably item by item, and it probably does pose its challenges, but I think it might be worth the while of the devs to spend time on that, because it would allow, with all the assets that they have in the game already, it would allow players almost infinite more variability in what they can accomplish and how they can make things look. So it might be worth the effort to do that. I don't know what the effort is there. You believe waterworks technically are different than items? Yeah. It probably is, but like I wonder if they can use a similar technique. Yeah, it's hard to know because I'm not a technical coder person. Yeah, I like this idea, Makufer, if you're still there. Beverage larder amount in one go. Beverage larger amount in one go. Maybe. Maybe. Oh yeah, you're still there. Better hitching mechanics. I love hitching posts and use them all the time, but here's just a few quality of improvements. Allow hitching animals while mounted. Okay, allow branding animals while still hitched to a hitching post or vehicle. Okay. Yeah, the branding while hitched, that's it's an annoyance, I agree. It would be nice if that was fixed up, so that I can brand them while they're hitched. Imagine Wurm on Unreal Engine. Totally. I mean, the way that... Here's another glass-making one. The way that Unreal Engine is looking, it's almost like gearing itself for the type of game where you can terraform, right? Like, it's all built into the engine now. So, you know, this is where I like... Some weird flickering over here. There's all these new like sandboxy type games coming out, and there was a new MMO sandbox game that just came out called Myth of Empires. Looks promising. But one of the first questions I had was, does it have terraforming? And the answer was no. And I was like, oh, okay. Maybe I'm not all that interested. You know, like I'm if I'm gonna hop into a game and it's gonna like I want it to sort of like, if it doesn't measure up to Wurm, then it's just not gonna take my attention away from Wurm. But on the Unreal Engine, like some of the things that I'm seeing on the Unreal Engine is like, wow, if somebody can come up with a game that does like that looks like it does on the new Unreal Engine, but has the capability to terraform, tunnel, you know, and it's a gather resources type crafting / survival / building game. Would that allow you to brand a horse hitched to another player's cart? I mean, you would have to have permissions to the cart, right? Here's a conversation about why Unreal doesn't work for MMOs. Okay. 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 I have a feeling that Unreal Engine 5 solved this problem. Yeah. Unreal Engine 5 solved the rendering dozen players, etc. It solved that problem. Where now in Unreal Engine 5, like I watched some guy, he was building a massive map, and he was just trying to see what is the capability of this thing, and he was running on a 1070 graphics card, like 2 generations ago, graphics card, and not the top end one. And he was like, he created these fireballs that were just like animated and looking amazing, and they were flying down from the sky. And he's like, well, I wonder if I like put 100 of these, 100 fireballs coming down the sky. What if I put 1,000 of them? And it's just like, and it was rendering perfectly fine. And he had all the other things going. He was like digging, and all of these like particles were flying in the air, and he was trying to like push the system. He was basically trying to see how far you can push it until his game would start hitching, and he couldn't get there. Yeah, he couldn't get there. He was like, and I'm running on like an older, and I'm like, what? If they can apply this thing to massive games, and maybe maybe we'll start seeing some of these things in Unreal Engine 5. Oh wait, here's somebody saying Unreal Engine 5 MMORPGs are upcoming, or RH2, and that's it so far. It started development this year. Okay, so it looks like at least some are starting on Unreal 5. Am I talking about this one? Yeah. Something like this. I can't remember if it was this one, but yeah. So he renders this whole thing. Like, look at the, just imagine. Whoops, I should just make this like this. Like if Wurm looked like this, oh my God, would it just be? Okay, let's see when he starts summoning it in fireballs. Oh yeah, and this part. He's like modifying the land. Now, obviously, you would program the game so that player would be doing this, but he just did a simple tool that's modifying the land. And look at the way the rocks are responding to the change in land. It's so realistic. Look at that. Talk about overcast skies, eh? Okay, where did he get to the fireball part? Was it this one that he's doing fireballs? I don't know. Anyway. He had rendered in this massive space. Like it was just apparently... Let's see if it says here if he... Okay, so this one is using a 1080 Ti. I don't think this was the video I saw, but it's similar in what they're showing it can do. Yeah, bring fog back. Yeah, looks amazing, but all we want is fog back. Yeah. So, Mr. Ultimates, you said, unfortunately, many judge the game by its graphics, and this is, in my opinion, one of the reasons why Wurm is not so widely recognized. Well, it's not bad. The Wurm isn't as widely recognized. What? Oh. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
While it's not bad, the Wurm isn't as widely recognized. What would the community of players be like if this game were popular? I know that is totally true. And Kat's, you're right. Like it's intimate and cozy. There's not that many people. Oh, somebody had to ask earlier. Are the coordinates here F16? I don't even know the answer to that question. Anyway, yeah. It's going to take a few years, but soon, at some point, games are going to be released using the Unreal Engine 5. I am hunting. At the moment, just taking a rest. Okay, so I think we've gotten through enough of these. I think. Let's put the web away for now. Yeah, you don't think that we'll see another crafting game with the depth of Wurm? I hope we do, though, right? Like, don't you think that we should, like, shouldn't we be hopeful? Now this is the highway, right? Let's see what the next waystone says when it comes to heading me back. Ooh, more crocodiles. I'm gonna have to. Oh, look at the time. Boy, oh boy. Should never say never. Yeah, I know. Never say never, because we should be hopeful. We should be hopeful that the next generation game comes out. Oh, there's an anaconda here. Too. Yeah. Well. I am going to have to end the stream at some point soon, though, because, boy, I didn't realize how late it is. And bring back the real dark. By the way, Griff, you guys need to enable your deed to show on the thingy. On the thingy. Thanks for the follow, Infinite Wave. Let's see here. Hold on. Settlement rolls. What thingy? I had to enable for your D2. At first, you didn't understand why it didn't show up. Thanks, Caveman, for the follow. The thingy. Secret code for the thingy. Not the ones that plug in. I thought I gave those the ones that plug in. Oh no, mine doesn't plug in. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I hope I'm not dead here. Okay. No, this character's not the mayor. Maybe it only shows when on the settlement tiles. On the thingy. What? The thingamajig. The thingy. Oh, on the way. Oh, on the highway system? Thingy. Oh, okay. That's the thingy that we're talking about. Okay. So there is this weird, and I'm wondering how much of it is a bug, because we have two waystones on our deed and they're pointing towards each other and they're both saying unknown. But if I'm off my deed and I ask how to get to Autumn Twilight, I get a message. But there's some weird unknown bug that happens. I'm not sure how to solve it or what the problem is. I really don't know. Yeah, you know that one? Okay, yeah. If you have more than one waystone on your deed, it has some weird thing that happens there. Yeah, so it's not just me, yeah. Okay, good. You saw it in another spot as well? Yeah. You need a third one to solve it. Okay. Okay. I mean, or maybe we need the devs to solve it. I don't know. Maybe it's like something that... I'm not sure if I have a spot for a third one, except for just maybe next to the other ones. Seems a little bit overboard to just put waystones down to solve this problem. But yeah. And in terms of whether or not the thingy in the settings is checked off for it, I think the mayor has to change that. I could be wrong. And Feyran's the mayor, so I'll have to... But once I get to a waystone, I'm gonna check to see which way I should be heading here. I'm not too familiar with the highway system up at this area. So let's just ignore the hunting for a second, because I want to get back home. Except for I just ran into a greenish troll. So let's pause the waystone hunting and take this greenish troll. Gotta stop for a greenish troll. Yeah, I know, we need to get a third one. What? It partially solves it. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, it's in the settlement settings. So that's I think the mayor has to. So I can look on Feyran later. Done loose. Wait, a third one will solve the thingy? I'll have to tell my wife. I had another related thingy where the wagoners got lost. Yeah, Viking probably didn't realize to add it. Okay. Wonder if Midgard... Okay, I can check to see if Midgard shows up. I should probably be focusing a little bit on this one so I don't die. Let me just get to level 3 focus and then I can come back here. Looks like I'm doing okay though. Okay. At least someone with permissions to manage deed settings, not necessarily the mayor. I'm pretty sure I have every permission there is. So maybe Katz is right. I need to be on the deed in order to switch the settings. Hey, it's Jacqueline. Oh, hey, what's going on? Yeah, we just passed each other. Just down the road there. Do you live around in this area? Or is it that you're just passing using the highway system here? Now you might know why I'm like not fully moving all the time. 'Cause sometimes I'm just like hanging out with chat, looking at stuff on the web. Oh, you live near here, okay. Okay, Malnu, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see those settings when Griff was bringing up the UI. The option wasn't in the list. Yeah, exactly. Like in this. Yeah. Okay. You visited her yesterday while doing the lamps. No need to change the settings. Okay. Hey, Dalmonth. You're new here, and you're wondering if this game is friendly to new players. It is totally friendly to new players. I'm so glad you found this stream. So this game, if you've never heard of or played Wurm Online, this game is totally worth the look. So yeah, if you have any questions about it, like have you already hopped in and started playing? Or is it you're wondering if this is the type of game for you? You should totally come to Melody, says Malnu. But this is interesting. Having 2 waystones on a deed might screw with the Wagoneer. Our Wagoneer's lost his very first shipment to South Dead. Weird. Okay, Viking needs to change his settings. Okay. Yeah, you should totally I think anywhere you go in this game, it is extremely friendly to new players. There are lots of people who are willing to help out and to give advice and to so you're wondering if it's for you. You enjoy crafting and exploring, mainly PvE. Ooh, these sound like you're all saying the right things. These are all things that are a part of this game. The crafting system in this game is deeper than any other game I've ever encountered. Now, I haven't played every game that's out there, but I think most people in the chat here can attest to the fact that this game has an extremely, extremely deep crafting system. Let me just see. I'm going to predict this one's going to light up. What? What happened? Okay, so maybe it is doing that thing where it's saying unknown. Hold on. Yeah, so like kind of messed up here. I think the way you're right. I think there's something wrong. The exploring bit is also, so I'm actually doing a little bit of exploring myself. I mean, while I have been in this specific area before, every time I come here, it's new looking. Like right now, I'm exploring the new highway system that got put in. But I just noticed another greenish troll over here. Greenish trolls are just great for experience. So yeah, exploring is a huge, big up in this game because the way the game works is that at the beginning when the game launches, when the server launches, is all natural land, wilderness, and the players come in and they have the ability to chop down trees and cut planks and build houses and mine into the rock and get some metal and all sorts of stuff. It's like just the deepest crafting system that you could imagine. And then you can start building buildings and shaping the land. You can dig the land down, you can flatten it out or however you want to make it. And so every time you pass by an area, it's like looks different than the time before. Yes, it is a troll, and it is also a greenish venerable troll, so it's kicking my butt. Okay, let's see if I think I might. Ugh, and he keeps kicking me out of my stance. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna get my focus up a little bit. Then I'll special move him to death. Yeah, we'll see. Is a subscription needed to advance? It somewhat is. Okay, so what's nice is that you can try the game for free, fully and unrestricted, up to a skill cap of 20. Okay, now the skills go all the way up to 100, but as you progress, it gets slower and slower. Okay, so the first 20 skills go by relatively quickly. It'll give you a sense of what the game is like. Now there's some things like, for example, you can pay for premium with in-game currency. You can pay for your subscription using in-game currency. That's one avenue or one path. I lost all my focus. Look at that. Yeah, special move him with his no stamina. It looks like I got this. I don't have to worry too much. And the premium isn't all that expensive either. It's like I think there's a first time bonus of like I think it's €8 and you get 2 months, and I don't know. We'd have to like look at the store again, but right now, currently, there's a Black Friday sale. Let's see. Did I open? I had the store open. Let's just open it again. Let me just log in. So here's the store. So right now they have a special on all of these. They're 25% off. So for 2 months, it's €12 basically for 2 months. With the Black Friday sale, I think normally this is €16 for 2 months. So it's like €8 a month. So it's not like as expensive as, let's say, World of Warcraft or something like that is, but it is still like a subscription based. You can make money in the game. I mean, I'm just hunting here, and every so often I'm getting some coins, and I can use these coins to pay for premium. So that's one option. He almost had me. Yeah. I don't know, but almost. Yeah, I'm getting asked if my stream is almost done. Yeah, if you don't have time in WoW, you can't even log in. But here, yeah, if you run out of subscription time, you still can log in and your skills get reverted back to 20. Yeah, so how hard is it to get the gaming coin to pay for it? It's not easy unless you've learned how to play the game. Right? Like, from a position like where I am, if I wanted to make money in game, because I've been playing for a long time, so I've learned the ins and outs and what would make money and what wouldn't, what can I do and what can't I do. Once you get a good sense of the game, making money is not terribly hard. It does take effort though, so a lot of people will say that they'd just rather pay the money to get the premium because they'd rather spend time on things that they enjoy doing. Because of course, the things that make you money in this game are the things that other people don't want to do. Right? So like, somebody might need 2,000 bricks, but to make 2,000 bricks is just annoying. So they'll pay somebody else to make the 2,000 bricks. So if you want to make money, you can go make 2,000 bricks, but it's kind of boring to make 2,000 bricks, you know? So like, it's one of these things. You just spent 6 silver for 600 concrete, exactly, right? And 6 silver is enough for half a month of premium. But making that 600 concrete, boy, let me tell you. Right, but because I'm knowledgeable enough in the game, I could probably muster up the effort that's needed to make 1,000 more concrete, let's say. But a new player, I would definitely say a new player might have a lot more difficulty because they're trying to figure out the game in the first place. There's a lot to learn. It's a huge, steep learning curve. It'll take a lot of reading, a lot of asking questions. There's a CA help in the chat tab. You can ask any question you like in this tab, and there are community assistant members who will help you out there. See, 60 concrete is hard to make unless you had the materials already and your skill is high. Then it's actually not so hard to make. Personal time has value too, exactly. So a lot of players will pay the money, get the silver, so that they don't have to spend the time doing things they don't want to do. Want to buy looking for a thingy. So it's Stu Jensen. Hey Dalma, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I hope you find your way in this game. Again, if you do have any questions, ask in CA help. I'm also going to show you that you can find in the game, under the tools, Wurmpedia. The Wurmpedia is like the player-run wiki, and they recently just imported it into the game. You can also find this on the net, in your browser. And then there is a couple links up at the top here, basic knowledge, but your first days in Wurm, that one, your first days in Wurm, that's a good article to read for brand new players, and it will tell you a lot about the basics of the major items. Yeah, my card is so fast, I know. I love it. It's going 37, and we're at Overture. And the 37 is coming from the fact that these are 4 draft hell horses with decent shoes, and that the cart has the speed rune on it, along with it being imped up. So yeah, give me just 1 second. So a hot hoof cart, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the cart, I like this cart because it goes faster than riding a horse. And, yeah, it's just gets me around. Now, 4 draft helis are coming, more and more people are getting them in their, like I've seen in advertisements, tons of people now selling 4 draft helis. And so it's like, hold on, let's see. This is within the village. Hey, Rubber Duck, what's going on? The Witch's Cauldron. You thought it was fast forward for a minute. I know. I know a lot of like all the other animals. No animal comes close to hell horses when it comes to this. If you put similar gear on a similar cart with like draft horses, it might go 16 or 17. And if I took the same gear with the same cart and put it on 4 draft mules, it might go 24 or something like that. So it has nothing to do with the cart. It has nothing to do with the gear, really. It has to do with the fact that they're hell horses. Hell horses can go 10 faster than most everything else on carts for some reason, and even faster than that than horses. Faster than 10 faster. So it's like they have an insane buff. So I say that I think they're totally worth it. Yeah. You know, Delmont, the thing that makes this game super special is the community, I think. People helping each other out. Things are hard to do in this game. And so getting help from other people is always appreciated. Look at this place. Oh, I kind of want to stop off to like explore, but I'm looking at the time and I'm getting like all sorts of pressure to get off. And it has been, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Jeez. But look at all this stuff I got. I got so much stuff on this trip, and that's going to help out a lot. Yeah. So Rubber Duck, you're saying the fam and I are not feeling great today. Got boosters yesterday. Oh yeah. Those the vaccines definitely knock you out for a good day or two. Yeah, so yeah, hoping it passes soon. Helly's got the highest base speed, and they keep up their traits active more or less all the time, which is closer to 50% or so uptime on most other animals. Yeah, that's the big thing about them. That they keep their traits on, so their speed doesn't fluctuate. It's going to be at 37, it's going to stay at 37 the whole way. Time disappears in Wurm. It totally does. Totally. By the way, Casper, just wanted to cheer you along for the work with the video. Hope it's coming along according to time and effort needed. I will ditto that. I hope things are going well with that video, and I cannot wait. I know it's still a ways off, but I'm sure it's going to turn out to be great. Yeah, it's a very daunting task, but slowly but surely coming along. That's good to hear. Yeah. I think I'm just going to run back now. And yeah, so this bridge here is also thanks to Uthgard Davies and his Alliance members. Again, I do feel bad that I don't know everybody who participated, but to whoever else also helped Uthgard Davies with this bridge. This definitely helps out a lot with getting from, especially where I live. So if I follow this land, you follow this coast all the way around, across that little bridge there up north, I'm somewhere over there, just past the hill. Okay. And then the other thing is that I know Uthgard lives right in this area here. This is like the main area of him and his alliance. And they recently added this bridge, which also cuts down time. Like before, you'd have to run all the way over there, all the way around, and then back to here. Now you can just cut across the bay here. Putting this little arch allows boats rather, to get into the bay. It's really nice. It's a very long bridge. And if you know anything about Wurm, you'll know that these bridges are not for the faint of heart. They are really hard to make, and they take a lot of materials and a lot of time. And Malnu is Uthgard Davies, so there were many on Melody that offered up materials. That's very nice. You live right across that wooden bridge. The lighthouse is mine. Okay, so let's take a look. Can you see that lighthouse from here? So I'm sure that the Colossus as well. Things are rendering in. Is this the lighthouse? No. Is it? Maybe? Can I see the lighthouse from here? Behind me. Turn around. Which way am I turning? Oh, is it like, oh, it's back there. Okay, let's see. I have to go to the top of this bridge, I think, to see it. Like this way. Am I... I know there's a lag between when you type stuff in and when I do stuff. So right side as you come off the bridge. Oh, okay, so I come off the bridge. Oh, I see, like over here. Oh, there. Ah, I see it now. That lighthouse. Okay, so this area is yours. Oh, okay, nice. This is a nice little harbor area, it looks. Very nice. Okay, so this is your area. Uthgard Davies' villa. Yes. Oh, very nice little quaint area. Very cool. The bell tower at the top of the house. Very nice. Okay, I do need to hoof it back home though. I'm going to get back to the deed. Gaming with Jacqueline, you're saying, oh yeah, I was exploring here not too long ago. I saw this bridge, but stopped at Uth's and Misery's place. But nobody was around. Chilled in the chapel for a few. Nice. That is really fast. Yeah, okay, so Misery's up to the right. Okay, so up which way I'm going. And are you referring to the cart? Yeah, the cart is fast. The cart is fast. And, you know, hell horses aren't as bad as most people seem to think. Need flames on both sides of the cart, I know. So Misery is up here, I think. Somewhere in this area. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time hanging out on the sermons with you guys. Where it was. On Xander. Okay, and here we're in the steppe now. Slacker Stables Incorporated. Oh, so this is ICU Bleed's place. Okay, Prancing Pony. Whoops, what am I? I'm on the edge of the road. Okay, now this is the steppe in the south. So we're entering this area now. So we just went across the bridge across this bay, and now we're entering into the steppe. I kind of feel like I could have cut this little detour here, but that's okay. Now I also know that Uthgard, you were saying that you put something up here. Kind of want to. I know I want to hoof it home, but I kind of want to look up here. Okay, so ICU Bleed. This place is the chapel. Okay. Yeah, Mesric's castle. So let's see. I just want to see like this, the ramp that leads you up to the top. Guessing it's up this one. And up to here. But tin caved in on the tunnel going up the road. Oh. Like it caved in and it prevents you from going through? I see. Let's see. So how do you get up now? Let's go peek to see. Oh, you got another way around. Okay. Let's peek to see how much action, how many actions are in that. Do you know how many actions are left in the vein? It's being mined out. Okay, so here's the start of it. It looks like, oh, it looks like this bridge, the other end of the bridge isn't quite ready. Or is this supposed to be, is this a tunnel that's, that might be a tunnel that's closed off right now. And Corbin the Red, thank you so much for that follow. Maimed has been hitting on it some. Yeah, that's the tunnel from the south side, okay. So let's see if we can get up here. Not yours. Oh, I see. I'm going the right way, correct? Okay, Jacqueline. I might be heading off very shortly, though. Yeah, okay, this is the right way. Okay, look at this. Look at this ramp. This is a lot of effort to get a ramp like this up the side of a mountain. You said that you had done it by dropping dirt. I can see the dropping of the dirt. Was there a point at which you considered carving it into the mountain? Did you ever think about, like, and debated between those two options? Do I drop dirt or do I carve it into the mountain? Oh, Misery was in. I missed you. Sorry, Misery. If you're listening. Yeah, you decide. Yeah, dropping dirt and some surface mining. Okay, so you decided on the dropping of the dirt. I think I mentioned to you before that my preference usually is to carve it into the mountain. Okay, so this is the tunnel where the tin. Where the tin collapsed. It's always the worst. It's always the worst. Like, especially in a reinforced cave. Like, was it reinforced before it collapsed? I feel like it shouldn't, but let's see. Oh, it's almost done. The ore will run out soon. Um, what's that mean? Prospecting. The ore will run out soon means there's less than 1,000 in here. All right, less than 1,000. Between 100 and 1,000. That's not very much. I almost feel like I can do this before the end of the stream. Like, I feel like I have enough space in my cart to carry what's in here. Maybe hit it for a while. Yeah, yeah. I did bring some food. Um, let's fill up my CCFP. Let's just hit a refresh. Okay. Um, I'm not using my correct pick for this. Let's use the correct pickaxe for this. That's my surface mining pickaxe. This one's just a little bit faster. I know I'm getting sidetracked like a pro. I know, like Uthgard Davies, Uthgard had told me earlier about this tin vein that collapsed in the mine. And it's like, yeah, I love taking out veins. It's one of my favorite things to do in this game. I do say that about a lot of things in this game, like that it's one of my favorite things to do. But honestly, mining out veins, especially when it's needed, my favorite things to do. It's how I got my mining up so far. Dezo says, can we somehow redeem weapon repair with points? In what way do you mean? Weapon repair with points? Do you mean like channel reward points? And by weapon repair, do you mean weapon imps? Or like, do you just need me to, right click and hit repair on your weapon for you? Oh, mine was orange. Oh, I see. So like, you use your channel rewards to redeem for me to repair my weapon. Man, those action timers. I'm on a new account for Fresh Start. It's slow. Yeah, totally. totally slow. I know. And I'm even looking at these timers thinking like, man, if I was only on main tune, my main tune before they made the mining change, they did make some mining changes at some point. But before the changes, I would be able to do 10 actions in a row. All of them were under 2 seconds. I think that 10th action would have been 2 seconds. So I would do 10 actions in a row, each one under 2 seconds. I think the first one was 1.7, and then it went 1.7, 1.7, 1.7, 1.7, 1.8, 1.8, 1.8, 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, and then it would be done. And I was like, nice. Then I would requeue it all up. So 2 second actions. This guy is a little bit far off from that still, but also they made a change so that timers are a little bit longer. No more thingies. Good idea, like a hydrate thingy. Yeah, no more thingies. I know. I'm not. I don't know. I do like the thingies. What do you guys think? Should I bring back the Snapchat filter? Is that something that you guys want? Like I could probably figure out how to do that, and then maybe I can spend some time trying to figure out the Casper. I have to ask Brian, and he'll have to walk me through it. Not the faces. uh, yeah, Casper. I really should try to just get on that. Um, yeah. Is this the right channel? Those things are really scary. We do love that. It's one way to spend the points. I know. Gotta figure out how to spend the points. The hydrate one, I don't know. I know it's like an interest, like it's another thing to do. It's just I'm not sure what it is, but I get this internal negative reaction when somebody tells me to do something. It almost like it's like that little childish thing that happens when a parent tells a child to not to do something or to do something like go clean up your room. It's like instantly, it could be like go outside and play. It's like just because you're telling me to do it makes me want to not do it. Like I get that feeling inside when somebody's like hydrate yourself. It's like ugh, something I would probably do if you weren't telling me to do it. But because you're telling me to do it, I don't want to do it anymore. I wonder, can I combine these? Yeah. Did I put the new pickaxe? The right one? Okay. Nobody's cringing at the fact that I'm combining 90 quality ore with the rest of it, eh? It's not a big deal. Hey, Sir Kitchen. But if somebody in chat go like say this or that, I don't want to. Yeah. I use drink water to remind me to actually drink water. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's only a reminder. I feel the exact same way, Griff. I've talked about this on my stream why I hate those types that turn me into marionette channel rewards. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just human nature, right? It's okay. Something simple like having an emote pop on the screen. Or a game with polls, points, can't gamble and Wurm online, but it's okay to Twitch. Yeah, actually, I like the polls and like the things like that. Maybe I got to get better at just thinking of those things. That would be fun. High quality tin there. Yeah, I know, and I'm combining it with all the rest of it. Maybe I should have. Maybe there's a whole thing of 92 quality tin right there. Or is that just one? Oh, that's just one. Maybe I'll sort the next time I do it. Okay, let me just pop these over there. I like the camera staying normal and no effects. Mm. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I always struggle with those channel rewards. I almost feel like they're just like little fun things, but not really of any much consequence. The wildest idea I've heard is Twitch is like an online zoo. You just switch between different channels to see different humans. Yep. Yeah, it is kind of true though. It is kind of true. Hunter quality or creation quality, nothing in between. Yep. That's your life now, Nin. It's like 98 quality. Gah. Let's make some nails with that. Dare I mention hot tubs? Except the humans cage themselves. Yeah. Yep. Let's see where we're at with this. So like once it says the ore will run out very soon. We're within the last 100. Yeah. Well, we are definitely coming down to the end of the stream. So while I'm mining here, I'm going to just peek over at Twitch and see. It does look like my playlist ended. Apparently, I need more than 7 hours. Oh, it just came back. What the? Okay, that's weird. Let's see, Twitch. Let us see who is streaming Wurm. It's the weekend, so there's probably quite a few people streaming Wurm. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, Gaffer's there. It's a new person who looks like it's Polish, named Ultimate Sandbox. Oh no, that's the name of the stream. Sir Don Papito. So yeah, we'll probably head on over to Gaffer after this. I think he's at is he at another rift? Gosh, so many rifts on the old server. It's like Wurm music, comes and goes randomly. On EXO, okay, yeah. Okay, so let's sort the quality before I combine these so people aren't all... Boom, boom, boom. Wonder how long does it take to mine out 100 or 1,000 or whatever it is. Let's see, each one of these represents 10. Let's see what's in here. Okay, let's take these 4 and bring them over here. Let's sort these by weight and bring these ones over here. So what I got over here is 14 times 10, so it's 140 there. So this is 30, that's 170. So there are different servers to join, totally. So let's take a look at that. So there are 3 separate clusters that are somewhat disconnected from one another. The 2 PvE, if you want PvE, you should be looking at either the Northern, or it's sometimes called Freedom. The Southern, or sometimes called Freedom, or the Northern. The Southern is an older cluster that has been open for 15 plus years or whatever it is. I don't know. It's like a long time. So well-developed servers. There's a lot of them on the Southern cluster with varying sizes. So some bigger, some smaller, some really big. Chaos is a PvP server, so you can sail between the PvE and the PvP over here. It has a well-established community, but a lower population compared to the Northern because the Northern is newer, and a lot of people opted to come to the North when this game came to Steam. because it was newer, right? So all of the servers have their own character. Xanadu is humongous with lots of hard terrain, whereas Deliverance is smaller and much, easier to traverse. Independence has a really deep dirt layer and is the oldest server. Chaos and Independence are the oldest servers on the south. And then you got the northern servers, which there's far fewer of them because they're new. There's 3 PvE servers and 1 PvP server, and you can transfer yourself between them. I'm currently on Melody, which is the small PvE server on the new cluster. Each one offers its own character. Each server is like, I would say Cadence is nice for newer players because it has a high bustling population, but has lots of space. It has wide, flat regions and a lot of waterways to drive a boat through. But there's just like a lot of land and a lot of flat land too. And so it's easy to sort of like develop. Where Harmony is also the same size as Cadence, so it's quite large. And there's a mix here where there's regions of flat and regions of mountain. It's harder to get around on this server, but again, it's like people like the challenge of that. And then Melody is probably the hardest to traverse of the 3. Smaller as well, so it has less space. Yeah, I would agree with Sinsen there. Cadence is great if you want freedom to explore, because it's a lot easier to get around on Cadence, and it's very large, so you have a lot of things to explore. So Casper's asking you if you've ever played any other sandbox MMOs. You played a few? Okay. Wurm is a lot of Oh, Uthgard, you're on the other side. Mining probably away out the other side. This is getting full, this pile, so let's start. So 5 is my key. Okay, let's just boy, you can get so sidetracked in this game, it's not even funny. And next thing you know, you're doing something completely unplanned. And you're doing that for a while. Okay, so let's see where we're at. 22, so that's 220 on this side. Who owns the triangle deed on the east? Hey, Zandog. Yeah, the bisons were in the wall. Yeah. How do I get to another server? I'm just used to clicking on one in a list to log in. Yeah, so when you enter into the game, you'll be in the tutorial. Once you complete the tutorial, you walk through it, you get to a place where there's like a portal. And you can right-click the portal, and there you choose what server to start on. Once you've chosen the server, you are free to take a boat to travel from one server to another. So as long as it's in the same cluster as yours. So if you choose, let's say, Cadence, for example, you can take a boat and drive it to Melody or Harmony or Defiance. You can see here on the map, there's like a little portal symbol here. That means that you can take a portal from any of these servers to Defiance. And you can create that portal. But between the PvE servers, you can just sail a boat between them. Now, getting to the point where you have a boat, that's a little bit of a trek. But once you've settled yourself in and you decided, okay, you just got to the portal? Okay, yeah. So at that point, you can choose. So you're going to be choosing between Northern or Southern, or sometimes it might be called Northern or Freedom in some places. Northern is the new one. Southern is the older servers. Both have advantages and disadvantages, I'd say. Okay, looks like your old group's deed. Someone took over it after it was abandoned. Okay, so the east side of Melody, let's see. Who owns the triangle deed? Triangle deed. Hey, there's your name, Zandog. I mean, that's just me, because when I came by here and you were there and we said hi to each other, I said, oh, Zandog lives here. So I just put an annotation for it to remind me. Yeah. Yeah, it's grown and been refurbished. Nice. I don't know who owns it though. If somebody else took over it, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, let's. Whoops! I should probably sort them before I do that. So that's 240, 250, 260, 270. Whoops! This is my wrong pickaxe. Some other grouping took over and still play. Oh, okay, it's nice. Curious to know how long it takes me to take out. And I guess in Uthgard, you might be on the other side of this now, mining away. Let me see if I stop this. Can I hear you mining away? Nope. Okay, actually, I also want to just do a little prospect here. Yes, not nearly as good as... Okay. Still over 100, though. Yeah, I don't hear it, but it's probably less frequent ticks. Less frequent little taps. But over here we have 250 ore, so that's a quarter of the way to 1,000. And it's hard to tell if it... Oh, there I see Uthgard starts mining here. Like, I'm wondering how many actions there were left. It was under 1,000. So I need to regen my stamina. Call me biased if you want, but I'd say new players will have a better time on North. The economy seems to be more alive, and you can more easily get enough coin to get self-sufficient. Yes, I think that is true. Like, if it comes to, like, if I want to sell 1,000 planks, would I rather be selling it on the north or the south? It's definitely the north. Because you're going to find buyers far more frequently for 1,000 planks, or bricks, or mortar, or whatever else that you're selling. Melody has plenty of room to yeah, I would say all the servers have, you could say that about all of them. All the servers have plenty of room. Yeah, the older servers, you'll be hard pressed to find somebody willing to buy 1,000 planks, because for a veteran player to pump out 1,000 planks is not hard, and so they're less willing to part with their money for 1,000 planks. Whereas a lot of new players who don't have the skills yet, who need 1,000 planks, might rather spend the money to get 1,000 planks. Yeah, and you have some open space near your D2, and welcome to set up near, but totally up to you, yeah. Yeah, totally. And if you're in Delmonth, if you're the type of player who likes to be social and likes to play with other people, there's plenty of people that you can meet and hang, and join up, and you don't have to be a part of their village. You can make your own village near their village and just be neighbors or whatever. And Melody does have great mountain views. That's true. Cadence has nice landscape views, but it's not the same. Melody is nice and tall. Cadence is nice and flat. Yeah. It's a lot of pros and cons to both types of servers. And so it gives everybody their, their own type that they might want to. Okay, you'll head to Melody. Nice. Melody has a nice community, for sure. There's a lot of really active and friendly, helpful players on Melody. It's also a lot easier to make money on NFI, and since deed upkeep is the same on SFI and NFI, the things are more worth on NFI, you'll have to work less for the same amount of time. Totally. That is true. And Jacqueline, you're saying you're a solo gamer and keep to yourself a lot, but you also enjoy having great neighbors and to help once in a while. Yeah, beautiful mountains near you. You put the motto to my deed, stunning mountain views. Yeah. And totally true, Malnu. So many of the problems we were having earlier on in this server's life of like us trying to get around the server and it was hard. A lot of it is fixed now, thanks to you. Because all the highways and roads have really come a long way. And thanks to you and a whole bunch of other people. You're saying Hantance built a single road up and down all from west to east across Broccoli Hills. Yeah, Broccoli Hills, you see all this bumpy area on this map. This was impassable. Like, you couldn't get through here, this area. So what you're saying is, like, there's a road now that goes all the way across to the coast through this area. Yeah, and I've also seen there's some tunnels got added in there too, so like you can now make it through that area a little bit easier. So yeah, it's come a long way for sure. You know, there's some people who would prefer though to like make their own, like, you know, like there's something nice about a start of a fresh new server where it's hard to get through, and now it's up to you to make that tunnel that's going to help the server get through, right? And you still might have areas like this on the new servers, but on the old servers, it's almost like all of that work is complete, and you have this nice network system already in place. So a few people have done highway north to south along the edges of it. Nice. You'll have to check out Broccoli Hills. You love broccoli. Random question. Were the chest skins the first skins we had in Wurm? I know that there was the large chest skin from a long time ago. I don't know if it was the first. It was one of the first, if not. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't really pay attention to the skins. Was it shields? Yeah, I think you're asking for the video, right? For the project you're working on there? You're doing history research. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah, I don't know what the first skins were. Maybe the devs have like a list of them. I wonder if there's like a list of that. Yeah, okay, so over here we have 330 plus another 50, that's 380. On my side, we're approaching 500. Won't be much longer. And boy, I better stop streaming though. I better stop. Oh, brother. If I could stream all day, I would. I think I say that every stream. It's always a sad time to get to the end of a stream. I'm always left wanting more, but I guess that's a good thing. You know, hanging out with you guys, it's a lot of fun. And I'm very appreciative that you guys come back every week and hang out with me. 7 hours, Griff. Holy worm, I know. I know, I just don't want to stop. I just want to keep going. So I found an excuse to keep going. There's a vein that needs to be popped out. Otherwise, by now I would have made it back to the deed and I would have been logging off. But nope, there's a vein over here. Needs to be logged out. Hey, Zetran. How's it going? Yeah, in another universe, Wurm is popular and you have 20k viewers. In another universe. Boy. In that universe, I could possibly stream all day. those people who get 20k viewers, they probably get to stream as much or as little as they like. I've been up a lot lately, all night, not sleeping good, but it's been plugged. But I being plugged in at this mining project, I'm slowly but surely making progress. I have a lot of time on my hands. Nice. Well, it's not nice that you're not able to sleep. Well, I really hope that that gets resolved soon. I do find that, for me, sleep is really important. So when I have had sleeping problems in the past, but when I do run into those problems, I really put a lot of effort towards solving them because I really can't function. It is, but you have bad allergies. Oh, that's the worst. Right, and I have bad allergies during some times of this season. I know how it is not being able to sleep because breathing is hard or... Yeah, that's tough. Actually, surface mining spot on your place? Yeah. Yeah, I just finished up a surface mining spot on my place. I'm debating on whether I should take it farther. So surface mine more. Okay, let's... Oh, I did hear a tink with a pickaxe there on the other side. Let's see, what do we got here now? This is 39, this is 40, so that's 400 in there. On my side, I'm at 430. Now, I don't know if Maimed brought it to just below 1,000. That's possible. Like, just was mining and mining and mining until the prospecting said it's now under 1,000 and possibly stopped at that point. I know I've done that in the past. So maybe it is a full 1,000 in here, but let's do a prospect right after this one, because we are approaching halfway to 1,000. Stream your surface mining, Joshua. I'm sure people will get bored. I get awkward and very shy on camera. Some people can pull that off, but I don't know what to say half the time. I don't really have a great quiet spot to stream to. Yeah. Hold on. What did it say? Run out soon still, so it's still over 100. I think he filled up his crates and left to come back later. Okay. And Josh knows that feeling, yeah. Getting into streaming, definitely. Like, if you watch the very, very, very first videos that we did Factional Fight, it was very nerve-wracking for sure. And we weren't even doing it live. We were recording it off camera. You know. We were just recording it on the side and then uploading it to YouTube. I think for me, it also helps that I'm a teacher because I practice that art of just saying the next thing to fill the gaps. And I think for me, streaming and teaching went hand in hand in terms of developing skills on both areas. I don't know. And also, like, when there's not many viewers and you're just starting out streaming and it's all one-sided then. You know, like, you have to be the one to come up with the thing to say next. And it is, you know, I watch a lot of streamers as well, and it's like, when the streamer stops talking, that's about the same time when I sort of tune out and start looking for another streamer, you know? I think it's important for a streamer to be saying what's on their mind. Especially when nothing else is happening in chat. And sometimes it's hard to do that. You know, like, you have to sort of keep the ball rolling with the chat air. Otherwise it gets a little bit... engage with the audience. But I'm like talking about, like, let's say you're just deciding, I think I might want to try streaming for the very first time. Okay? What's going to happen is you might get one or two people popping into the stream here and there. right? You'll start the stream, nobody will be watching. Like this is how it was when we were starting, right? Like nobody's watching you at the beginning. And then like if somebody pops into your stream to check you out, and if what's happening at that moment, if you're just surface mining, let's say, and not saying anything, that person most likely won't stay. And then you also, as you might notice, like the numbers, the viewer number doesn't update often. Like I think it's like every 5 minutes it updates. So you won't even know that person came in until it's too late. So like the number will go up and you'll be like, hey, there's like a person in my stream, but it's like they might have been long gone by that point. Yeah. There are third-party software that you can do to like see exactly who's in your stream at any moment. You're an artist and you draw and would like to try and maybe eventually when I have proper setup and equipment, maybe stream my artwork process. Yeah, that would be really cool. Totally. People can connect with that, and you want to do time lapses too. That would be really cool. I love watching those art time lapses where it starts on a fresh blank page and then the person's hands flying across the screen, and it just turns into this beautiful. It's just amazing. Maybe it's easier to build a small following with YouTube first. I feel like we did that. That's how we did it, and by the time we got to Twitch, it was not empty in our streams. But there's nothing wrong with starting on Twitch. Truly, the thing is about being engaging even when nobody's there. If you can do that, then what's going to happen is somebody's going to pop in and you're doing your thing being engaging, and they'll be like, whoa, okay, there's somebody like talking or chatting or saying something interesting, and they'll stop and they'll listen for a while. As long as you keep it up, and they'll keep listening, and maybe they'll chat, and then the next person pops in and sees, oh, there's like another person watching, and they'll stick around and they're engaged. And like, I don't know if you ever had this experience. Have you ever like hopped into a stream and you're the only one there, and you might say, oh, hi, and then that person starts asking you questions, and you think to yourself, man, I'm here to like be entertained. I'm not here to entertain the other person. I don't want to be answering questions to this guy or girl or whatever. It's like so it is about being entertaining a little bit, at least, like just talking about things that are on your mind and just hanging out, and people will appreciate a good conversation, even if it's one-sided. I streamed Need for Speed a while back, and I had a person join every time consistently, but I think I might have been a bot. But you think it might have been a bot? I know there are bots, but I don't think they count towards your viewer count, and their names are quite obviously bot names. And that's Twitch doing its thing. It has bots there. So you tried to do it with your phone in my hand to record my doing art, but I think I need to get a GoPro strapped to my head or something so I can use my hands. Oh, so you're like drawing on paper, or as opposed to on like a tablet on your screen, let's say, or in Photoshop. I don't know if you need a GoPro. What you need is a webcam that has a mount. So something that might clip to something and have like an arm that can be bendable, or kind of like how a mic arm is, like this. So you can position it facing towards the artwork. That might work. And Miz and you are both artists as well. Oh, interesting. Yeah, set up your camera above your surface, yeah. Okay, so you do have that set up, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we gotta be getting to the, like, let's see where we're at in here. So I passed the 500 mark. How many you got over there, Uth? Just to see how close we are. You lost count. Okay, but how many are, or what are you doing with them? Are you just tossing them away, or? Like, I wonder, oh, you're putting them in a crate? Okay. I feel like we should be close-ish, depending. Let's imagine there was 999 to begin with, okay? I've got, over on this side, 550, and that would leave, so if I was the only one doing this, it would be 440 or something. And if, let's say, you did 100 or 2, then there might only be a couple hundred left. Over 100, okay, so 657, we're approaching 700 then, let's say. Coming up to 700. Mining's only 68, okay, yeah. That's still not terrible. 68 is still up there. Yes, it was on the other side of the wall, exactly. That's why the bison came through the wall, because he was driving his bison here. Yeah. Yeah. So we're mining towards each other. So when the wall breaks, Uthgard will be on the other side there. I am feeling like we're going to get into that last 100 very shortly. Won't be very long. Because if we're approaching the 700 mark, and there was only 900 and some odd, then another 100 and we'll hit that point. A historic moment in tunneling. Well, like, you know, people look at like a vein like, oh, like I just can't get through it. But in this short time, we're going to get through about 1,000, I'd say. And if a vein has, let's say, 5,000, let's say it pops here and it's 5,000, you want to get rid of it. It really doesn't, I mean, it takes time. It just doesn't take as much time as you might think it does. Especially if you get a few people together. And I know my timers are fast, right, in comparison to a lot of people who might think it takes a long time, but maybe it's a matter of getting a couple friends, or if you do it with 2 tunes instead of 1, right? If your timers are over 10 seconds, but you get 2 tunes, then now your timers are 5 seconds. I know mine is faster than yours is for sure. Like, what's the timer on your first action? Guard. Like on my first action is 3.6. Yours might be, if I had to guess, yours is probably 7 point something. Am I in the ballpark? 13. Okay. What quality is your pickaxe? Yeah, I'm talking the very first timer when your stamina's full. 8.7. Okay, so I was a little bit above. So what quality is your pickaxe? That plays a role, and then whether or not it has Wind of Ages on it or not either as well. Okay, it's down to 48. Okay, so you're using a lower quality pickaxe. And yeah, I've been working with it a lot. Yeah, it sounds like it needs an imp. Yeah, so all of that plays a factor, and like you could, at your level, you could probably get it down to 5-second action timers. Right, 33. Right. I bet you can get it down to 5 seconds. If you got it imped and got some higher WA on it. Like I always if I'm thinking, okay, I'm about to like mine out 5,000 things and I want it to go, I tend to spend the time ahead of time getting my, you know, pickaxe quality up, and I will cast on it a whole bunch, and because I know that the time spent at the beginning is well worth it and it'll make the job go much quicker. And then the next time I have another job, it'll make that one go quicker too. Yeah, I might be able to hook you up with a pickaxe. Let's see what I got here. I bet you all of these are Circle of Cunning ones. Okay, there's a Wind of Ages one. Not a very good one. I'll make you a pickaxe. How much speed does, say, each 10 quality increase confer to the in-timer speed? That depends on what your skill is. The higher your skill, the more it will impact the speed. But I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't done any tests with respect to only quality regardless of other factors. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. The problem is I don't have something to test that with either, because I have a pickaxe with low quality, but I can't compare it to my other one because it has Wind of Ages on it. And it's also going to be different for whether you're high skill or low skill. Yeah, 48 bun loose. Yeah, so bun loose, because you're on the older server, you look at those numbers thinking, how is that possible that somebody has that and using that? Because on the old servers, everybody has tons of pickaxes sitting on their deed that have high quality and high WA, and they're garbage to them because you accept no less than 100 WA. Yeah. Right, because once it goes to 99, you throw that one in the bin of like useless, and then you pick out the other one that's in your bin that has 107. Right? Once it drops below 100, it goes in the garbage bin. Whereas on the new servers, we haven't quite gotten to that point yet. The new servers, it's really... So after you're able to imp your tools to 90, you occasionally cast something nice. You've been so spoiled with high quality food. Yeah. I mean, you get to that point, definitely in this game at some point. I feel like it's refreshing, though, to be on the new servers when not everybody's at that point. It's very nice. And I would say I'm getting there. I'm getting closer to having so much extra that I can start just giving away But I feel like I'm just newly there, where I can now cast 90s. Okay, give me a second. All right. My time has run out. I do have responsibilities in real life that I need to be attended to. It's not, it actually isn't wife aggro, it was a kind little nudge from my son who would like to spend some time with me outside. Yeah, it's nice for everybody to be on par, much of the reason for the excitement over the new servers. Yeah, totally. I think there's a planned implant. I think that planned implant got canceled, unfortunately, or at least put on hold for now. We'll have to work on maybe getting a Impelung set up at some point. You had fun. Thank you for the stream. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. All right, so I'm gonna have to AFK here where I am, and hopefully I'm not gonna get attacked by my hell horses. You're very welcome. Okay, nice. Spent morning outside decorating with yours. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that this weekend too. So let's head on over to. I'm just gonna double check that Gaffer is still streaming there because he's at the he's doing something. Rift. It looks like a rift there. And so we'll say hello to Gaffer. I'm going to start the raid up. Yeah, you guys are very welcome. I am so glad you were able to make it and hang out with me today. I'll be back next week, I hope, and I'll let you know in my Discord channel. If you haven't yet joined my Discord channel, it's just down below, and That's where I put all the messages about when I'm going to be streaming and that sort of stuff. So yeah, until next time, you guys keep on worming, and I'll see you again soon.